Chapter 951 This family, give me 100. Received. Momiji's voice sounded in Fradari's headphones. Here Fradari. Aoki was ready. In order for the League not to be suspicious, Fradari thought about it quite. Mara, Heluga, come out. A female voice rang out of the door. Du's face was positive, and the doubts in his heart had dissipated a lot. And he said to Aoki, Aoki, you download the data first. I'll hold them. Aoki nodded, took out the data download device dedicated to the search officer, and started execution directly on the computer. The battle had already begun outside the door. Boom. 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 A roar of battle sounded from the outside. It looks quite realistic. Do, we got the things. We are going to retreat, Aoki said to Do via headphones. It is good. After speaking, Do commanded the fire-breathing dragon and the fossil pterosaur to directly repel the opponent, and then came to the room with Aoki. Are you ready? Asked Loras in his arms when the download device was put away. Go, said Do. Took out the elf ball and recovered the fire-breathing dragon and fossil pterosaur into the elf ball. The two disappeared by moving instantly. Seeing them disappear, Momiji didn't say too much, and reached out and pressed her hands on the glasses. Mr. Vladari, they have got the information to retreat. Well, Vladali went on to say, clear up the research institute, and then open a press release tomorrow to announce today's events, but not to say that it was done by the Alliance, that is, the invasion of commercial spies, and at the same time applied to the Alliance for protection. In this way, the Alliance will not study all actions for Vladari for a while. After the League analyzed the data, it was even less likely that Vladali would have studied all the ideas. Some of the materials downloaded by Aoki today are indeed in a gray area, but how many organizations in the elf world do not do gray research at all? The Alliance that has achieved results should be at ease for a while. This time is the best time for the development of the flash flames. Through Lalula's teleportation, Aoki and Watari appeared in the elf center. Well, don't say, it's really convenient to move this skill instantly. It seems that in the future, I'm going to subdue an elf with this skill. You couldn't help but sigh. The teleportation skill does make the searcher's task more smoothly. But not everyone can be recognized by the superpowers, especially the ability to use teleportation sprites has higher requirements for trainers. However, it is not very difficult to conquer a superpowered sprite that can use instant movement with Yida's ability. It's not used as a fighting sprite, just using teleportation is enough. However, it is still necessary to say that the talents of superpowered spirits for space perception are also different, so the distance of instantaneous movement depends on their own capabilities. I believe you should have one in your house. Take one for a while and use it for a while. There should be no problem. Aoki laughed and teased. No transition but no answer, silent. What happened? If you can, I don't really want to rely on the family, said, sitting on the chair beside him. Aoki's heart secretly froze. This is the idea of typical wealthy children. Actually, I don't want to rely on family. Actually, I don't want to have so much money, I just need enough. In fact, I don't want so many rights. It's enough to keep myself safe. There are no problems with 180 bodyguards. These people have never experienced the hardships of the people at the bottom. Of course, they feel that this is nothing. But they do not know that it is the luxury of others for a lifetime. Do you know that I actually live in Chingpan? But Yu Yulong's family is in the city of Yanmo. Du continued. In fact, I don't feel much about the family, but my uncle found me and took me back to the Yulong family, and given some help. Some things are not so clear. Then, as much help as the family gets, you have to pay for the family accordingly. Aoki didn't speak, and patted Duda's shoulder again. In fact, he also knows a little about Duda's story, but now it has become a foregone conclusion and cannot be changed. If there is a family willing to provide so much help to them, there are unlimited supply of elven resources and the best quasi-god spirits. Aoki feels, I am willing to 100 families like this, but after all, it is a minority. Just think about it. You can get as much help as you can. Anyway, you don't know what to say now. Just when you have a chance, Go and see how the people at the bottom of this world live, Aoki said, turning back to his room. Du looked at Oku's back with a hint of wonder. I don't know what he meant. In fact, even though he had lived in Chengpan since he was a child, he was a member of the Yulong family, and his standard of living was much better than that of ordinary families, let alone the poor on the bottom. He always thought that what he had experienced as a child was actually an ordinary person's day. But I don't know. In fact, ordinary people are much more difficult than he imagined. Just to break free from the quagmire of the bottom of society, they need to exhaust their whole life's efforts and may not be able to succeed. Du knows too little about the darkness at the bottom of this society. Sitting on the seat and thinking for half an hour, Du still got no results and returned to his room. The mission is completed. At this time, the previous download device has been used to transfer data to the Alliance. As long as you complete your own assessment, it will be all over. The next thing is for the senior executives to decide for themselves. The next day, in the battlefield in the backyard of the Elf Center, the two elves are fighting fiercely. However, no one was watching around, because someone was very domineering to book a place. www.mentalnovel.com. King Wang. The last mental force, success or failure. Fast dragon, dragon tail ends the battle. A fast dragon rushed straight down from the sky, while another pink elf seemed to be slow, but the speed of skill release prevailed. Boom! Hit one after another. Roar! Kui Long flew upside down, his feet gliding on the ground for a long distance, but when he stood still he shouted, and he could see that there was still ice residue on his stomach. After the smoke disappeared, a dull king kneeled on the ground with one knee on his knees, panting, sweating all over his head, showing that the limit had been reached. Just here, Aoki, your idiot king is really amazing to me, and your commanding ability. If it wasn't for the fast dragon occupying a large advantage in strength, it would have been beaten by your tactics. Du laughed and walked over with the dragon. That's right, the two who are fighting are Aoki and Wataru. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 952 Aromatherapy Chain. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. It's still a little worse. You can't say what your fast dragon strength is. I can only make a little smarter. Aoki shook his head slowly, walked to the side of the dumb king, and helped him deal with some wounds. Both men's missions have been completed, and Du is ready to leave. But before leaving, he proposes to fight Aoki directly. They are all aces, and the dragons are fighting against dull kings. In the end, the fast dragon won, but he was not injured. The idiot king almost lost his fighting ability. The outcome of who wins and who loses is clear. It did not exceed the predictions of the two, and no transition was even higher for Aoki. Such strength, when he was the same age as him, was not as strong as him. After all, the crossing is 3 years older than Aoki. The gap between these 3 years is not so easy to smooth. However, we still have to say that Aoki has been slowly catching up in the footsteps of catching up with Du and Ogo. Although it may be slightly worse, it is also bad. I believe that as long as you give yourself some time, it is not impossible to catch up with them. Through this battle with Watari, Aoki also knew almost what level he was in the younger generation of the league. It's not small cleverness, it's tactics. It's also a form of strength. In this battle, I will help you send to Fenny an alliance, but you can't let them bury talents like you. Du smiled, took out a camera, and shook in front of Aoki. This was taken as a commemoration after Aoki agreed with the camera at the beginning. But now it seems that it is not just the effect of commemoration. Aoki smiled helplessly and didn't say much. This was what he wanted to see, and he didn't need to pretend to be very hypocritical. Contribute to their development in the alliance. Show your talent, in exchange for more resources. The dull king dealt with the injury a little and gave it to Miss Joey, along with the fast dragon crossing. He'll be back in a moment. How about you? Asked in the waiting room. I'm coming soon. There is one last thing I want to do, and when it's done, he'll go back, Aoki said. Du nodded, I don't know when it is time to see you next time. Fenyuan area is not far from Guandu, so I have time to play. Du will return to the Guandu area to submit this long task, while Oki will return to Fenyuan area. Oka's lowered eyes flashed something unknown. I don't think I have to wait long. Maybe I will go to Guandu soon. As for what to do at the customs, Oki did not say, and Du did not ask. Soon, both elves returned to their heyday. Leave. Du patted Oka's shoulders very chicly, then fluttered with his cloak and strode out. Summon a quick dragon and fly directly to the airport. Flying in my air really fits Du's character. Looking at his back, Oki didn't speak. This time back, it is estimated that he will serve as the chief search officer in the Guandu area, and his position in the alliance has once again climbed up a lot. I don't know when Guan will be separated, Oki thought secretly, and left the elf center. Guandu is separated. It is a good time. There are many things you can do. Leaving the elf center, Oki did not stop in my air, and hurried northward. After leaving the city of my air, the elves were not allowed to participate in the battle in the wild, and they drove the desert dragonfly to the northernmost city of Carlos. Aromatherapy. Aromatherapy City is a bit famous in the Carlos area. As we all know, people in the Carlos area like coffee very much. There are many cafes in every city, but in fact, a byproduct of the Carlos knowledge of coffee knowledge, which is really loved and used by the Carlos, is aromatherapy. It's just that the use of aromatherapy has been integrated into the habits of every Carlos, so it has not attracted so much attention. But the amount of aroma that Carlos people consume every year is probably shocked even if they know it. Oka's purpose of going to the aromatherapy city this time is also very simple: to get some methods and recipes for aromatherapy. The things that Carlos people are familiar with are new and strange things in other regions. Oki feels that if he opened an aromatherapy shop in Fuai Town, he would probably make a profit. Anyway, raw materials can be grown from their own island, which is almost equal to no cost. The price of aromatherapy is very high, but it is very popular, especially for the rich. The real value of aromatherapy is the formula and production process, which is similar to the energy block. Different fragrances also have different effects, and even some of them can help a lot of elves. Except for the Carlos area, not many people know how to make these things. Oki can monopolize the aroma production in Fenyuan area. As long as the key part of the formula is controlled, the aroma chain can be opened throughout the Fenyuan area. That makes money faster. Getting the aromatherapy formula is also the last goal of Oki's visit to the Carlos area. Involved in the creation of the Flash Flame team, interfered with Vladari's growth, and has exceeded the goal. Currently, there is no official museum in Aromatherapy City. However, according to the original development traces, the Aromatherapy City will open the first fairy genre in the fairy world. This will be built with the support of the Carlos Alliance. 3 days later, the airport in Fenyuan area. Oki came out of it. It took a day to get the aromatherapy formula he wanted from the Aromatherapy City. Because the aromatherapy industry in Carlos is too developed, the formula is not so precious, and Oki gets it smoothly. At the same time, I bought a lot of them in advance. You can try it first. All the goals of this trip to the Carlos area have been completed, and the strength of the elves has been greatly improved. It is Oki that has crossed the threshold of the Uranus level and officially became an excellent Uranus level trainer. Just this has made Oki very satisfied. Not to mention 3 super evolutionary stones and 20 keystones. Even the last successful Huayu arrived at Vladari. Although you reads www.uukanzu.com, although there is no Huayu, all the actions of the entire Flash Flame team are now in Oka's grasp. The goal setting of the Flash Flame team is as small as the execution of each task. Not long after I walked out of the airport, my communicator shook. Adams, President. Oka's face was positive when he saw the name displayed on the communicator. Unexpectedly, just after getting off the plane, Adams found Oki. Without waiting, the answer key was pressed. Mr. President, are you looking for me? Haha, Oki, Are you free now? Come to the Alliance headquarters, Adams said with a smile. Tickets for the City of Violet have long been lost. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 953 Chief Search Officer welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. One day, Aoki rushed to death and boarded the last flight from Zijing City to the Alliance headquarters. It arrived a full day after Adams made the phone call. Unblocked came to Adams' office. At this time, the teachers of Aoki, Liu Shenang and Adams had been waiting in the office for some time. I thought I could see it yesterday. Who knows that it took Aoki a day to get here? Teacher, President. Aoki entered the office and saw the two scream respectfully. But in addition to the two, there was Furong who stood behind Adams and greeted Aoki quietly. I haven't seen it for a while, but it's a little taller. Adams and Liu Shengan nodded with relief. Aoki, we have heard about what you did in the Carlos area this time. The Carlos Regional Alliance also sent us a thank you letter for your contribution in the Barmum incense incident. The gift of thanks from the heirs of Xiangdian will be sent to you by Furong, Adams said with a smile. As I get older, I just want to see the next generation of Feniyun Alliance grow up as quickly as possible. In this generation of Aoki, there are still many people with good potential, which made Adams quite satisfied, especially now they are realizing their potential. Among them are Aoki, Ogo, Mikli and Hibiscus. These four people have the potential of the four heavenly kings. What Adams hopes most is that these four people can reach the four heavenly kings and even higher. Champion. At this time, Adams himself was the champion of the Feniyun area. However, I have to say that I am old and lack energy. And in recent years, his own strength has gradually declined. At most he can continue for 3 to 5 years. Beyond this time, his strength may decline to the level of the four heavenly kings. After all, not everyone can stay as long as Dr. Oki during the peak period. By the time of Adams, neither the trainer nor the elves could stop the killing knife. Originally, Adams also had great hopes for the Miles of Orange City and Orange Road Museum. Kianli's strength is indeed strong enough. When Nahianli did not pursue the positions of the four heavenly kings and champions, he frankly told Adams that he could be in the position of the four heavenly kings, but did not want to assume too many tasks, hoping that he could have enough time to improve his strength. A few of the four kings now are unwilling to take care of things. For another 1,000 miles, Adams estimates that he will be busy. In the end, this matter can only be temporarily suspended. Both the president and the teacher are well educated, Aoki said with a smile. You have been with that little ghost for a long time, and you have learned his way. Adams cursed with a smile. Aoki smiled and scratched his head. Suddenly I didn't turn around to identify myself. Well, to be serious, this time I hurriedly called you over here, in order to give you a heavy load. Add a burden, Adams continued. The kid who crossed the other day also sent me an email with a video of you playing against him, but he was evenly matched and ended with your defeat. This kid actually wants to interfere in the management of our Feniyun Alliance. Let alone him. Adams was scolding Do, but in fact he was not too dissatisfied with Do. What Do has done is exactly what he wants to see. Can't let the talents of any rich area be buried. From the battle with him and the previous incident of the Baldum Xiangdian, you almost know that your strength has reached the level of the Uranus. Maybe not all the main elves have reached the Uranus level, but I believe it is similar. Therefore, after discussing with your teacher Liu Shengang, I decided to let you take on more responsibilities, and I hope that you will be able to provoke a large position in Feniyun district, Adams said positively. At the words of Adams, Aoki stood upright. Although there is no clear explanation, Adams' words are equivalent to booking Aoki for a future Forking King position. As long as Aoki grows to a certain degree, Adams will push Aoki to the top. To know the current rich area, it is not bad to say that Adams is right. The president and title of the league is simply power and force, and an alliance president who has been in the Feniyun area for so many years. Will no one else support him? I am afraid that more than half of the senior alliances in the whole rich area now support Adams. After all, A person who has worked so hard for so many years in Fenyuan district will have a respectful heart. Let the Alliance send, Aoki said firmly. Adams nodded with satisfaction. That being the case, I will now grant you the position of the 4th Chief Search Officer of Fenyuan Alliance. The search officer will be directly responsible to me, so your immediate leadership will be me. 4th place, Chief Search Officer. Aoki's heart shook slightly. Originally thought that Adams would give himself some seemingly secondary rights, but did not expect to suddenly enlarge the move. The department of the search officer is managed by the champion in any area. Now the champion in Fenyuan is Adams, so the search officer is directly responsible for Adams. The chief search officer is the highest position in the search officer organization. Aoki felt that after returning to the Guandu Alliance, he should be granted the position of chief search officer, but he did not expect that he would be granted this post after returning to Fenyuan area. The chief search officer is already a senior member of the Alliance. Aoki, 16, became the chief search officer, probably the youngest chief search officer in the history of the Elven world. Any chief search officer needs to have the strength of the king, but does not mean that anyone who has the power of the king can be the chief search officer. The strength and identity are essential. There are only 3 chief search officers in Fenyuan. See who these 3 people are. The special Joey of the Joey family, Joey Yu, the boss of Aoki, has a frozen bird of the legendary elves. Junshaw, the main battle of the Junshaw family. www.mtlnovel.com. I don't know what the specific name is. The other one is a member of the Zvuchi family. It seems that it is Dor's cousin or cousin. It is not clear, but it should be close to Doru. Doru is under the chief search officer. Aoki, who has just entered the rank of Heavenly King, will be at the same level with these 3 big brothers. It can be seen that the chief search officer's strength is not the most important, and identity may be the most important. Ogo can no longer be the chief search officer. Not because of his strength or lack of status, but because the Zvich family already has a chief search officer and no one can serve. Be balanced. In other words, from now on, Aoki may become the boss of Ogo. Although he is not a direct supervisor, he is also a boss. 3rd more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 954. If you have the skills, you can pick one. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. I have modified your identity information before you come. This is your current proof of identity. Remember that you can already represent the Alliance to a certain extent. Pay attention to words and proportions when doing things. Adams handed a medal to Aoki very solemnly. This medal is the chief medal of the highest rank among search officers. As for the troops, I will not give them to you for the time being. When you are thoroughly familiar with this status and understand the responsibilities you should assume, it is when you have the troops. From this point of view, in fact, the so-called chief search officer is more of a false name. Without corresponding rights is like a display. He has become a member of the guild. Feeling pretty cool. However, if you want to perform any task, you can also call the other 3 chiefs. I believe they will not refuse. Adams added at last. After all, the addition of a chief, not a senior search officer, is very different. If a chief search officer were to fill up all his staff, the resources and costs of the Alliance would be great. Still have to wait until Aoki's strength is stronger, understand his responsibility, and then give him the corresponding rights. Maybe the strength comes up in the future. What about the free space? This is the result of discussions between Adams and Liu Shenang. I see. Aoki nodded and said nothing. It is enough to have the name of this chief search officer. Originally, when he was a senior search officer, he did not have any subordinates. Wherever you go, there are people there. Grandpa. Suddenly, there was a little girl behind Adams, which was Furong. I want to be a search officer too. Furong used his big flickering eyes to stare at Adams with sweat on his forehead. After knowing that Aoki and Dogo were searchers, Furong also wanted to be a search officer to perform tasks with 2 small partners, but he never had the opportunity to raise them. Now she thinks it's the best time. Search officer or something, it's the most fun. Ahem. Furong, the search officer is not a fun profession. He is performing dangerous tasks and fighting bad people. Of course Adams did not want Furong to be a search officer. Adams himself had no children, so after learning that Furong was an old friend's granddaughter, he always took him around and regarded her as his own granddaughter, but did not want her to perform many dangerous tasks. Hearing Adams' words, Furong's mouth narrowed gradually, revealing my expression to be angry. Then Yugwing in the corner of his eye saw Aoki, who was pursing his lips and laughing. His eyes turned and held Adam's hand, and kept shaking. Grandfather, you tell me every time that one wants to grow, you must be used to facing dangers and difficulties, and always take Brother Aoki and Big Brother as examples. Now I'm a search officer, and you won't let it. After talking, half of his hands were shaken, and he was directly dropped by Furong. Adams only had a bitter smile, and glanced at Liu Shengen for help, only to find that he was sitting on the sofa, drinking tea and reading the newspaper. I could only turn to Aoki for help. His teacher, Liu Sheng, was able to ignore Adams, but Aoki was not helpless. He could only bite his head and said, "Chairman, it is better to let Furong do things under my hands first. Anyway, I don't have any people now and should be able to take care of them." When hearing Aoki's words, Adams seemed to be waiting for this sentence and said straightforwardly, "Okay. You start with the junior search officer, and you work under the chief search officer of Aoki, and you are directly responsible to him." Then Adams was like the crisis was lifted, and he was very happy and cheerfully returned to his place. Aoki caught it directly. "Did you jump into someone else's pit?" Sitting next to him on the sofa, Yanagi Aoki took a sip of tea slowly, rubbing her lips to feel the bitterness in her mouth, and slowly shaking her head. "It's too tender." Still too tender. So obvious to throw away the baggage. Actually took over. Yeah, among the few, the most happy was Furong. As for any elementary, intermediate or advanced, it's the same. Anyway, she just wants to go out and walk, and has been staying at the Alliance headquarters, with a group of old men as officials, feels that she is getting old. It just happened that she wanted to be Aoki's subordinate, so that she would be free. She didn't believe that Aoki would always control herself. Hibiscus still has the strength, but whether it is sending Shinshan or the Alliance headquarters, there are still too few people in contact with it, and it lacks social power. Although Adams has been supplementing her knowledge, there are some things that can only really feel when you have personal contact. I had always wanted to find someone to take Furong out, but there was no suitable candidate. Either they are too old, or they are too weak, or Furong doesn't look down. Almost annoying Adams right now, pushing the boat down the river, but is a junior search officer, not to mention that he manually added notes to Furong's identity information. Do not send dangerous tasks to her communicator, it will be fine. And he also believes that Aoki can take good care of Hibiscus. After all, when the two were in the Olympic Games, they were very happy. The relationship between Hibiscus and Aoki is also the best. In this way, Aoki Fancy brought himself a small bag. But don't say that Aoki isn't too depressed, but he will become a 4-level king in the future. Talent. Hibiscus ran away happily, saying it was time to prepare things. Furong, this child has a relatively simple mind. Aoki, you can take care of me more. After Furong left, Adams said with a touch of complexity, "Relax." Aoki nodded. "Well, you have just become the chief search officer. In the meeting room next to you, 3 of them are already waiting for you. I heard that it is to welcome you. There is a meeting to open. Go there. Remember to learn more from seniors." Finally www.mentalnovel.com. Adams waved his hand to signal that Aoki could go. When leaving, Aoki also gave a gift to Liu Shengen, indicating that he had left first. After Aoki left, Liu Sheng, who was sitting on the side of the sofa, just said, "When the young eagle will always grow up, can you protect her for a lifetime? Look at me. I don't interfere with the development of Aoki at all. You see how good is he growing now?" Liu Sheng just drank tea slowly. "I'm very experienced. You can rest assured." Adams gave him a look of anger. It's almost there. Who doesn't know that Oki now has nothing to do with you like this old guy? You just don't know what blessings you have made in your last life, and you have found such a good apprentice. Liu Shengang didn't care about Adam's words. The old was like, what is picking? If you have the skill, you can pick 1/4 more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 955 3 Women 1 Drama, right? Oki walked out of Adam's office and went directly to the door of the meeting room next to him. Inside were 3 of the chief search officers. In fact, in terms of status, the chief search officer is not inferior to the 4 heavenly kings. After all, the 4 heavenly kings are also directly responsible for the championship, and so are their chief search officers. However, in terms of rights and strength, there are still some gaps. The 4 heavenly kings are responsible for an important part of the alliance, which is not comparable to the chief search officers. And the strength of the 4 heavenly kings is much stronger than the chief search officers. How else would there be so many 4 heavenly kings, who were promoted from the chief search officer? Isn't Watt ready to do the same? Adams paved the way for Aoki, and was ready to go that way. Therefore, it is not impossible to call the chief search officer the reserve 4 kings. Alas, Aoki knocked gently on the door. Coming. A female voice came out. Aoki opened the door and went in. I saw 3 people sitting at a small conference table. 3 women? Isn't it Ago's uncle? It's Toa's aunt? However, it seems that the age does not reach the level of an aunt. The 3 stood up when they saw Aoki coming in. But the faces of the 3 people were different, as Aoki knows best. His previous boss, the Joey of the Joey family, is still a face cold forever. The chief search officer of the Junshaw family stood up, with a smile on their faces, which was different from the original and serious Junshaw family. The happiest laughter is the last one. Although Aoki had never met her, she seemed to know Aoki. He greeted with a smile, and at the same time stretched out a hand and said, "Hello Aoki, I'm Zifuki Muzi, Ago's cousin." Zifuki Muzi, Ago's cousin? Subconsciously Zifuki Muzi shook his hand. It's like holding it with a ball of water. It doesn't look like a person from the Zvolch family. Before I even think about it, there was a man walking behind Miss Junshaw wearing a black chief search officer costume. Aoki, hello, I'm Junshaw Kaya, and I'll take care of you in the future. Junshaw Kaya. Aoki nodded, and shook her hand. The last Joey Yui did not come forward, but turned his attention to Oka's body. Yuki said his name lightly. Then the 3 of them sat back to their places, and there was an empty spot near the conference table, which was obviously reserved for Aoki. I don't know why, I always feel a little panic sitting between the 3 women. Sit up and sit up. It turned out that the 3 search officers were all women. President Adams has told us about it. You can be your chief search officer at ease, but there are too many tasks for you. Muzi was the first to speak, and she still had a good impression of Aoki. Yes, there may be a go's reason in it. Aoki nodded. He did not come to fight for power. Adams came to give him a guilt. When Aoki's strength comes up, it may take part of the responsibility, but it is not expected to be very large. After all, Adams means that he wants to make Aoki the 4 heavenly king. However, it is difficult to say that if the current 4 heavenly kings have not retreated, Aoki can only serve as the chief search officer. However, in order to give you the rights of the chief search officer, you can call a large group under the 3 of us, Kaya said. Muzi nodded. A large group represented a group headed by a senior search officer, and the results were discussed by the 3 of them. Adams asked the 3 of them to take care of it. It doesn't matter if Aoki has the corresponding rights, but Ji and Muzi agreed to this decision, and Kaya did not object, so this was the case in the end. Aoki has 3 senior search officers. However, if Aoki does not call them, they will still be under the name of their original chief. Once Aoki is in trouble, they can call at any time. It is worthy of the name of chief search officer. There is one more thing to say. Originally, when we were 3 people, We were responsible for our own affairs. I was responsible for the investigation of internal personnel. Mumuzi was responsible for the affairs in the entire Feniyuan area. Everything, Junshokeya said. Hearing that the three men had assigned the task in this way, Oki understood. Why was he sent to investigate the rocket's auction before? It turned out that Joey was responsible for external affairs. But is it really good for a person with such a cold temper to be responsible for the outside world? Doesn't it cause confusion? It may be that the Joey family name is big enough, so no special circumstances have been encountered. Of course, it is also possible that this Yu is strong enough and his fists are hard enough. Of the three of us, Yu is the strongest. You, as her former subordinate, don't mess with her. Suddenly, Oki felt hot in his ears, and a hot wind appeared. It was Mumuzi who spoke in Oki's ear. It seemed to be whispering, but in fact the voice was not too suppressed, so the other two also heard it. Yeah, GE is the most powerful, but you have to pay attention. Junshokeya also smiled, covering her mouth. Oki gave a surprised look at Joey, who still had no expression. Did not expect her strength to be the strongest. Your future task is to support any one of us whenever there is an emergency. GE finally spoke, with a hint of coldness in her voice, but it sounded very comfortable. Summer cool breeze. Oki nodded, indicating no problem. Since all three of them have been assigned, of course, they will not say much about the gold plating. After speaking, GE stood up and went out. Mumuzi sat next to Oki and spit out his tongue and said, Sister GE is going to be busy again. She is the busiest of the three of us, but the strength is really strong. It may not be too big with some four Heavenly Kings gap. There was a slight shock in my heart. Is it so strong? Exclamation mark. The Joey family has no combatants, and it is really terrible when they come out. The chief search officer was very busy. Soon Zifuki Muzi and Junshokeya left, leaving only Oki and sitting in a chair. Well, it's still a good time to be famous. The chief search officer has given the right, but it has also delayed growth. If you have been so busy, how can you improve your strength? Oki stretched a long waist slowly walked out. It's rare to be able to rest and relax. www.mentalnovel.com is not easy. Oki. But before he could really relax, Oki heard a far cry. When I saw someone, my head hurt a little. What should I do with this burden? Hibiscus. Would Vladary's approach work? Fifth more. Ask for a monthly pass, for the second leader of Meow 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 Meow. Add 310. Still looking for Dark Rise of the Elves free novel? Baidu direct search. It is easy to read a novel. Equals. Chapter 956 Development of Source of Resources. Finally, Oki returned to Fuai Town with a small tug of oil, hibiscus. During the period when Oki left, Fuai Town changed a lot. Today, the entire town of Fuai has been regarded as one of the best developed towns in Feniyuan, and the nearby Luayin town has been caught up. Of course, it is limited to cities and towns. Many cities in Feniyuan district are still ahead of Fuai town, especially the commercial street in front of the Fuai Dao Pavilion, because it is indeed very profitable. So the German company expanded this commercial street. Fuai.orgwan's income also rose. The artificial lake, which was officially opened some time ago, is under the management of Fuai-Doken. Now the first batch of elven seedlings have been born, and many people have come to capture the elves. However, we still need to control the number of places. So many people can only wait in line for numbers. At this time, you can stroll around the shopping street and buy something. Improve development. There is also a Breeders' Guild. The current Breeders' Guild in Fuai Town is the second largest branch of the Breeders' Guild after the Alliance headquarters. Many people have come to seek help from the breeder. In general, Fuai Town at this time has begun to make crazy profits. The resource income of Fuai.org also rises steadily every month. When Oki returned to Fuai Town, he flew hibiscus directly to the Breeders' Guild, so that a more honest breeder would take Furong to visit the entire Fuai Town first. For the time being she has no time to ignore her. Directly plunged into the Fuai Road Museum. At this time, Sky was mainly responsible for the Fuai Road Museum, and the 3 brigades were responsible for the Sky team in Zijing City. At present, everything is going smoothly. After Aoki showed a certain strength, the forces in Zijing City accepted the Sky team instead of the Void. But it was not easy for them to spit out the meat that had been bitten from the Void mouth. At present, the Sky team has no time to compete for these things, and it is the most important to vigorously develop its own strength. Aoki went directly to Sky and explained all the things about the aromatherapy shop he had organized on the plane, as well as some preparations to be done, and let him take charge of the planning. The fragrance shop needs to be completed as soon as possible. Aoki will first release several fragrances with different functions, and first make its name known. If possible, in every city in Fenyuan area, open a fragrance shop and complete the chain. For Aoki, that is to earn a little extra money, it is not worth him to do it himself. At the same time, he also asked Sky to tell the 3 brigades that they were looking for something and needed their help to collect it. Mainly some materials for a pair of Leo's fairy egg. At the Alliance headquarters, after meeting with the other 3 chief search officers, Aoki exchanged several waveguide props in the search officer's redemption list, which could help Leo's elven egg repair, but it is still a lot worse. Explain everything directly into the backyard. No one can disturb unless Furong or acquaintances find him enough. Because he wanted to stir up super evolution, there are 2 super evolutionary stones that have never been tested to see if they have any elves that can match. In addition, the flame chicken has only undergone a super evolution, and it takes a long time to exercise to truly use the power of super evolution. In addition, Aoki itself needs to conduct a basic training of his body and willpower to see if it can achieve a certain effect. It is certainly impossible for Aoki to meet the mere evolution of an elf. But one thing has not been determined, that is, the super evolutionary stone of each elven. Is there only one in the elven world? Not necessarily. As far as Aoki knows, Xanadu has 2 super evolutionary stones. Using the ability of the unknown totem, open up a different space directly on the big tree in the backyard, and walk in with the elves. At present, the elves are not able to control the super evolution. During the super evolution, the super evolution energy will be scattered and others may not perceive it. But Aoki feels that his teacher should be okay. Although Liu Shengen hasn't returned yet, it's just in case. After entering the mouth of the different space, all the elves were summoned directly, including the elves that were originally on the island. They were taken together by teleportation. Now all the battle elves in Aoki are gathered. Among them are 5 king-level elves, Dream Demon, Kixie Bluebird, Dawang, Gengui and Mrs. Huiji. 4 Quasar King-level elves, Crowhead, Dragon King Scorpion, Mauler and Monster Marsh. 4 elite elves, Mosquito Repellent Frog Emperor, Kodola, Shakira and Flaming Chicken. There are still baby dragons, mohairs, lalulas, small broken diamonds, and Liaru elves' eggs that have not hatched yet. If you count the desert dragonflies of the half-fighting elves, there are now 19 elves in Aoki that need to be cultivated. This is an incredible number for any trainer. After all, the cultivation of each elven represents a huge investment in resources. Fortunately, now Aoki is basically able to be self-sufficient, and now he still has a certain deposit. It is also because the elves, Baby Dragon, Mohair, Lalulas, Little Broken Diamond, and Lioli have not really started to cultivate them. There are already 5 king-level elves, and their growth has entered a stable period. Although the amount of resources required is large, it is better than a small stream. It is a relatively stable period of time. As long as it is not a breakthrough in strength, at the moment, there is basically no special consumption. The 4 Quasar King spirits, except for the giant monster, have reached the pinnacle of the Quasar King, and can only enter the Uranus level with a single kick. This is what they need to do during this period of time, and it is also the most resource-consuming of all the elves in Aoki, because they have to keep accumulating power. The Flaming Chicken and Shakira, for the time being, have entered a stable development period, but their growth rate must be much faster than the dumb kings. Maybe it won't be long before they can catch up with the dull kings. The growth of elves is fast, or baby dragon them. Starting from the second echelon, every time Oki has new elves to train, they will not immediately train and fight them with high intensity, but a little bit. Let them lay the foundation firmly, and then quickly growth period. In this way, the elves will not affect their final limits due to rapid growth. Baby Dragon's accumulation www.mtlnovel.com is almost the same. It's time to start the rapid growth period. Here are 2 super evolutionary stones. I believe that you all now understand their role, but it is necessary to test whether they are super evolutionary stones that you can use. Oki held 2 colorful stones. Facing them said his elf. It's like the opening meeting. Except for Flaming Chicken, Kodola and Kixie Bluebird, the other elves stared at the super evolutionary stone in Oki's hands with a burning eye. Some elves don't know that they are not super evolved. Oki didn't say, but it left a little hope for them. Maybe they can really find the super evolution that belongs to them in the future. After all, everything is possible in this world. First, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Still looking for Dark Rise of the Elves free novel? Baidu direct search. It is easy to read a novel. Equals. Chapter 957 Super Gang. Now, release your own energy and try to touch these 2 stones. If there is induction, it is your super evolutionary stone. Oki said, there are so many elves now, and the unknown test was obviously a waste of time. Direct all the elves to contact with their own energy, much more simply. When hearing Oki's words, most of the elves closed their eyes and extended their energy to these 2 super evolutionary stones. Suddenly Oki felt light on his hand, and a super evolutionary stone suspended directly. Oki showed a touch of joy. Those who can directly levitate super evolutionary stones may be the elves that have evolved to the final form and are capable of super evolution. And Oki now can directly super evolve the elves, in addition to the monster. Only Genghost, one of the 2 elves. I saw the super evolutionary stone, slowly floating in front of Gengui. The laughing Gengui himself was also a little dazed. He just felt that the super evolutionary stone in Oki's hands seemed to have some connection with himself. When he attached energy to the super evolutionary stone, it gave himself feedback. Geng looked at the super evolutionary stone, and the Gengui who reacted showed a surprised look. 2 super evolutionary stones, one of them flew to Gengui, and the other remained quietly in Oki's hands without moving. The energy of the remaining elves contacted this super evolutionary stone, and there was not much change. Confirmed. One of them is Gengui, and the other is not used by his own elf. Gengui slowly grasped this super evolutionary stone in his hands. The remaining elves looked envious. Oki smiled and took out a keystone from the storage space and said to Gengui, try it, Gengui. Oh, Gengui and Oki looked at each other, nodded firmly. Knowing that the Flaming Chicken's morphology has changed after the super evolution, its strength has also become stronger. I don't know how much I can improve after super evolution. As for whether it can be super evolved, Gengui was one of the earliest elves who followed Oki. From the trial island, he followed Oki's side, and has always been a close guard of Oki. The relationship with Oki cannot be said to be the best among all the elves, but it is definitely the existence of the top 3. Super evolution. Genghost. Oki shouted vigorously. The remaining elves gave up a certain position, giving Gengui enough room to play. Well, Gengui yelled suddenly, and a large amount of super evolutionary energy emerged frantically on the super evolutionary stone in his hand and got into his body. After entering the body of Gengui, the super evolutionary energy did not directly transform its body, but gathered into a ray of black energy in Genghis' body. That strand of energy was once sent to the Mountain of God. When the second old man helped Gengui to evolve, he threw the last trace of energy left over to the strange black crystal of Gengui. At this time, the connection between Oki and Gengui had been established, and he felt the existence of that energy. After absorbing a large amount of super evolutionary energy, the black energy expanded directly, expanding wildly until the energy in the super evolutionary stone of Gengui was absorbed by the black energy here. When Oki thought that super evolution failed in this way, the mass of black energy became a big beating, and then a special frequency of beating appeared, like a heart. Boom, ha, boom. After the mass of energy was beating, Genghis' body also began to change, and then beating with the mass of energy. Boom. Suddenly, the mass of energy was like a water polo, and suddenly burst open, and the super evolutionary energy that was wrapped in it rushed into every corner of Geng's body. Crazy again, mixed with the black energy that diffused together, slowly absorbed by Gengui. The last strand of black energy is finally absorbed and digested. Genghis' body began to change. A round black energy shield directly wrapped Gengui. Without that black energy barrier, Genghis' super evolution process became very smooth. The two fists slowly fell to the ground, and at the same time, a barb like a spike was grown on the fist, which directly made the entire fist look larger. But the feet slowly dived into the ground, just like they usually dive into the shadows. It was just this infiltration that Genghis' feet disappeared. On the forehead, a crack appeared in the middle of the eyes, and a yellow ball like an eye emerged from it. It looks like it has one more eye and has become a three-eyed elf. At the contact between the body and the ground, slender and sharp barbs also appeared, and the spikes on the back became more and more slender. The black energy hood dissipated. At the moment when the energy hood dissipated, a colorful super evolution mark appeared on the energy hood. Gengui super evolution is complete. Super Geng. Oki looked at Gengui, and Gengui opened his mouth and looked at Oki. Oki has already experienced with flaming chicken, but Gengui is the first time feeling figured out. The super evolved Gengui not only did not grow taller, but even slightly lowered, mainly because his feet have completely entered the soil. But overall, the body is a lot bigger. The vertical length has not changed, but the horizontal length has increased. Oki's startup chip scanned Geng's data. This is also his first super level elf, and he doesn't know how much it has increased. Pokemon, Gengui light blue super evolutionary form. Gender, male. Level 60 plus 4 levels. Attribute, ghost plus poison. Features, step shadow. Carry item, poisonous orb. Genetic skills, fire fist, ghost face, black mist. Basic skills, shadow fist, hypnotism, tongue lick, resentment, black eyes, curse, night shadow, strange light, assault, tooth for tooth, shadow ball, dream eater, evil wave, same life, woe. Teaching skills, sleep, shadow ball, spiritual mindfulness, special change, snoring, song of doom, freezing fist, thunder fist, acting. Skill learner, hold, awakening strength. Grass, dream words, poisonous, provocation, poison strike, venom shock. 100,000 volts. Light blue qualification. What Oki noticed for the first time was Genghis qualification, which hit the light blue directly. However, according to the super evolution of flaming chicken www.untilnovel.com, it should not be because of super evolution, but because of the black energy that was finally digested, directly raising Genghis' qualification to this level. It seems that the power in the black crystal given by Shinshan Xuanglao is not so simple. Oki thought secretly, put this doubt in your mind for the time being. According to the level, 4 levels of promotion. That is the limit of entering the Uranus level. Level 65 is the real Uranus level. Now the level 60 Gengui, after super evolution, the strength is equivalent to the level 64 Gengui. Of course, it is also the result of chip computing analysis. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Still looking for Dark Rise of the Elves free novel? Baidu direct search. It is easy to read a novel. Equals. Chapter 958. Double Super Evolution nodded in satisfaction. Oki is very satisfied with Genghis' super evolution. Gengui, an elf, can be used regardless of his status as an alliance or rocket. After all, it's hard to tell if it's not studied carefully. One more real hole card. Different from the super evolution of the flaming chicken, Gengui is a king-level elf who super-evolved and immediately added a tough hole card to Oki. An elf with stronger explosive ability than the Dull King. And the qualification has been upgraded to light blue, and there is a lot of potential to be tapped. Gengui, how do you feel? Oki asked with a smile. Gengui raised his hand and looked at his body. It has changed a lot. And there is a hint of dark red where it touches the ground. It looks even more weird. Gengui screamed, and a dark black energy ball appeared in his hand. But the middle of this energy ball seemed to be doped with a few rays of red energy. Shadow ball smashed directly towards the edge of the alien space. Boom! Exclamation mark. The wind roared by the loud roar and the energy from the explosion. The 5 letters on Oki's wrist flickered, and a huge hole appeared in the alien space created. However, with the efforts of unknown totems, this hole was quickly repaired. The power is considerable. Another point is that after completing the super evolution, Genghis' characteristics changed from cursed body to step shadow. During the battle, all non-Ostbast elves with non-stomping characteristics cannot escape, nor can they be replaced during the battle. It does not help much in combat. It is a subsidiary feature. However, Gengui has the skills of acting and changing, and will not have much impact. That being the case, try a little more. Speaking of which, Oki took out the Super Evolution Stone of the Flaming Chicken and the corresponding keystone. Delivered the Super Evolution Stone to the Flaming Chicken. Each hand holds a keystone. Flame Chicken, Super Evolution. Oki took a deep breath. And now he will try to see if a trainer can control the super evolution of 2 elves. Hearing Oki's words, the Flame Chicken was excited. It's been a long time since I felt the magical and powerful energy again. Scared, the Flame Chicken roared. The super evolutionary stone energy in his hand poured into the body. This is the second time that the Flaming Chicken has undergone super evolution. It takes less time than the first time, and evolution is fast. After scaring Mo shattered all the flames around him, Super Flame Chicken appeared. Seeing the appearance of the Super Flaming Chicken, and the Super Ghost standing aside, my heart was about to wander, and suddenly felt a headache. Humphrey. Oki knelt down on the ground with a frown. The elves saw Oki's appearance and immediately gathered around. Mrs. Huiji wanted to give Oki some simple treatment. It's okay. Oki stopped Mrs. Huiji and stood up slowly with the help of Madara. The headache that just appeared suddenly really made him faint. Fortunately, I got over it. After covering my head with my superpowers, I got some relief. However, I can still feel that the energy in my body is going crazy, and the superpower is also being consumed at an extremely fast speed. According to his current physical fitness, the super evolution of an elf should be able to last for about 15 to 20 minutes, but if it is the super evolution of 2 elves, even with the assistance of super abilities, I believe that it will take at most 3 minutes. You will completely lose consciousness. If you want to maintain sufficient combat power, it can only last up to 2 minutes. This is the limit that Oki can reach now. If you want to increase the time, or even say that you want to increase the number of super evolved elves, it will take a long time to exercise, and if you can, it is best to increase the super ability. It seems that the usual training cannot be dropped. I need to participate in the gravity of the small broken diamond, and need more unknown totem help. Oki thought silently. The bodies of Super Flaming Chicken and Super Gengui suddenly burst out with a lot of super evolutionary energy, and they also returned to their original appearance. Oki lifted super evolution. Elves also need more time to become familiar with the super evolved strength improvement. Start training, Oki said to the elves. Baby Dragon, La Rulers, Mohama, and Little Broken Diamond, like Shake Era, used to enter the back hills for combat training and improve their basic strength. Now is the time when they need to improve their strength. But if you want a quiet time to train the elves, then Furong's little girl must be calmed down first. Oki was thinking about whether to transfer her to Ogo for a while, and she didn't have time to cook this little guy for the time being. Just as Oki was thinking, a crack appeared again in the barriers of different spaces. Huh? He looked surprised at the crack. A flat, Black Elf suddenly pierced through the crack. Unknown totem. As if to verify Okus' words, after the elf got in, he looked around with one eye, and soon confirmed Okus' identity, and flew directly towards him. It may be that Okus' desire for the unknown totem was sensed, and the little boy came by himself. The 5 letters on the wrist flashed as if welcoming a new partner. The unknown totem did not hesitate, like his companions, directly attached to Okus' wrist. At the same time, several words appeared in Okus' brain. It seems that the appearance of this unknown totem is just for rumors. 6 unknown totems. Oki interpreted that passage. The meaning is a bit vague. It seems that something is getting closer and Oki needs to be prepared to do so, but the specific thing has not been revealed. This word is past. It is better not to pass it. The cloud is in the mist. However, it's better to have an unknown totem, and Okus' brow has increased his super ability. Distance to reach the level of advanced super ability. www.mentalnovel.com probably still need 20 years. Not bad. At least it looks a little hopeful in life. It's better than meditating for 70 years to become a junior superpower. Okus' heart comforted herself, then joined the training of the elves. Not only physical exercise, but also your own superpowers. There are a lot of elves who can super evolve. How much strength and advantages they can play in the future depends on how hard they work. Third, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Still looking for Dark Rise of the Elves free novel? Baidu direct search. It is easy to read a novel. Equals. Chapter 959 Call of Sakagi. The howling wind blew across the cheeks. Oki rode on the back of the desert dragonfly towards Kanas. But Oki is not alone. There is a person on the back of the desert dragonfly. Hibiscus. Time has come a month later. Oki and the elves trained in Fuai town for a month. If it is not interrupted, it is estimated that training will continue. But now there is no way but to leave. It happened that Furong had enough fun in Fuai town. Fortunately, Liu Shengang just returned in the middle, and Oki threw Hibiscus to Liu Shengang directly. He never dreamed that he was drinking tea in the office the same day as the old god. But in the end this burden was thrown on his head. There was no way. Liu Shengang still taught Furong many elves fighting methods and training methods to let him survive this time. Flying to Kanas city now serves 2 purposes. One of them was Oki preparing to send Hibiscus to Ogo as chief search officer. As the saying goes, government officials crush people. There is no way I believe Ogo wants to refuse. Before going, Oki made a special call to ask if I was in Kanas. After making sure he was there, Oki took Furong over. One more thing is that Oki will fly to Kandu area in Kanas city. Because of the rocket's call, or simply say, it is the call of Sakagi. This is the main reason to interrupt Oki training. Sakagi knows Oku's strength, and it seems that he has some tasks to give him. For the rockets, Furong can't participate, so Oki can only give her to Ogo. Hibiscus sitting in the desert dragonfly for the first time was still very happy. 3 hours later, they arrived in Kanas. I also saw Ogo. Doru was still very happy with the arrival of Oki and Furong. With a big wave, "You are welcome to eat a big meal full of rice." Oki urinated directly, and at the same time texted Doru that he was going to do things in Gwandu area, and Furong asked him to take care of it. The final signature was Oki, Chief Search Officer of Feni Yuan. As for how Ogo and Furong got along behind him, Oki ignored it. He had already boarded a plane to Golden City. Sitting on the plane, Oki remembered what Sakagi called himself yesterday and what he told. It seems that the rockets have encountered some relatively large obstacles in the research of fantasy genes. It's also, if you want to reproduce the dream, it is impossible at all. If the dream is copied so well, the world will sooner or later get messy. Oki thought. As Sakagi said, there is a task that needs some cadres to perform. Oku's strength has reached the level of Heavenly King and can be mixed. Although it is only now that Oki has entered the Uranus strength, It is difficult to play too much role, but Sakagi must have his intentions to use himself. It also happened that he followed Aoki's new intentions and got involved in the study of fantasy genes. If you can access and get those precious materials, the help for the chip should be great. The Idiot King, Dream Demon, Gengui, Madame Huiji, Kixie Bluebird, Crowhead, Dragon King Scorpion, and Mara. Now these elves have reached the level of Heavenly King, Aoki thought. That's right, this month's training, whether it is the head of the Crow, Madara or the Dragon King Scorpion, successfully broke through to the Heavenly King level. The elves of the first echelon all officially entered the Heavenly King level, and Aoki began to gradually have a certain right to speak, whether in the League or the Rockets. I hope this time is a little more interesting, Aoki said a little, leaning on the back of the first-class seat of the plane, closed his eyes and rested. During this time, it was not only the elves who had undergone hard training. As a trainer, he had also worked very hard. Rubbing a strange ring on his hand, he went to sleep. I'm going. Can't get through to the phone? Aoki, this bastard. At the same time, Ogo, who was waiting in the restaurant waiting for Aoki to come back, was desperate. Furong, on the other hand, poked her lips and sat on the chair playing with her feet. She didn't have too many accidents. After all, Aoki told her at the beginning that she had to deal with something and let Ogo take her for a while. She was already mentally prepared. It's that Ogo is a little hard to accept. Also, Chief Search Officer Aoki, this bastard. Don't let me take a chance next time. Ogo gritted his teeth. Aoki left a box on his chair. Before I thought that Aoki was letting go, now it seems to be left to himself. Open the box and take a look. It contains a card and a strange stone. He had seen this stone before, and Aoki got it from himself. The card reads, I also found such a stone and I will give it to you. You must take good care of Hibiscus. We will fight one time next time and give you a chance to breathe out. Don't lose this stone, Aoki. This is definitely intentional. Doryu didn't say it, but he remembered it. Next time, you must have a good fight with Aoki to let him know how good he is. Let's go, Seremban. How about I take you to see our German company? Put away the stones and cards, Ogo said to Seron with a smile. Okay, Furong smiled happily. Although he and Ogo are not as familiar with Aoki, after all, they have been with each other for a long time. Furong followed Ogo and walked out of the restaurant. Golden City really hasn't been here for a long time. Aoki looked out at the bustling street and the gradually lit street lights when he walked out of the airport and murmured, I don't know if Nazi is in Golden City. For Nazi, a moody man, Aoki's heart was still a little dazed. It's not that he was afraid. Now that his strength has reached the level of Heavenly King, although he is not Nazi's opponent, at least it is not without the ability to resist. Touched the ball in the middle of the ring of the index finger of the left hand again, and set a lot in my heart. Striding out of the airport, then summoned the Dull King, and left the Golden City directly using instant movement. Well, the speed of this little guy's improvement is really horrible. Now I dare to use instant movement in front of me. Good. In the Golden Hall of the city, a person sits on a chair that is high with a toy base, supports his head with one hand, and superpowers flow in his eyes. Nazi. Well, forget it. It should be that the boss is calling him, relying on a boss to support him. But his courage is a lot bigger. www.mentalnovel.com. This little guy is getting more and more fun. Hee. Nazi suddenly laughed. It's like finding something fun. Aoki, who had just left Golden City, suddenly felt the goosebumps on his neck suddenly standing. Ahem, shouldn't Nazi be in Golden City? Aoki looked at the Dull King beside him. The Dumb King's expression of helplessness nodded. When he was using teleportation, he felt the familiar superpower and felt the trajectory of his teleportation. Although now she broke through to the Heavenly King level, she was no longer so afraid of her, but she was still a little uneasy. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Still looking for Dark Rise of the Elves free novel? Baidu direct search. It is easy to read a novel. Equals. Chapter 960. Cats around Sakagi Chimpanchengking. Riding a desert dragonfly. through the forests outside Yuhong City, and Yuhong City successfully reached Chengpan City. When I came last time, I was still mentioned by Nazi. This is the second time Aoki came to Chengpan. To be honest, even in the previous life of Aoki, as a member of the Rockets for so many years, they rarely come to Chengpan. Although it cannot be said to be the Rockets' largest base, it is definitely the most important base, because the Rockets leader Sakagi is stationed here. At the same time, he also acts as the owner of the Museum of the Joban City. Tokiwa City is the headquarters of the Rockets, but it hasn't affected the residents of Tokiwa City too much. Even because of Sakagi's existence, other underground forces did not dare to take root in Chengpan City. The life here is more comfortable than the residents of other cities. I have to say, this is also the Rockets' silent mockery of the league. Where the Rockets manage, the happiness index of residents is actually the highest. It is mainly because of the indecision of the alliance that allows those ground forces to survive, and the Rockets do decisively. Compared to the alliance, those small underground forces are more afraid of the Rockets. After coming out of Golden City, Aoki concealed his identity. After entering the forest of Yuhong City, he even restored himself to his original appearance. Black hair and black eyes are common hair and pupil colors in the elf world. In this world, human hair and eyeballs are almost all colors, and Aoki is too lazy to vomit. As I get older, my cheeks are slightly firmer, and wearing a human skin mask all year round also makes the skin on Aoki's face a little white, with red lips and white teeth. It looks like a handsome guy next door. There is still a certain rate of turning back on the street of. The Dull King didn't follow Aoki, and when walking on the street, there were occasionally a few young girls secretly looking at Aoki. When Aoki looked down, his face turned red immediately, and he ran away with his head down. Already, Aoki smiled lightly, touching his chin, and his smile was a little cold. It doesn't just look like Kogo. My skin seems to be good. With a hint of self-mockery. For people of his identity, looking good is the most useless thing. The little white face of this world has no living space. Slowly walked to the entrance of the Joban Dojo, where they stopped. Aoki slightly pulled open his jacket, revealing the Rockets uniform and a captain's badge on the uniform. The two gatekeeper members of the Rockets immediately stood up, leaning forward slightly to show respect. At this time, Aoki's height also reached the level of 1 meter 778. People who do not know his true age will no longer treat him as a little guy. This is still on the street, and they can salute forward by expressing respect. Entering the Chengpan Road Museum, there were members of the Rockets immediately receiving news. Seeing the Rockets uniform they were wearing, Aoki slowly took off his jacket, revealing a black uniform inside, and also the captain's medal with his chest. Stow your clothes in the storage space and stride towards them. The Joban Dojo is the Rockets industry. It's normal to see the members of the Rockets on the open day. Directly walked into the underground secret passage, and walked along the passage, which is the secret base of the Chengpan Rockets. Aoki, led by 2 squadron captains, went straight to a gate. This should be Sakagi's office. Go in. A voice sounded from inside. The 2 squadron captains respectfully pushed open the door, allowing Aoki to go straight in. After entering, I saw Sakagi's signature desk and a lot of documents on the desk. At the same time, a cat boss quietly lay beside Sakagi's chair. A lazy look only came in Aoki at that time. He looked up at him slightly. This cat boss is not weak, and Aoki doesn't dare to underestimate him. Boss. Aoki shouted respectfully into the office, kneeling on one knee. Sakagi was carefully examining a document in his hand. He didn't look at Aoki, but said, "Aoki, get up. You don't need to salute like this. First, find a place to sit and I will read this information." Yes. Aoki stood up, nodded, and obediently found a place to sit down. Take Sakagi as a person. What he asks you to do is what he really wants you to do, and he is not a false person. To put it plainly, Sakagi is a pragmatic person. As long as you can accomplish what he asked you to do, even if you sometimes go a little too far, it is not unacceptable. Just like Nazuki, Sakagi valued her superpowers and knew that Na's personality was a bit out of touch, and he would not punish her. Sitting on the sofa in the office, waiting quietly, take time to start the chip to look around, and also scan the information of the cat boss. Every time I see this cat boss, he is all around and touched by Aoki Sakagi. But would a person like Sakagi be followed by an ordinary elf? This cat boss is estimated to also play the role of Sakagi's personal guard. Just like Gen Ghost of Aoki, elf, the boss of the cat. Light blue, gender, male. Level, 80. Attribute, general department. Features, technical master. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, coquettishness, momentary amnesia, odor detection, treasure collection. Basic skills, high-speed stars, frolic, drop, grab, scream, bite, high fashion strike, random scratch, harsh sound, surprise hit, provocation, power gem, split, trick, malicious pursuit, temptation, key to assault, attack. Teaching skills, iron tail, seed bomb, loud sound, frozen wind, snatch, hell spike, water fluctuation, shooting down, snoring, trash shooting. Skill learner, poisonous, destroying light, hold, 100,000 volts, shadow ball, shadow clone, swallow return, seal, shadow claw, tooth for tooth, dream eater, substitute, evil wave. The cat boss seemed to feel the sight of Aoki, lay on the ground and opened one eye, glanced at Aoki lightly, and narrowed his eyes again after making sure there was no danger. Looking at the data of the cat boss www.mtlnovel.com, Aoki fell into silence. In the end, it can only be attributed to one sentence: it is indeed the Rocket's leader. This cat boss is obviously not Sakagi's main battle elf, maybe even in the form of half pets and half bodyguards, can be cultivated to this extent. Especially that long list of skills is simply to keep Aoki away. The 80 level has reached the threshold of champion level elves. Aoki now has a lot of interest in Sakagi's Bumblebee, including other main battle elves. Fifth more. Ask for a monthly pass, for the second leader of Meow 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 Meow. We will add 410. I've watched too much today, but I think I can sleep well today. Still looking for Dark Rise of the Elves free novel? Baidu direct search. It is easy to read a novel. Equals. Chapter 961. Rocket Card. As Aoki didn't wait too long, Sakagi put down after reading the report in his hand. Look at Aoki. A smile appeared in the corner of his mouth. Yes, your growth rate is indeed beyond my expectations. I thought you would have at least a year to go. I didn't expect to have reached the rank of Heavenly King now, Sakagi said. Thank you for your compliments. Aoki stood up and said respectfully. Sakagi beckoned and motioned to Aoki to sit down and talk. Since you have reached the Heavenly King level, then as I promised you, from now on, you are the Carder of the Rockets. And from now on, you are fully responsible for all matters of the Rockets in the Feniyun area. All personnel transfer and entry into the Feniyun area can only be performed after your review. In addition, the appointment of your Sky Team branch captain and the following members in Feniyun area can be determined by yourself. Sakagi spoke for a long time. The main meaning is that from now on, Aoki will be a Carder of the Rockets, and Sakagi will give him the full power of the Feniyun area. Official Fengjiang. Although there are not many things in Feniyun area now, and Aoki has been responsible for it, at least now, the name and identity are really different. Thank you, boss. Aoki respected again. Carders but not Carders, in the Rockets, still speak with strength. Just annoying flies will be much less. However, this is obviously not the main purpose of Sakagi calling Aoki this time. Look at this report. Speaking, Sakagi gave Aoki the report he had just seen. Aoki took it straight and looked up, looking at the rise of this report and the signature of the report, a Dream Gene Researcher report. Xiaobo. Aoki was slightly surprised, and continued to look down. Dream genes are the main reason that led to Sakagi's decision to shrink the entire Rockets. Xiaobo, as Aoki knows, is one of the main leaders of Fantasy Genes research and the one who will create the super dream in the future. Sakagi actually shows himself such an important research report. But when Oki looked down, his brow gradually wrinkled. Fantasy genes are highly repulsive to each other. The probability of replicating dreams is estimated to be 0.07%. Oki muttered after seeing the final result. Yes, this is not the first time we have tried to integrate the dream gene, and the final result is still the same. It is as if the fantasy gene has a set of codes in addition to the most basic gene. If we cannot obtain it, we will not be able to recreate the fantasy, Sakagi said lightly. It was obviously not the first time such a report had appeared on his desk. It may even be the 10th time, a dozen times, etc. That Oki didn't know what to say for a while. Keep looking down. After hearing Sakagi's words, Oki turned to the next page. The idea of fantasy genetic modification, and the possibility of success, will eventually create a new species with a probability of 11.3%. Transforming fantasy genes and creating new species. This probability is quite high, but only 10%. It's only been a while since the discovery of the fantasy gene. Has the rockets started to abandon the clone of fantasy and have studied genetic changes? Preliminary recommendations. The genes that can be ingested are flame birds, lightning birds and frozen birds. There was a slight tremor in his heart, and Oki felt that he might be the main reason to guess that Sakagi called himself this time. See the key places? Sakagi asked. Oki nodded. Sakagi stood up, walked to the edge of the window, and looked at the rocket base outside. This is underground. Outside his window is the research room of fantasy genes. We have been holding the information and residence of the three birds. Since the transformation of fantasy genes requires the genes of other elves, of course, the stronger the elves, the better. Participate. That's how to capture the three divine birds. Sakagi's face was full of perseverance. Even if dreams cannot be reproduced, then simply create an elf that is stronger than dreams. Create an elf that can surpass the dream. As the rockets, nothing is impossible. Trinity bird? It shouldn't be a true three-eyed bird. However, whether or not it is a real three-eyed bird, Oki feels that with his current strength, he seems to be unable to participate. It was as if seeing Oka's thoughts, and a smile appeared on Sakagi's face. You can rest assured that this time there is no intention to make you responsible, and Dark and Shadow will be the main force, and you only need to assist from the side. With the assistance of Oki, Oki could accept it. But, however, there will be other people participating this time, and you need to be prepared. Then Sakagi gave Oki a very strange look. There is a kind of meaning that needs self-understanding. As soon as Oki disappeared, Sakagi's eyes disappeared. Secretly keep this in mind. This other must be the reason why Sakagi is calling Oki. This is your Kada's medal. In the future, you will still be directly responsible to me. You can ask the Shadow and the Dark for the details of the task. This time they are both commanders. Also, as a benefit to upgrade to a Kada, you have a share of 200 million Alliance coins in the Rockets redemption list. I temporarily added 200 million to you, which means that you now have a share of 400 million Alliance coins. See for yourself what else needs to be prepared before the mission begins. I hope your assignment will give me a satisfactory result. After speaking, Sakagi lowered his head and started his own business again. Oki was also very entertaining and left directly. This is a pleasant surprise. I did not expect to have so many exchange shares after becoming a Kada. To know the exchange list of the shelf, it can be said that it is relatively complete in the wizard world. Except for something found only in some other areas. www.mtlnovel.com. The rest may be more complete than the Alliance, because the League dares not put things out, the Rockets dare, the Union dares to do things, the Rockets dare. With this 400 million share, I can make good use of it. Leaving Sakagi's office, he pinned the medal as a Kada on his chest. At this rocket base, except for some extremely secretive places, no one can go to Oki. Some members of the rocket team met in the middle, after seeing the medal on Oka's chest, immediately stood by the wall of the passage, and saluted him with respect. As for what they look like and who they are, This is not something they can focus on. This is the basic class system of the Rockets. Before anyone becomes a Carder, they must ensure due respect when they see the Carders. Sorry, it may die in vain. Carders are the privileged class that all members of the Rockets aspire to. First, more begging. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 962 Takegawa family leaving Sakage's office. According to Sakagi, Aoki needs to find shadows and darkness first. However, when I saw myself before, the rare shadow and dark were not present. It seems that even if the two of them are tasked, they must be fully prepared. After a little hesitation, Aoki decided to find the two people first, and after knowing the specific situation, he made the next plan. Sakage's last meaningful look made Aoki always feel that something needs attention. It was just that Sakagi didn't say it explicitly, and Aoki had to explore and guess by himself. Directly took out the communicator and dialed Ying's communication number. After getting the location of the two of them from him, Aoki went straight to it. It was originally in the rocket space, but the two were discussing the details of the mission, so they did not see Aoki with Sakagi. For this time Aoki became a Carder. Yingson had long been ready. Although the speed is a bit faster, it did not exceed his expectations. In a year, from a little guy who struggled to survive on a trial island to a high-profile rocket Carder now, it's not surprising that it was deceiving. However, my investment was inadvertent at first, and the results can be achieved so quickly. Although Aoki may only be entering the Heavenly King's level now, it will not help them much. But after all, it is already Heavenly King. At the most basic level, the two are already on the same level. And now Aoki is no longer the one who can manipulate at will. How to deal with each other again is a key issue. If they are not handled well, they will not be used to the changes in attitude and status brought about by the change of status, and they may even face the opposite. This is not impossible. Directly came to the office where shadow and darkness were. I saw them sitting on the sofa. The map was spread out in front of them, and circles were drawn on the map, apparently to make some plans for the mission of capturing the three divine birds. The arrival of Aoki let the two let go of their affairs. Ying saw Aoki with a smile. Master Shadow, Master Dark. Aoki screamed twice. Although the words were not as respectful as before, they made the smile on the shadow face more natural and nodded quietly. Now Aoki is already a Carder of the Rockets. In terms of position, he is at the same level as the two. Even if they are not called by adults, they can't say anything. But this will make Shadow and Dark feel a little uncomfortable. They don't say it, but it doesn't mean they don't think so. Now Aoki lowered his posture all at once, but made them look at him. All of a sudden, the relationship between the three people was drawn closer, even closer than before. At least now, on the surface, the three belong to the same level, and there is no relationship between them. The shadow waved and said, "Don't use an adult in the future. Now we are already Carders of the Rockets. Just call your name." And also nodded in agreement. Aoki's attitude was manifested. And of course they could not always be so self-righteous. His growth rate is so fast. I believe that the three may be almost in the near future. By then, they will take advantage. Then, will Aoki surpass them? Spit everything out. Might as well simply be now. Aoki, sitting on the sofa, groaned for a while, and nodded in agreement. Is the mission leader supposed to have told you something about this? The three of them talked about the mission again. Aoki nodded. I said a little bit, but I've come to ask you any questions. The specific details are not clear. After hearing Aoki's words, Shadow and Dark glanced at each other. Then you don't know about the Jinquan family yet? Ying asked. Jinquan family? Aoki's brow gradually frowned. He's heard the name of this family. It's not a small family in the Kanto region, but he hasn't met. Have heard it, but haven't touched it, Aoki said. Ying slowly shook his head, and said with a smile, "No, you have touched it." Aoki froze slightly. Touched? Then remember things and messages about the family in your head. It shouldn't have happened before. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Aoki's mind, with a hint of hesitation and uncertainty. Regis? When he heard the name, Ying smiled. It seems that you are thinking about something coming. Yes, Regis' full name is Jinquen Regis, who is the first heir of the Jinquen family. The last thing you did, although everyone didn't say it, it doesn't mean that you don't know. Aoki frowned, and he seemed to understand a little what Seikaki's eyes looked like at that time. Is the old guy from the Jinquen family involved? Aoki was not sure. This time, the film did not speak, and nodded directly and surely. Yes, the person who shot this time was Jinquen Lox, the uncle of Regis, the brother of the current Jinquen family chief. Jinquen family currently ranked 3rd master. The specific assignment of the task is 3 of us. One of them is responsible for a 3 divine bird. If this is the arrangement, Aoki will understand what he really does this time. I don't know what the Jinquen family did to make Sakagi so unhappy. I still have to find someone to specifically target them, and I am the sharpest weapon Sakagi now has in his hands. The last look should also remind myself. This is also Regis, Aoki asked a little hesitantly. Should participate, but they don't know that you will participate. The leader of your affairs has only explained to us for the time being, Ying said, and gave Aoki a puzzling look. Silent for a while. Finally, Aoki asked, what does this Jinquen family www.untlenovel.com have to do with the rockets? If there is no answer to this question, Aoki will not have a specific dimension this time. I don't know to what extent. However, if Regis participates, then Aoki will definitely choose to make a break with him. This person's potential is good, and if allowed to develop, he will definitely become a thorn in his heart in the future. The Jinquen family is dark. Come on, you are better than me, Ying said. He glanced angrily at the shadow, hesitated a little, or said, the Jinquen family is the family of the leader's father, but the leader's father has actually severed his ties with this family, but because the rockets have developed rapidly they still found the door by themselves and provided a lot of talent for the rockets. It can be considered to have made a certain contribution. The leader slowly accepted their existence, but human desire is infinite. At this point, the secret did not continue to talk. But everyone who understands understands some things, so far. Second more. Begging. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 963. Eat poor. After understanding the true goal of this mission from Dark and Shadow, Aoki left. The two people discussed mainly how to deal with the 3 gods. Aoki may still play a supporting role, instead of facing the 3 gods. However, the 3 divine birds that allow the shadows and shadows to complete their goals are not the 3 true 3 divine birds, but maybe some high-level wild elves. Aoki did not participate in specific details, directly went to the exchange center of the rocket space. The share of 400 million alliance coins is not a small amount. Make good use of it, and still be able to bring some improvement to your elves before you set off. The first thing Aoki did was to exchange all the waveguide materials of Leos Elvenegg. I have to say that the rocket's inventory is really rich, and Aoki has been searching for materials that have not been found for a long time. After Larulas evolved into Chilulian, and before it evolved into Xanadu, all of the masterpieces of Chilulian's qualifications were not collected. So the second item is the main material. After the exchange of the 2 rare materials, 100 million shares were directly used. Then Aoki exchanged a lot of skill CDs. Rare skills CD. Some skill CDs are still difficult to find, but the number of these skill CDs is limited. For example, sword dance skills, with the authority of Kadas, can only be exchanged for sword dance skills at most twice a year, and some other skill CDs are also the same. No way, even for the rockets, these things are limited. Aoki suddenly redeemed all the rare skill CDs he could redeem this year. Whether it is available or not, there is absolutely no problem in exchanging it first. Maybe it will be used later. It's really unusable. You can earn a little money by selling it, and it won't rot in your hands. After all the exchanges are completed, Aoki still has a limit of 100 million. I didn't redeem anything else. I stayed for the time being. Maybe there is still time to use it. Under the bitter expressions of the exchange staff, Aoki returned home full of loads, while a group of staff were busy and sweating. None of the Aoki exchanges are cheap, and they are all light and careful. Coupled with the identity of the carders, they are even more afraid that they are not doing well enough, which will lead to no evil. Back to your room. There are still a few days before the start of the mission. During this time, everyone has to adjust their status. After checking that there were no surveillance or monitoring equipment in the room, Aoki opened a different space directly on the wall and went in for the final trimming. This task is a difficult task, and you need to think about what elves to bring with you. First of all, as the rocket's high secret mission, the League should not know, because all the people who shoot are carders and their associates. However, there is no guarantee that the League will put some deep nails in the rockets. Therefore, the idiot Aoki, the Elven King, should bring it, but if it is not a special case, Aoki will not summon the idiot king under the condition of ensuring absolute secrecy. Now some people in the rockets report Aoki, but the League is too much reason. After all, Sakagi also helped Aoki to set up a rocket base. But if caught by a unique elf like the Dull King, Aoki is more likely to be suspected. However, the evolution of the Dull King has been announced for some time now. I believe that as long as it is digested for a period of time, the number of elves like the Dull King will increase. At that time, Aoki will use the Dull King more safely. During this time, the Dull King successfully raised the level to level 64. This was a rapid improvement that he had accumulated for a long time and polishing. However, after he reached level 64, what he had accumulated before, also it's all consumed. Except for the Dull King, the remaining elves did not have many problems. Crow's Head and Mataro are the signs of Aoki's current status. Both elves also broke through to the Heavenly King level. In the previous month, through the accumulation of thin hair, successfully reached level 60. This is the result of the efforts of the two elves, and Aoki is very pleased. This task will also be the time when they take the lead. There is also Gengui, level 62. In addition, Genghis qualifications successfully broke into the light blue. It may be affected by the last strand of black energy. After Gengui broke through to the Uranus level, his ability to sense and control the energy of the ghost system rose straight. This made Aoki more aware of the extraordinariness of that energy. If the current Gengui is considered to be super evolved, he may have surpassed the Dull King in strength and became the strongest card in Aoki. After the Dragon King Scorpion broke through to the Heavenly King level, the level reached 61. And Mrs. Huiji's level reached 62. Dragon King Scorpion is okay. After all, there are many people using poisonous elves in the rockets, so even if they appear, they will not have a great impact. But Mrs. Huiji can't do it. She and the Dull King now almost represent Aoki's identity. As a last resort, Aoki will never summon Mrs. Huiji. However, the Dumb King and Mrs. Huiji cannot participate in the battle, but they have two other elves, Tanabata Bluebird and Dream Demon. The strength of the two elves is still considerable. Coupled with this month's assault, they have become more familiar with Aoki's fighting style and command rhythm. In this way, Aoki has 6 class elves who can use it. This time, they will also be the main force. However, the elves of the second echelon were also prepared to carry them. After all, it seems that the location of the mission this time is not just the existence of the 3 gods. Taking them with them can also exercise, complete the evolution as soon as possible, and catch up with the strength of the first echelon. This month, they also worked very hard, whether it's the giant marsh monster that has broken through to the Quasar King level, or the remaining elves who are still at the elite level. Flaming Chicken, Shake Era. I have to say, Kodola. At this time, Kodola's level was 41. After a month, he just upgraded the level by 1 level. This is what Aoki requires www.mentalnovel.com and is the result of Kodola's own consent. Together they suppressed the ranks, because of Kota's talent and potential. In this state, he has not developed his body to the extreme. There are no problems with evolution. But Aoki still hoped that he could lay the foundation more firmly. Kodola's qualifications also transitioned from Quasar Blue to Light Blue during this time, which is the limit of his state at this time. In addition, regardless of whether Kodola or Sheikh era, all the diamonds that Oki got on Neverland were completely taken short. Consumption is much faster than Oki imagined. Before leaving, Oki went to sweep the caves of small broken diamonds, and took away all the diamonds and ore they had piled up. However, it is estimated that it will not last long. Oki needs to find a solution to the ration problems of Kodola and Sheikh era. It's really poor. Third more. Begging. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 964 Air Fortress. 3 days later, a giant aerial fortress flew from the mountain above Honglian town, the southernmost part of the Kanto region. Just after leaving the mountain, the surface of the air fortress was rippling like water, and then disappeared in the air. This is one of the rocket's secret weapons. An air fortress that can be invisible at high altitude is a hidden weapon placed by the rockets in Honglian Town. Honglian Town is a town controlled by the rockets. Because the owner of the Honglian Road Museum is the author of this fantasy genetic modification plan, Xiaobo. Xiaobo is a highly talented person, appreciated by Sakagi, and has become the leader of this dream gene research. He has had good achievements in alpha research and competition, but only because the research theme he proposed was not accepted by the League, so he slowly turned to the rockets. In the rockets, he can show all his talents. Several people stood in the control room at the top of the air fort. At the front, 3 people stood by the window. Shadow, Dark and Jinquinlocks, a middle-aged man with a proud look, stood beside Shadow and looked at the sea of clouds in front. In addition to the 3 of them, there are many people in the control room, mainly under the leadership of some cadres, and some main control personnel in the air fortress. Oki sat on the sofa beside the control room, with Erlang's legs tilted, playing with a few black beads in his hands. Ignore the standing people. At this time, Oki once again put on his iconic black robe, except for the hands that were playing with black beads, only the cadre medal on his chest, indicating his identity. In this control room, in addition to the 3 leading men standing in the front, Oki is the only cadre-level member, so he sat there to play, and no one dared to say a word. After careful consideration, King decided to hide his identity to participate in this task. After all, what he has to do is different from Shadow, and Shadow hiding his identity is more conducive to his actions. In addition to their 4 cadres, there were others who stood respectfully waiting for their orders. These people are mainly those of the first 3, and some of them are familiar with Oki. There are several people who seem to be coming out of the Trial Island alive with themselves. At this time also become the ties of cadres. It seems that Trial Island is indeed a good way to screen out talented trainers. Although cruel and bloody, the results are pretty good for the rockets. In addition to them, there was another person who was closely followed by Oki. It was Regis, who hadn't seen him for a long time. He was standing not far behind his uncle, ahead of all the linemen behind locks. Does it seem that the strength has recovered well? Oki glanced at Regis. A smile slowly appeared in the corner of his mouth. He is used to covering his face with superpowers, and no one can tell who he is. And the few black beads in his hand are obstruction beads. Under the control of Oki's superpowers, he shuttled back and forth between his fingers, very smooth and flexible. This is a good way to exercise superpower control when you are fine. When Oki was fully familiar with all the hindrance speeds at this time, he flew out another hindrance speeds from the cuff of the black robe and joined in. Just by adding one, the difficulty has increased a lot. Oki sat the playing. The old was there. Those respectful cadres who stood by their subordinates looked at Oki secretly with the light from the corner of his eyes. Regis in particular always felt that the man in the black robe gave him a very familiar feeling. However, even if he is special, he can't look at a cadre of the rockets recklessly, and depending on the means of the opponent, he is obviously still a cadre with good superpowers. Not to mention him, even his uncle would not be willing to offend such a cadre. Even if he is weaker than him, but who can be a cadre, who can eat it. However, the rockets still hide mysterious people in this way, which makes Lox look down on it unconsciously. Behind the scenes, The air fort was officially launched. The Shadow 3 can also breathe a sigh of relief. Turned around and looked at the group of people standing behind him neatly, nodded with satisfaction. Ying's body jittered a little, and he wanted to come forward to say a few words, but Locke, who was standing next to him, walked directly to the front. He frowned subconsciously. Ying didn't speak, but his feet that were just about to be lifted back. The dark side of him shook his head slightly towards him, looking at Locke's eyes with a hint of coldness. Ying didn't say much. Others may not notice it, but Aoki sitting on the side of the sofa clearly sees it. The smile on his face was even worse. It's true, no one can blame this. Without knowing it, Locke began to speak directly, thinking of himself as the supreme commander in the air fortress. As for Shadow and Dark, he was put behind him. People in the Jinquan family should be at the center, no matter where they are. The arrogance exhibited by Locke suddenly caused Shadow and Dark aversion. But after all, the mission has just begun, and now it is obviously impossible to turn around. I believe you all know the mission this time, and that is to capture the 3 gods. These 3 divine birds are not the 3 in the legend, but their strength cannot be underestimated. At that time, there will be 3 of me, Shadow and Dark, to deal with the 3 divine birds, and your task is to solve small miscellaneous fish, while sweeping the island. This is your main task this time. Got it? Exclamation mark. Rox said it all, head to head, and Zizu was holding it. Having said that, Lox looked at Oki, who was still sitting on the sofa next to him, and frowned. www.mtnovel.com hesitated a little, but didn't say much. He just helps that he can become the most important commander, and does not mean that he has no head. He and Ying's identities are clear, and they know their identities and positions, so they don't worry that they will lose their face, or even intentionally. However, Oka's identity and position, and even other things, know nothing about it, and can only tell whether it is a card or a superpower. In uncertain circumstances, don't offend if you can. If the Jinquan family can get to this point, if they are all idiots, how can they survive in an underground organization like the Rockets? I see. The crowd answered loudly. Rox waved his hand. Okay, you all go down first, pay attention to your post, and we'll inform you when the task really starts. Let all of them leave. Close the door. In addition to the staff outside the fortress, there are only 4 people left in the control room. Fourth more. Begging. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 965 Secret Hole Card 3. Let's discuss the specific details. Lox said to the 3. Obviously, he has put himself in the leading position. Dark and Shadow looked at each other, and they saw the tirelessness and mockery in the other's eyes. The 2 walked to the side of the seat, sat down directly, and watched as Lox, standing in the middle of the room, prepared to say something. Oki was still sitting on his sofa, and he had nothing to do with his hung attitude. Rock's face was slightly ugly, but it didn't break out. Just now he lost his face, and now the 2 of them also brushed his face, which was a draw. After adjusting the mentality, he continued, according to the information of our rockets, these 3 elves, the flaming bird, the freezing bird and the lightning bird, all live on different peaks of the same island. According to our investigation, among the 3 elves, the strongest should be the flaming bird, followed by the frozen bird, and finally the lightning bird. Are we facing each other, or should we find each one, and then win all? The first is to face each one, so the task can be completed much faster, but it is also much more dangerous. Second, several people go together to deal with one, which is more secure and stable, but the speed of completing the task is slowed down. Both strategies have advantages. The attitude demonstrated by Lox is that it is best to be one person, so that he can show his strength and advantage, and occupy a greater right to speak in the Rockets. I don't know, what is the suggestion of Lord Lox? There is a smile on the shadow, and some irony can be heard in the words. Regardless of whether he understood or pretended not to understand, Lox groaned a bit and said, I think we should complete the task quickly, and we can't let the experimental team wait too long. Just now, Locks turned to look at Oki, who was still sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed and playing with beads. This Kada is somewhat fast-to-face. I don't know what modules are responsible for this task. From the beginning, he was more puzzled about the existence of Oki. After all, in his opinion, he and the Dark and Shadows were able to solve this task completely without the involvement of Oki. Hearing Locke's question, Nyanza from Oka's fingers stopped suddenly and stood up. This sudden movement scared Locks. I thought what was wrong and got angry at Oki. As a result, Oki stood up and swept across the three men's faces and said, "You are yours. I have my task. Go back to rest first." After that, Oki waved her hand and walked out. The cloak swayed without taking away a little cloud. Oka's face was obscured by superpowers, otherwise he could see the smile on his face. And throughout the room, except Rocks, I don't know what happened. Dark and Shadow also smiled a little behind him. Leaving the control room, even if he did not participate in the later things, I believe Ying would tell himself. The island where the three gods are located is at sea, and according to the speed of the rocket's air fortress, it can reach its destination for a maximum of 1 day. The mission this time is actually to get the genes of the three birds, and it is for this reason to use the air fortress. As long as the three divine birds are captured, the gene collection can be completed in the air fortress immediately. No matter what accident happens, the goal has been completed, and it doesn't matter if you retreat directly. In addition, there are a large number of members of the rocket team in the air fortress. When necessary, they can even conduct a carpet-like search on the island where the three mistresses are located. However, no one noticed that when the air fortress left from Honglian Island, another figure followed from behind and hung far behind the air fortress, just like the other party could know the position of the air fortress. Who is still unsure. But the elf on the other side is a fire-breathing dragon. I don't know what the specific purpose is. People in the air fortress did not find him. Back in Oki in the lounge, I sat on the bed and adjusted myself to the best. By the time the mission starts, he must be acting alone, and he will not be able to predict what will happen. After thinking about it a little, Oki threw a fairy ball. Gengui appeared in front of Oki. Gengui, go to the air fortress to see the situation. Don't be found. Oki said. Gengui nodded and submerged directly into the ground. It's a pity that there isn't a proper opportunity to contact the total control computer of this aerial fortress, otherwise, Oka's eyes flashed with some strange light. As long as he can access the general control computer of the air fortress himself for a certain time, Oki is confident that the chip can take down the air fortress. Although it can't be used immediately for your own use, it also adds a back road to yourself. Then Oki summoned the Doll King and Lalulas to leave a space coordinate in this room as a final insurance. All you need to do is wait for the battle to begin. As night fell, although the air fortress looked very magnificent, it was not moving fast enough. At night, it was really close to the island where the three migratory birds were. This is the data collected by the rockets during these years of maritime exploration. The three migratory birds live on several islands and have seen them more often, but they have not been too close. The rockets have not used a lot of power to deal with these three divine birds, and now it is not easy to find them. Oki sat on the bed and took out the communicator. Oki smiled when she saw the message on the communicator. So confident, do you think you are strong enough to deal with the strongest flamingo? Yes, this is the message that Ying sent to Oki, the final result of their later discussion. Rox is in charge of the strongest firebird, and Dark is in charge of the frozen bird of medium strength, and the Shadow is the last, the relatively weakest lightning bird. In general, www.mtlnovel.com. In fact, the allocation is quite reasonable. However, Lox did not count the existence of Oki. After determining the mission assignment, Oki summoned the Doll King again. Yeah, the dumb king cried. The idiot king, we will give you our whole cards, Oki said mysteriously to the idiot king. The Doll King immediately noticed, nodded, and disappeared into the room using instant movement. As for where to go, No one knows except Oki and the Dull King. Shortly after the Dull King left, Gengui returned. He got out of the ground next to Oki, and told Oki what he had investigated through electrocardiogram. After Gengui broke through to the level of Heavenly King, he was finally able to use the ability of electrocardiogram induction freely. Fifth more, for the second leader of Meow 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 Meister, reward more 510. Begging. Thank you Joker 7Z for your 5 rewards. Thanks to Lax Store Boss for a reward. Thank you for your support. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 966 Evolution. Kodola here Genghis report. Oki nodded and said he knew. Sure enough, nearly half of the people in this aerial fortress are from the Jinquen family. It's no wonder that Sakagi was bored with this family as much as he could. Oki thought secretly, if it is only a simple internal struggle between cadres, as long as it does not affect the development of the rockets, Sakagi will generally not care. Sometimes it even promotes this contradiction. On the one hand, it is more conducive to one's own management, and on the other hand, competition with each other will lead to mutual growth, which also has many benefits for the rockets. But what the Jinquen family did is clearly over the line, and there are too many lines. Already blatantly relying on his family of Sakagi's father, he began to plant his own staff in various places within the rockets. For Sakagi's order, it was also against Feng Yang. Although the fear of Sakagi is still very heavy and not too arrogant, will these Sakagi be invisible? Sorry, what is this? Usurp. Think of himself as Sakagi's father's family, and treat the entire rockets as a private product of his own family, and the successor of his own family as the rocket's heir. All these signs are provoking Sakagi's bottom line. Oki feels that Sakagi has absolute self-confidence in himself, and if they do, they will kill them directly when they appear. After thinking about this, Oki knew how much he should do this time. The more you do, the more rewards. You have reached your destination. Please all the members involved in the mission, please be prepared. Suddenly, such a word came out in the broadcast of the entire air fortress. Oki stood up. It has started. Pull the black hood down a bit. Let's go. Gengui. Oki walked out of the room and took Gengui towards the end of the fortress. The normal lower fortress is directly below the fortress, but Oki will not act with them. It is best to go from behind. Walked to the back of the fort, opened the window, and jumped without any hesitation. The colors of Oki and Gengi in the dark won't attract Anon's attention. Gengui, who was descending with Oki, suddenly yelled at Oki. Knowing what Gengui wanted to express, Oki looked up fiercely. His eyes narrowed gradually. Gengui said that it seemed that someone was hiding in the clouds, and the hiding method was very good. He had avoided the monitoring and radar of the fortress, but failed to perceive the energy of Gengui. It was also the person who felt that the fortress in the sky had stopped, so he flew up boldly. Otherwise, even if it was Gengui, it would be impossible to find anything. More and more interesting. It seems that there are still people who want to be canaries, who do not know who this is. At this time, no one made too much attention. Oki and Gengui were still landing from high altitude. The howling wind blows Oka's black cloak and swings wildly in the air. When he was about to land, Oka's superpower emerged, staying less than 5 centimeters from the ground. Stepping on the ground steadily, Gengui also slowly fell beside Oki. Not many people know about this island. Oki looked around and saw the dense woods and the ancient trees that had obviously grown for a long time. This island is a relatively old island. It's no wonder that the 3 god birds live here. The scope of the entire island is still very large. There are 3 peaks on the island. One is an active volcano, and the other is completely covered with thick snow and ice. On the hill, according to the appearance of these 3 mountains, it is obvious that what kind of elves are inhabited. It is precisely because of this that the investigators of the rockets have determined that this is the settlement of the 3 gods. There are still few elves that live on an island. Whether it is a true 3 god or a pseudo be asked. Don't look at the 3 divine birds and the 3 divine birds hanging on their mouths. But the elves of the 3 races have no connection with each other, only because they are similar. That is, The three elves, like the three gods' pillars, really appear and act together. After landing, Aoki did not act rashly, but sent Gengui out to investigate the surrounding situation, and stood silently waiting for himself. A long string of rosary beads flew out of the cuff again, wrapped around the fingers. The fingers trembled up and down, and the Hindu beads shuttled back and forth between the fingers. Suddenly stopped. Gengui had not returned, but a wild elf was following Aoki. Scan the chip at will. The boss of a cat who suddenly appeared on the treetop. The results were quickly obtained. A 45 level, light green qualified cat boss. When I saw Aoki, I thought it was a prey. He chuckled a little, and the rosary beads in his hand began to slide again. The other hand took out an elf ball and dropped it directly on the ground. Include. With a shout of metal, Kodola appeared in front of Aoki. At this time, it was still Kodola at level 41, but it was the cat boss who did not shake at all. After seeing him, there was a strong sense of war. Finally, he was able to come out and fight, but in order to fully develop his body, Kodola was stunned for a long time. Kodola, the rock fall knocked him down, Aoki said. Include. Kodola screamed again, before the cat boss had responded. 3 huge rocks appeared on top of his head. Ha ha. During this month, Kodola's level did not increase too much, but his strength was improving steadily, especially for the mastery of energy. These 3 rocks appeared almost instantly, so the cat boss didn't have any reaction time. Shan topped, then Iron Tail. Kodola's electric current appeared on his body, and electromagnetic levitation could make him faster. The limbs slammed on the ground, ejecting directly. Imagine what it feels like, a small tank flying in the air. Cat boss is trying this. Boom! Exclamation mark. Vertically hit the cat boss on the rock. Click click. All the rocks shattered instantly, and a large number of depressions appeared on the ground. Include. Kodola had not stopped attacking. A metallic cluster appeared on his tail, and he hit the ground again. Boom! The ground subsided again, and cracks appeared around it. At this time, the previous rocks were completely turned into powder, exposing the cat boss who looks like a scatter underneath. He completely lost his fighting ability. Kodola stood on the cat's boss and shouted vigorously into the sky. Aoki walked to Kodola www.metalnovel.com with a smile and said, "See the results of training during this time? Sometimes the level increase does not mean everything." Kodola looked straight at Aoki, nodded firmly, his eyes full of war. "Well, now you don't need to suppress yourself anymore, and show your proper posture." Evolution. Aoki is very satisfied with Kodola's current state. It can be evolved long ago, but it has been self-suppressed. Water overflows when full. Now that Kodola has reached its extreme, further suppression will have no effect. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Please subscribe. Still looking for Dark Rise of the Elves free novel? Baidu direct search. It is easy to read a novel. Chapter 967 Metal Monster. After hearing Aoki's words, Kodola looked relieved. There was a sudden white light on his body. The original metallic body made these white lights more beautiful. At this point Gengui got out of the ground. As soon as he heard the sound of the fighting, he immediately rushed over, but fortunately, Aoki was fine. Kodola has begun to evolve. Gengui, cover it. Don't let people see it, Aoki said to Gengui. Hearing that, Gengui nodded, and a large amount of black mist was scattered on his body, enclosing Aoki and Kodola in evolution together. The light of evolution at night is still obvious. It has just started without much impact, but it is not good to wait until the critical moment when the light attracts people or wild elves to come over. Seeing Gengui covering Kodola, Aoki nodded with satisfaction and walked into Kodola. Take out the medicine that has been prepared for a long time, and a lot of diamonds and ore. Kodola drank it directly. Aoki has made improvements since the Flame Chicken's qualifications. The side effects after evolution have become shorter and shorter, and if a lot of energy can be added during evolution, the side effects can be further reduced. After drinking the qualification potion, Kodola went directly to the diamonds and ore placed on the ground by Oki. As far as the light of evolution envelops him, it doesn't stop. Slowly, Kodola's body changed. Your hind legs gradually became thicker, but your front legs became more flexible. The body attached to the ground slowly stood up, the tail extended, becoming thick and loaded, and 3 sharp metal horns appeared on the head. Gow, gow, gow. With a lot of crisp sounds of broken stones, Kodola's body has completely changed. With a large intake of diamonds and ores, Kodola's body swelled like a balloon. Whether vertical or horizontal, it never stopped for a moment. According to the basic situation of the elves such as Boss Kodola, the normal body size should be about 2 meters and 1, but Kodola, who is still evolving in front of Oki, has exceeded this height. Include. An excited roar came from the white light. Evolution white light spread out, revealing the domineering spirit inside. Boss Kodora. At a height of 3 meters, every part of the body looks very strong. It is even more obvious that whether it is silver white metal on the back and head, or grey metal on the chest and feet, Boss Kodora reveals a touch of diamond luster. It can be seen that its hardness is absolutely exaggerated. This is a metal giant. Belch. After roaring, Boss Kodora beat a full stomach, patted his belly, and looked satisfied. Nothing beats winning a battle easily, succeeding in evolution yourself, and feeling more comfortable by the way. Oki walked to Dr. Kodola. With the height of 1 meter and 7/8 of Oki at this time, standing next to Boss Kodola, he could only reach the height of his chest. I patted 2 pieces of black grey metal on Boss Kodora's chest. I felt the pain that bounced back to my hand when I patted the palm, and showed a satisfied smile. Congratulations, Boss Kodora, our agreement is half done, Oki said, including. At this point, Boss Kodora looked like a giant monster. But under the slap of Oki, a thick smile appeared. Pokemon, Boss Kodora Blue. Gender, male. Level, 44. Attribute, Steel Series plus Rock Series. Characteristics, hard head. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, Dragon God Dive, Double-Edged Hammer, Invisible Rock, Harsh Sound, Tarzan Top. Basic skills, Impact, Harden, Mud Throw, Head Hammer, Metal Claw, Rock Block, Hold, Roar, Iron Head, Rock Fall, Slam, Metal Tone, Iron Tail, Iron Wall. Teaching skills, Iron Head, Earth Force, Iron Tail, Hiccup, Electromagnetic Suspension, Skill Learner, Hold, Dragon Claw, Earthquake, Tile Splitting, Shadow Claw, Spike Attack. The level is not only increased by 1 level. The long-term suppression combined with the large amount of ore and diamonds eaten during evolution has directly raised the level to level 44, and the qualification has been smoothly promoted to the blue qualification. Oki has seen some blue eligible elves now, but they are all champion trainers, or ace elves who can become champion trainers in the future. For example, Dor's giant gold monster, Jarona's fierce biting land shark, Kalunai's Shanai duo, and the fast dragon crossing are all blue eligible elf. Therefore, in terms of potential alone, Boss Kodora is not inferior to the ace elves of the future champions. In addition to the skill CD that Oki bought from the trading conference before, and the skill CD that was redeemed from the Rocket's redemption list for this share of Sakagi, Boss Kodora has added a few skills that are very useful for him now. Spike Attack, Earthquake and Dragon Claw. These 3 skills are very suitable for Boss Kodora at this time. Tile Splitting and Shadow Claws also increase the attack surface of Boss Kodora. More importantly, the first super evolutionary stone that Oki can match with his own elf is the super evolutionary stone of Boss Kodora. The evolution of Boss Kodora's strength is not just a little bit. That is to say, now that Boss Kodora has used qualified medicine, there are still some side effects. Oki is not willing to use super evolution on Boss Kodora when he has not yet secured the surrounding conditions. Just be prepared. How do you feel? Would you like to go back to the Pokeball to rest? Oki asked, clapping Boss Kodora's arm. Include. Boss Kodora shook his head, and put his arms into a muscular posture. But after Kodola evolved into Boss Kodola, he gained more than 3 times his weight. A true tonnage monster. 180 points of physical defense race value, plus 110 points of physical attack group races, is simply the absolute nemesis of melee combat elves. Boss Ghidorah was unwilling to rest in the Elven Ball, and Aoki was not reluctant. Fighting and sports can help Boss Ghidorah become familiar with the body more quickly, and also help him to ease from the side effects of qualified potions. Then start with exploring the island. Aoki let Gengui remove his obstruction. There is no danger in the shadow of Aoki, or Oka's call. Gengui will not appear for the time being. He has explored. Although the wild elves here are not low level, they have not reached the point where he needs to shoot. After thinking for a while, www.mtlnovel.com, Aoki threw a fairy ball again. The flame chicken was also summoned. Scared, the flaming chicken screamed when it came out, but saw a strange, tall elf beside Aoki. Slightly froze. It was just that Kodola evolved and immediately went up to congratulate him. The 1.9 meter flaming chicken was next to Boss Ghidorah. It also looks a bit small. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Still looking for Dark Rise of the Elves free novel? Baidu direct search. It is easy to read a novel. Chapter 968 Lightning Bird. At this time, the level of the flame chicken also reached level 47, after a month of training and exercise. To this extent, Aoki took the flame chicken that had just interacted with Boss Ghidorah and walked towards the fire. After the evolution of Boss Ghidorah, the members of the rockets on the air fortress arrived on the island. All were divided into 3 batches and began to explore in different directions. The targets are 3 different peaks on the island. Flame chicken, kick your knees. Boss Ghidorah, spike attack. The flaming chicken jumped into the air, with its knees bent, and kicked directly at a wolf dog with a vicious expression. Boss Ghidorah stood still, but there were a lot of hard rocks of different shapes on the ground and in the air. Sent to another great wolf dog. Boom! Exclamation mark. The flaming chicken's flying knee kick hits the wolf dog, and at the same time, the spiked stone attack of Boss Ghidorah hits another wolf dog. The 2 great wolf dogs fell to the ground. Defeat the 2 elves very simply. Well done, flame chicken. Your flying knee kick exercise is good. As long as you pay attention to the enemy's movement trajectory, you can cause a strong bombardment to the opponent. Boss Ghidorah, the sharp stone attack is also good, but if the speed of release and the trajectory of the rock flight are a little more chaotic, it is best. Aoki commented on the battle between the 2 elves. When the flaming chicken just evolved, it did not have any mastery of the 2 skills of flying knee kick and flash flame charge. This month, in addition to the level improvement, it is to learn these 2 skills and reach mastery degree. Now it can be used in actual combat. Although Boss Ghidorah has just evolved, the sharp stone attack skill has been learned after the last trade fair. Such a long time of practice and use has reached the level of familiarity. However, there is still a lot of room for improvement in the skills of the 2 elves. Their fighting ability still needs to be improved. After the battle, Aoki looked up at the sky, almost separated. I should start my mission, Aoki said to himself. Come out, Raven's head. Aoki summoned the head of the crow. Crow's head, you can see from above if you can see the trail of the rockets. Aoki said to the crow's head. The crow nodded his head, flapping his wings and rushing directly into the sky. His strength has improved to the level of Heavenly King, plus Knight, as long as he does not want to. Basically no one can find him. The crow's head investigates the situation, while Aoki continues with the elves. It didn't take long before I returned. Aoki was told what he saw. It is true that many members of the rockets have been seen, but at this time they still gathered together and did not explore the island or the mountain peak. Aoki still has to wait for a while. Either Aoki shot from the back when they found the flaming bird, or when they didn't find the flaming bird and scattered around the island for exploration. Obtaining information from Sakagi and Ying, Oka's mission this time is that his Jinkun family suffered heavy losses. If you want to get Oka's biggest reward, It is best to leave all of Rox and Regis. No fixed number yet. Aoki hung slowly behind them with the air superiority of the crow's head. 3 days later, Three Gods Island. After 3 days, the rockets still did not find a trace of the tree bird. Neither the flaming birds they were looking for, nor the frozen birds and thunderbirds looking for Dark and Shadow, could be found. But they did not give up. According to the rockets, the 3 mimic birds do live on the island. After approaching the 3 peaks, the members of the rockets team also found the trace of the life of the 3 birds. So they need to wait patiently for a while. The mission was 2 weeks long, and 3 days had passed. They are also ready for long-term war. But 3 days was enough to prepare Aoki for everything. Exploring the range and frequency of a group of people from Lox, Aoki was waiting for an opportunity. Your mission belongs to the mission, but it cannot affect the big mission of the rockets. Grumble. Suddenly, a bright bird song swept across the sky. And with the appearance of the bird song, lightnings appeared in the sky. Lightning bird, flying towards the island from a distance. Aoki narrowed his eyes when he saw this very domineering lightning bird. After waiting for 3 days, it finally appeared. The appearance of the lightning bird does not mean that the other 2 will also appear together. But Aoki has a hunch that the appearance of the lightning bird, the other 2 should be soon. Action can really begin. Aoki threw 2 elven again, and Shake-Ira appeared with the Mosquito Coil Frog Emperor, plus Boss Ghidorah and Flaming Chicken. It almost constitutes a combat force between the elite level and the Quasiski level. During these 3 days of high-intensity battles, Boss Ghidorah also reached level 46. And Flaming Chicken reached level 49. Coupled with the same 46 Shake-Ira who just played in the Mosquito Coil Frog Emperor who reached 49. In addition to the quasi-monarch level giant marsh monster, these 4 elves are integrated, and there are not many problems facing ordinary quasi-Taliman level elves. In these 3 days, in addition to training the elves, Aoki also scanned the map of this area into the chip. Get a detailed map of the forest of the volcano on the island. Soaring through the forest, the first person to be followed by Aoki was those with the name of the rockets on their names, but the real ones were members of the Jinquan family. In their minds, the family is always first, and the rockets are second and third, not even more. Shake-Ira, the Sword of the Cliff, Flame Chicken, Flame Kick, Boss Kodra, Spike Attack, the Mosquito Coil Frog King, Hot Water. The 4 elves launched an attack together, and when the people of the 2 Jinquan families hadn't responded, they resolved with their elves and people. Watching the deadly 2 and the elves around them, his head will not continue to go up the mountain. The stones and dirt on the ground wriggled, and they were buried directly in the soil. Without any stay. There are still many people to deal with. Aoki began to act. The roaring fighting sounds appeared in the distance, and some thunder could be heard faintly. The battle between Shadow and Lightning Bird begins. As the members of the Jinquan family continued to disappear, the answering voice in the communicator became less and less, and Lox and Regis also found abnormalities. Rox sneered. Regis' face was a little gloomy. Uncle www.untlenovel.com. It looks like someone is targeting us. Regis said. Well, this action is to see who has more hands. They are now exposed. How much resistance can they have? Lox didn't care much. After staying with the rockets for so many years and not being the captain, then the potential of these people is like this. And dying some will not have much impact on the Jinquan family. I'll take a look. Regis said. Well, pay a little attention, and ask for help in time when you are too strong. Lox said. I don't know why. The black robe man flashed in his head. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Still looking for Dark Rise of the Elves free novel? Baidu direct search. It is easy to read a novel. Equals. Chapter 969. Meet Regis again. Dispose of 2 people again. At this time, there were 17 or 8 people who fell under Aoki. No one is from the Jinquan family. As for those of the rockets, although they obeyed Lock's orders, that was their responsibility. And Aoki didn't start. Is that you have been working with our people? You are also a member of the Rockets? As Shagheera controlled the energy to cover the two bodies on the ground, a voice came out of the forest. Hearing this familiar voice, a smile appeared on Aoki's face. In order not to let others be scared away, Aoki had already collected his black robe and Kada medal. Otherwise, how else would anyone deliver it to you? Seeing the Kada's medal, I was probably scared. Now is not the time to face Locks. Although Aoki doesn't think much of Locks, he still has to admit that his strength is above him. I really met an old acquaintance, Aoki said with a bowed head. Hearing Aoki's voice, Regis froze. Aoki didn't disguise or hide his voice. Regis couldn't be more familiar with this voice. It was the master of this voice that made him fall from the height of the heavenly pride suddenly. If he had not had enough status in the Jinquan family and his father was the patriarch, I am afraid that failure would directly make him lose the Jinquan family qualifications of heirs. It may not be clear to others, but as the clan's son, he can also participate in internal meetings of some families and have a certain understanding of the policies and goals of the Jinquan family. If successful, he may be the next generation leader of the Rockets in the future. But all this was almost destroyed by the person in front of him. Even if he recovered now, the wasted time was still wasted. Aoki. Regis gritted his teeth. Regarding this name, Regis, who was always proud of his calmness, almost lost his mind. Aoki looked up and looked at Regis with a smile. It's a coincidence. I don't know how much strength has been restored now. On Dream Island, Regis could still retain a little combat power, but in the end Aoki sent Gengui to sneak attack, and resolved all of his last remaining elves, leaving no room for recovery. Since then, Regis stayed at home, training the elves, hoping to restore his strength quickly, even before catching up. I hope to find Aoki and complete revenge. Now that the enemy was in sight, he hesitated. The fact that Aoki became a Kada has not spread within the Rockets, and only Sakagi and Shadow knew the situation. The purpose was to catch a surprise. Therefore, no identity was revealed on the air fortress. Regis knew that Aoki's strength would not stagnate, but felt that he had not expected that in just 1 year, he would stand out from a trial island and become a Rocket Kada with the strength of Heavenly King. He is calculating and choosing his strength and the strength of Aoki. Comparing, looking at the 4 elves standing next to Aoki at this time. It shouldn't be all the main force, Regis thought secretly, but it is not without the power of a battle. Regis also had a whole card. Regarding insurance, Regis still wanted to choose to notify his uncle first. Look at Aoki's level before his uncle comes. But he hesitated, but some people responded quickly. Aoki won't say anything to get you ready. Let's set the stage and come here a little bit. An advantage is not an idiot. Boss Kodra, Spike Attack, Flame Chicken, Sword Dance, Shagheera, Invisible Rock, the Mosquito Coil Frog King, the Freezing Wind. Regis' face suddenly changed, and the hand that originally wanted to use the communicator turned to grab the elf ball behind his waist. Throw 4 elven directly. Fighting, Ukiu, 3 known magnetic monster, Thunder Elf, Electric Dragon. 4 electric genies. Regis' signature properties. However, Shagheera has the advantage. There is no fear of any electrical skills. Coupled with his super powerless defense ability, it is almost unbridled. The same is true of Boss Ghidorah. Without the elves restraining his attributes, Boss Ghidorah is a true invincible monster. No elves can break his defense. Perhaps only the Mosquito Coil Frog Emperor is a little weaker, and it will become a breakthrough, but there are other elves, and the problem is not big. Aoki Chip scans the attributes of these 4 elves. The ranks are not low, all of them have reached the elite level, and they are all above the 45 level. The lowest qualification is also the 3 known magnetic monster, light cyan qualification, and the rest are cyan qualified elves. It may be seen from this that although this family is not weak, its heritage is not enough. There are many gaps with the top families. No wonder Sakagi didn't do anything to them directly, just let himself beat. With their strength, being able to occupy the rockets is a ghost. Several really powerful cards in the rockets are not the Jinquan family who can subdue it. Their only advantage is that they depend on the family where Sakige's father belongs. All elves, quadruple current. Give me aim at the mosquito coil frog emperor and remove all obstacles. Regis also ordered. He was not reconciled to his last failure, because his elves were defeated in the hands of the three gods, not in the hands of Oki. Oki made up the knife with Gengui at most. So as soon as he came up, he used his elf's strongest combination of skills. Integrate all the different charges and volts of current together, affecting the electromagnetic field, causing the most destructive force. The spiked boss attack by Boss Ghidorah turned directly into powder when exposed to the current. Oki showed an unexpected look, but Regis still had this hand hidden. But that's it. The Emperor Mosquito Frog keeps it down and carries it down. Boss Ghidorah, Shake-Era, double earthquake. Oki ordered directly. It was too late for Shake-Era to stop. But the mosquito-resistant Frog Emperor was not without resistance. Flame Chicken, flash of light. Flying Kick. The mosquito-repellent Frog Emperor at the attack sturdily, holding the skills to resist it. Boss Cordola and Shake-Era are the most tacit among these four elves. The dual earthquake skills are used, and the power is extraordinary. Waves of ground ripples rushed towards Regis and his four elves. Except for the three-in-one magnetic monster, all the elves are likely to receive great damage this time. Stop. Regis ordered in time. Thunder Hill, Electric Dragon, and Thunder Elf all immediately used their holding skills, successfully resisted the shock of the earthquake. But the Flame Chicken attack, they did not have much chance to stop. The fast-moving Flaming Chicken followed the ripples of the earthquake tightly. www.metalnovel.com when the green energy shield of their holding skills just disappeared. They kicked the Electric Dragon fiercely. The Electric Dragon was kicked by 1 foot and rolled on the ground several times before it barely stopped. Discharge. Regis' command was slightly slower. The three elves' entire body was discharged to weave a power grid, and they tried to stop the retreating Flaming Chicken without success. The battered Electric Dragon staggered to his feet, apparently not badly injured. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Still looking for Dark Rise of the Elves free novel? Baidu direct search. It is easy to read a novel. Chapter 970 Flaming Chicken. Boss Ghidorah, Super Evolution. Just for the first wave of confrontation, Regis felt that the Oki elves were much stronger than him. He regretted a bit, but didn't retreat at first glance when he saw Oki, but wanted to rub his wrist with Oki. However, he is not without a chance. He also has some whole cards and a little room for operation. Regis took out 2 elves again with a serious expression. Trouble you, Thunderbolt. Crossword bat. Then, 2 elves appeared. Just from the appearance and momentum, these 2 elves are Quasar level elves. Oki raised an eyebrow and showed a smile-like expression. It seems you still haven't changed much, Regis, always thinking of using other people's elves to accomplish his purpose. When the 2 elves appeared, Oki had already obtained their information. A light cyan qualification, a Thunderbolt with a level of 53, and a light cyan qualification, a level 54 cross-shaped bat. The elf who is not his own is not his elf after all. Oki didn't mean to summon the elves anymore. He's got the bottom of Regis. Those who made him and his elves now were the touchstones of the 4 elves of Boss Ghidorah. Winning this battle was also an affirmation for Boss Ghidorah. They need such battles to boost morale, and at the same time can help them better themselves. Are you ready for a full fight? Oki said with a smile to her 4 elves. The 4 elves made a statement, full of warfare. Even if there are a lot of other sprites, even if the opponent has 2 Quasar level elves, what happens? It is not without their own power. That being the case, let's try a new way of fighting. Oki took out a few stones from the storage space. The Flame Chicken and Boss Ghidorah were given separately, and one was also held in the hand, and the other was the same, and it had become a ring, and Oki stayed on the index finger of his left hand. Flaming Chicken. Boss Ghidorah. Super Evolution. Aoki yelled, scared. Include. Along with the roar of Aoki, the flaming chicken and Boss Ghidorah both looked excited. During these 3 days, Aoki also took the time to take Boss Ghidorah to try a super evolution in a different space. The process was still very simple and comfortable. Boss Ghidorah also felt the power of the Quotu and increase in strength. Because of this, they didn't panic when they saw the 2 Quasar level elves. From the 2 keystones in Aoki's hands, electricity radiated light yellow energy, as if lightning. The super evolutionary stone in the hands of the flaming chicken and Boss Ghidorah also flickered away with the light of the keystone. The puppet fired blue energy like lightning, communicating the energy passing through the keystone. Wrap the flamingo and Boss Ghidorah. In just a few seconds, the light faded. The handsome super flaming chicken and the super Boss Ghidorah that domineeringly leaked out. Pokemon, Boss Ghidorah Blue Super Evolutionary State. Gender, male. Level, 46 plus 5. Attribute, Steel. Features, Filtering. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, Dragon God Dive, Double-Edged Hammer, Invisible Rock, Harsh Sound, Tarzan Top. Basic skills, Impact, Harden, Mud Throw, Head Hammer, Metal Claw, Rock Block, Hold, Roar, Iron Head, Rock Fall, Slam, Metal Tone, Iron Tail, Iron Wall. Teaching skills, Iron Head, Earth Force, Iron Tail, Hiccup, Electromagnetic Suspension, Skill Learner, Hold, Dragon Claw, Earthquake, Tile Splitting, Shadow Claw, Spike Attack. The super evolved Boss Ghidorah has a more sturdy figure. At the same time, the original dark gray armor has become lighter, as if the metallic luster is more obvious. Whether it is on the body, on the head, or on the hand, it seems that he has put on a thicker layer of armor, even if it is not on the tail. The super evolved Boss Ghidorah is equivalent to a 5th level upgrade, and has reached the level of the Quasar elves. And after the super evolution, the physical defense racial value of Boss Ghidorah has reached a horrible 230 points, which is simply the nemesis of all physical attacking elves. And even the physical attack racial value has been increased from 110 to 140 o'clock. Most of the improvements in super evolution have been placed on these 2 attributes. It can be said to be a huge improvement. Although after the super evolution, only the steel system of Boss Ghidorah's attributes remained, the rock system's attributes disappeared. But in this way, Boss Ghidorah will not have the property of being restrained 4 times, and there will be no huge weakness. Boss Ghidorah is now at his strongest level. Include Scared, Mo, Super Boss Ghidorah and Super Fire Chicken come together at the same time. The opposite Regis was stunned. Looking straight at the Super Flaming Chicken and Super Boss Ghidorah, he knows the 2 elves, the Flaming Chicken and Boss Ghidorah, but he doesn't know that they can evolve again. Hasn't this evolved to its final form twice? Is it because of those strange stones? If my elf can evolve again, thinking of this, Regis' eyes burst into a strong desire. That naked greed had left him too late to think about whether he could get it. Aoki saw Regis' expression, but did not make a mockery. Although the 2 elf super evolutions have been training for a long time, they still can't persist for a long time. It takes only 3 minutes at most. Gengui, you pay attention to the surrounding situation. Any living creature approaching here will kill me. However, Aoki is trying to make Gengui ensure the absolute security and confidentiality of the surrounding area. Super evolution is not the time. Then is the beginning of the real battle. Shakira, the Mosquito Repellent Frog Emperor, you are responsible for dealing with the 4, and the other 2 will be given to the Flaming Chicken and Boss Ghidorah. Aoki told them. None of the 4 elves had an opinion. Very good, Shakira, Sword of the Cliff. Since even Super Evolution used it, Regis must die, no matter what the price. Now the best, and most appropriate, is to solve all together with his elves. The Mosquito Repellent Frog Emperor www.mentalnovel.com. Abdominal drum bouncing, then mud shooting. The Mosquito Repellent Frog Emperor also directly turned on the strongest state, reducing his half of his physical strength and maximizing his attack power. Boss Ghidorah, spike attack. Target forked bat. Flame chicken, flash flame charge, target thunderbolt. Aoki immediately took out all the ace skills and means of these 4 elves. The purpose is to solve Regis and his elves in a state of destruction. Fifth more. Ask for a monthly pass. For the second leader of Meow 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 Meow, we will add 610. Thanks for the reward of indulging the 18 brothers. Still looking for Dark Rise of the Elves free novel? Baidu direct search. It is easy to read a novel. Chapter 971 Shit. Shakira's Sword of the Cliff locked the target on the electric dragon that was already injured. The mosquito-repellent Frog Emperor, relying on the powerful attack and speed of the belly drum, walked around Shakira and did not engage in close combat. All electrical skills will be actively absorbed by Shakira when approaching them. The real power of the Cliff Sword is unexpected. Although Shakira's Sword of the Cliff is a defective version, it is also relative to Guldur. For Shakira, it was enough. A painful heartache came from his lower body. Dian Long's eyes rolled over, feeling that his head was empty, and he lost his fighting ability directly. Seeing the electric dragon's attack, Lqiu and Lelves felt a bit of coolness in his majesty. Even if they could run, they didn't dare to run away. Shakira, who has a ground system, directly ignores the opponent's electricity system skills, which is to continue to use the sword skills of the cliff while standing. The mosquito-repellent Frog Emperor also walked round Shakira, using only long-range skills, and with the increase in the abdominal drum, the power was quite good. The main thing is the battle between Super Boscadora and Super Fire Chicken. After the evolution of Boscadora, the increase is not just physical fitness. Both the explosion of energy and the mastery of energy have been greatly improved. As a rock-based skill, the sharp stone attack is quite terrifying to the flying fork bat. Pieces of sharp rock, according to Okus previous, swirling different trajectories, slammed into the fork bats, dodging back and forth in the air. Dodge still had some effects at first, but as the number of hits gradually increased, the dodge ability decreased. On the other side, the flaming chicken shook 4 flaming ribbons on the wrist, and a raging flame appeared from the head, covering the whole body. The speed is getting faster and faster while running, and the color of the flame is also changing. Originally red, it slowly changed to orange-yellow, light yellow, and finally golden yellow. Just looking at the appearance is not like the fire skills, but the scorched black exposed on the ground where the flaming chicken ran, can know how terrible the temperature is. Thunder Beast is also a kind of spirit faster. However, in front of the flame chicken rice with acceleration characteristics, it is still not enough. Boom! Hit the head. The increase of the sword dance, coupled with the original explosive power of the flash flame charge, directly bombed the lightning beast, the flaming chicken slid his feet to control his body still sliding forward. Flash flame charge has a rebound effect, and the flame chicken has also suffered considerable damage. But it was dwarfed by the thunderous beast that was blown up. Boscadora, the rock is blocked, and the fork bat is shot down. Flame chicken, chase after victory. Kick by flame. Aoki ordered again to the 2 elves. Super evolution cannot last long, so it must be decided quickly. Although it can persist for 3 minutes, 3 minutes is the limit. Once it reaches 3 minutes, Aoki will directly lose his ability to move. It's almost a minute now. The energy in Boscadora and the flaming chicken, who understood the situation, suddenly surpassed. The flaming chicken that originally wanted to stop sliding directly released the resisting body and rushed towards the lightning beast with the speed of sliding. High leap. At this time, the thunderbolt just barely stood up. Shaking his head to strike back at Regis' order, he saw a foot with a golden flame getting closer and closer, and appeared in front of himself at a few extremely fast speeds, kicked off again. There is only one idea in Thunderbolt's head. Did you watch this? Kickfly did not stop because it hit a tree. 3 trees were broken directly behind. Some scorched blacks can be seen at the break of the tree. It is obvious that the flame of the flame chicken is attached to the Thunder Beast, causing the tree to burn. Thunder Beast, lose combat ability. While the flaming chicken attacked the thunderbolt, Boss Ghidorah also changed the way he dealt with forked bats. 4 chain-like long strips of rock, after spending a little time, still tied the prong bat and locked it tightly to the ground. In this way, the usefulness of Boss Ghidorah can be maximized. Boss Ghidorah, Tarzan topped out. Combining earthquake skills, he ended up with an iron tail. Aoki is ready to let Boss Ghidorah use a new combination of skills in combat. Mount Tarzan topped with an earthquake. Ha 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 ha. Boss Ghidorah's heavy tonnage can feel the tremor on the ground even if he only runs on the ground. Each step is like a small earthquake. Struggling madly by a fork-shaped bat accidentally tied to the ground, especially when watching Boss Ghidorah getting closer. The madness and despair in the fork's eyes became more and more obvious. Damn, won't you be beaten up? When I ran into the fork bat. The fork bat barely ran out of the rock blockade, but it was too late. Boss Ghidorah grabbed the fork bat's foot with just one hand. The fork bat fluttered its wings wildly, but Boss Ghidorah remained motionless. In anxiety, he could only bite at Boss Ghidorah. Ding! The sharp teeth came into contact with Boss Ghidorah's arm and made a crisp sound. Fork Bat's face despair. What a terrible bully. Boss Ghidorah ignored him. The other fist waved, his fists collided, and a metal collision sounded. The cross-shaped bat in the middle felt that his overnight dinner was about to be beaten, and a dizziness appeared in his eyes. But Boss Ghidorah remembered Aoki's orders to use Mount Tire and Earthquake. Throw the fork-shaped bat fiercely on the ground, and then force the legs and tail to eject into the air. Lying on the ground, the fork-shaped bat saw the horror scene with the slightest crack in his eyes. A horrible giant like Tarzan, smashed from the air, carrying the energy of the ground system. Boom, boom! Exclamation mark. To Raw's www.mentalnovel.com, immediately, there was another sound. It's the closing of the iron tail. Boss Ghidorah strictly followed Aoki's orders. The ground here is completely sunken. The fork-shaped bat below Boss Ghidorah was not only fully embedded in the ground, but also everywhere in the body where blood could be seen gushed out of the body. If you don't do it right away, you will definitely lose your life after 1 minute. Boss Ghidorah's weight and explosive ability are really terrifying. In just 1.5 minutes, the 2 Quasar King-level elves that Regis relied on had lost their fighting ability. On the other side, Shagheera and the mosquito-repellent frog emperor's 2 enemies 4, at this time has become 2 enemies too. Diane Long and Lucky who first lost their combat capabilities. First more, ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 972 Flaming Birds, Frozen Birds. Only a 3 known magnetic monster and a thunder elf reb were left. They couldn't even cope with Shagheera, let alone the flaming chicken and Boss Ghidorah who were still in the super evolved state. The flame chicken directly sprays a flame to solve the 3 known magnetic monster. Shagheera once again defeated the Sword of the Cliff with the Sword of the Cliff. At this point, all the elves of Regis have lost their fighting ability. At this point he was still a little cyanotic. Looking at the super evolved flaming chicken and Boss Ghidorah, I saw that not only did their shape change, but their strength also soared. This improvement is in no way inferior to a real evolution, or even better than it. At the end of the battle, the super-evolved energies on the flaming chicken and Boss Ghidorah spilt converged on the super-evolutionary stone again. Their appearance also changed back to the original. Aoki frowned. Although he hasn't reached the limit of 3 minutes, letting 2 elves perform super evolution in 2 minutes still has some pressure on him. Aoki felt a sting in her brain as soon as the flaming chicken and Boss Ghidorah were released from super evolution. Flaming chicken and Boss Ghidorah did not have too many problems. It was just that the surge of power disappeared at once, and it was slightly unaccustomed. During the battle, he was not injured. Fork Ghidorah's attack was really almost the same as a mosquito bite. What is it? Regis felt his throat dry and his head dizzy, but still looked straight at the restored flaming chicken and Boss Ghidorah. Aoki smiled slightly and didn't answer immediately. Instead, He used his superpowers to steal the communication device behind Regis. See the recording function being displayed above. Although he didn't have time to call his uncle, at the end of the battle, Regis did what he could do, the most useful and correct thing. But he forgot about Aoki as a superpower, and his small movements could not escape Aoki's eyes. Hold the communicator in your hand. The program is set on it, and it will be sent directly after the recording. Reaching out and rubbing a little on the tree next to it, a crack appeared, and the communicator was dropped directly into it. The crack is then sutured automatically. Throw the communicator into a different space. Disconnected from the elf world. Regis' face was a bit ugly and a touch of pale. It was really planted this time. However, the spirit of Aoki did not look very strong. He also determined that he had the power of a battle before choosing to fight. It was mainly defeated by the strange evolution of Flaming Chicken and Boss Ghidorah. This is super evolution, Aoki said lightly. A smile appeared on his face. He has 3 main enemies in the rockets. Gahai was solved by Aoki before. Now Regis, who has the greatest potential, will also be solved. That leaves the last member of the cadre. It is estimated that the other party has forgotten their existence. Super evolution, muttered Regis. His eyes were a little dim, and the pupil's sight spread. Aoki had already appeared in front of him, and space cutting had landed directly on his neck without hesitation. Regis, who once pointed the rivers and mountains on the Trial Island, was killed on the 3 Gods Island at this moment. Without too much memory, Aoki took all his valuables and threw them into a different space. It has to be said that the ability of alien space is a magical skill that kills people and overstocks. It will not leave any traces, which is more useful than corpse destruction. All the elves that had fallen to the ground were put away, and the dying pronged bat barely hung his life. These elves are a bit valuable. After all, the potential and qualifications are not weak, and they can still exchange a lot of money. Solving Regis is also close to the location of Lox and his men. You need to be extra careful at this time. Cracking. There was another long chime ringing through the sky. With the emergence of a burning cloud, a giant bird wrapped in flames appeared in the sky. The whole sea of clouds turned fiery red, which was beautiful. Flamingo appeared. Seeing the appearance of the flaming bird, Aoki stood in place and did not immediately act. According to Shadow's message, this flaming bird is the target of Locke's mission. But just from the distant momentum, this flaming bird is not so easy to deal with. I don't know what level of Locke's strength has reached. Thoughts turned sharply. Suddenly, Aoki laughed. It's a bit taken for granted. This kind of veteran cadre is my chance when there is a flaw. It's better not to take him as the first goal. Thinking of this, Aoki's pressure was a lot less. However, the Dull King has arranged his whole cards, and it is not without a fight. Disposing of Regis, the first heir of the Jinquin family, is already a good task completion. I believe Sakagi didn't think about letting him do anything with Lox, and Sakagi knew it, and this time the focus is still on catching the 3 divine birds and collecting the genes of the 3 divine birds. If you don't get the flame bird's genes because of your own too much intervention, it will be troublesome. With the emergence of the flamingo, Rox must have devoted most of his energy to the flamingo. It is much more convenient to act on his own, and he can be bolder. Coupled with dual super evolution, it also takes some time to recover. Aoki led the elves into the woods again, looking for the next target. Every time you kill one more, you get more rewards. On the other side, Ying has begun a battle with Thunderbirds on Thunder Mountain. The Dark stood on the Snow Mountain and looked at the other side. The Flamingo has returned, and the battle for Lox is about to begin. I don't know the specific strength of the Flame Bird. www.mentalnovel.com. Dark has let his men give up looking for the frozen bird, but began to arrange a defense line around the Snow Mountain. Judging from the situation of lightning birds and flaming birds, the frozen birds should not be in the Snow Mountains either. Rather than letting them waste time searching, it might be better to use it to arrange defenses and prevent wild elves, while also preventing rocks and others. I don't know which step Aoki did. Dark thought of Aoki suddenly. Cracking. Suddenly, Birdsong appeared again in the sky. Not long after the flaming bird appeared, so did the frozen bird. Fluttering the wings is accompanied by a lot of snow, and the temperature everywhere is much lower. There isn't much time to care about others, and his own battle will begin. Holding an elf ball in his hand, he looked at the frozen bird flying from a distance. Fortunately, the three beasts have a normal relationship with each other. Otherwise, if they are united, the first one to suffer is definitely the first to start fighting with the lightning bird. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 973 Flamingo. Aoki continued his action when he saw the flame bird appear. A little bit of the people in the Jinquan family were cleaned up. It's not just about performing this task. Still helping myself clear up hidden dangers. Regis things must be obvious to the discerning person, just like Dark and Shadow. Just because they wanted to let their heir, Regis, take revenge on himself, so he didn't do anything to himself. Even Regis is dead now, and I don't know if this mind is not good enough for the family. What choice will be made in the end? So just to be able to deal with some now, just deal with some first. Although they are all small miscellaneous fish, they are also a hindrance. Aren't they? Boom! The battle on the mountaintop began. A roar appeared. Aoki speeded up again, while clearing the members. They also rushed towards the mountain. You can feel that the temperature in the surrounding air is gradually rising. The strength of the flamingo is quite scary. After 2 hours, it's almost resolved. Aoki wiped the invisible sweat from her forehead and exhaled a long breath. This high intensity to a battle not only cleaned up the members of the Jinquan family, but also improved the strength of his elf. The most obvious is that the flame chicken and the mosquito coil frog emperor entered the Quasis King class. Both elves have reached level 50. Shakira and Boscadora also moved up one level, both reaching level 47. After a month of trial training, they have accumulated a lot of accumulation. The high-intensity battles that broke out in the short term made their accumulation also burst out. But it was not time for them to fight. Aoki took them all away. With Gengui beside him, he walked towards the top of the mountain. Listening to the fierce roar and the flames appearing in the sky, you will know how fierce the battle is. As he approached, Aoki finally saw the battle. After 2 hours, the entire mountaintop was in ruins everywhere, and some scars appeared on the flamingo's body, and the 6 elves standing on it had more serious injuries than the flamingo. However, it should be able to persist for a while. While Aoki wrapped himself with superpowers, Gengui wrapped his too with his ghost system energy. As long as the distance is not too close, Lox can't find him. Aoki scanned the data of the flaming bird at the furthest distance. Pokemon, Flamingo Blue. Gender, no gender. Level, 74. Attribute, Fire plus Flight. Characteristics, Oppression. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, none. Basic skills, Wing Attack, Spark, Flame Vortex, High Speed Movement, Hold Up, Primitive Power, Jet Flame, Mysterious Guardian, Air Chopping, Sunny Day, Hot Wind, Sunbeam. Teaching skills, Downwind, Hot Wind, Snoring, Sharpening, Slamming Birds, Clearing Dense Fog. Skill Learner, none. Seeing the data of this flame bird, you know that it is not a real beast. However, it is impossible for god beasts to fight with Lox to such an extent. The flamingo fluttered its wings, watching angrily as it occupied its place of residence, and launched an attack on itself. As an elf with the name of a divine beast, how could such a provocation be tolerated? The opponent has 6 elves, but in fact, if each elves are scattered, it is not particularly strong for the flaming bird, but now the union makes him very uncomfortable. The flaming bird can also see that it is the human who commands these 6 elves, so this effect can be achieved. But when he wanted to shoot at that human, the other's elf would always block himself madly. Fortunately, at the cost of some injuries, the flamingo is about to defeat the other's elves. Facing the scars on his body, the flaming bird flapped its wings, driving a thick flame, staring at rocks with a burning gaze. thinking about how to deal with this person. Aoki, hiding aside, also understood the situation at a glance. There was a hint of doubt in my heart. Since Lox didn't have the confidence to defeat the flamingo, why should he take the initiative to deal with this elf who was totally unable to cope with it? However, there was not much confusion in Locke's face, and he took out a communication device from his arms. Just said, almost, then hung up. Did not let him wait too long. A red dot suddenly appeared in the sky, and gradually grew larger. A fire-breathing dragon carried a man toward this place. Aoki frowned. Is this the guy hiding in the clouds at night? It seems that the Jinkun family was prepared. As the Spitfire approached, a look of relaxation appeared on Locke's face. Slap. The man jumped directly from the fire-breathing dragon and walked towards Lox. Brother, Lox shouted. The comer nodded and looked around at Lox, as if looking for something, and asked, where is Regis? I was sent to handle a little thing. You can rest assured, elder brother, he has a communicator in hand, and will notify me if he is in danger. Brother? Aoki, hiding in the dark, knew who was coming. No wonder it was able to hide behind the fortress in the air and remained undiscovered. There are their inner abilities in the fortress, and of course they will not be found. The big brother of Rox is the current patriarch of the Jinkun family, the father of Regis, and also the Carder of the Rockets, Browns, and the King of the Heavens. Hearing Locke's words, Brownies was not very happy, but said nothing. It's just an island, the strongest elves are in front of them, and what problems will Regis encounter? If he is defeated or killed by a wild elf, then this air, don't bother. Brownies looked at the injuries of the Rockies, and then looked at the flaming birds flying in the air and staring at them. This flaming bird is very powerful. Rox nodded, showing a look of excitement. Yes, brother, this flaming bird has reached the peak of the Heavenly King class. The fighting ability is quite good, and the talent is not weak. The Rockets just need his genes, so this flame bird was accepted by our Jinkun family. Brownies said, took out the elven ball from his waist, and threw it one by one on the ground. His elf appeared. This flame bird, with a little training, can become a timely combat force. Maybe it can also impact the championship. At that time, there will be a second master in our family who breaks through the Uranus level. www.mentalnovel.com. Rockets having been taken up by Sakaki alone for so long, it is time for us to speak to the Jinkun family. The excitement and desire in Locke's eyes were no longer hidden. Second brother. Brownies sighed, reminding him of the occasion. Brother, there will be no one else here. Sakagi is only the son of that family traitor, but now he is the leader of the Rockets. In terms of generations, his father is his uncle, but he is only a Carder of the Rockets. You are also his elder brother in terms of generation. Let you be his subordinate. Lox was talking and getting angry. When Brownies heard Locke's words, he stopped blocking nothing, and there was an unknown fire in his heart. The Jinkun family gradually developed with the help of the Rocket, but one of his bad habits also slowly appeared. The familiarist thoughts of those family children. They see the Rockets as a private product of their family. Third, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves. https. Chapter 974. Brain Residual Family. Hear what they are talking about. Aoki was shocked. This family is not brave and ambitious, it's just a brain. What? Not a top-person person's brain is not easy to use. The entire family does not have a single brain to use. Is this a full family? Aoki didn't know how to spit. Just 2 or 3 kittens in your family, still want to call it Akasaki? Breaking through the Heavenly King's level, at most, is the degree of Quasar Championship. What kind of strength is Sakagi? At least the level of the top champion. What kind of brain has made such a family? No wonder Sakagi's father wants to leave this family. Are all special talents. It is also difficult for them to make this family live to this day. Shinty dominates the Rockets, but 1 yard at a time. The purpose of this mission is not only to obtain the Flame Bird's genes, but also to completely conquer the Flame Bird. This is not what Aoki wants to see. After all, the stronger their family, the more uncomfortable Aoki was. Brownies also summoned his 6 main battle elves. Judging from the momentum, It is not weak. Aoki used the chip to scan the data of his elf. The strongest is the fire-breathing dragon that has always carried him. Pokemon, Fire Dragon Cyan. Gender, male. Level, 70. Attribute, fire plus flight. Characteristics, fierce fire. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, belly drum, bite, metal claw, air blade. Basic skills, wing attack, blazing charge, hot air, dragon claw, shadow claw, air slash, grasp, scream, spark, smoke screen, wrath of the dragon, ghost face, flame teeth, flame sputtering, splitting, jet flame, flame vortex, purgatory. Teaching skills, oath of fire, thunder fist, fire fist, dragon wave, iron tail. Skill learner, hold, destroy light, feather, earthquake, shadow avatar, charge, steel wing, sword dance, shadow claw. Seeing the data of this fire-breathing dragon, Aoki's expression gradually became serious. Although I really look down on this family, I still have to admit that this brownie's strength is still good. Except for this water-incan dragon, the remaining elves, including the 6 elves of Lox, are all in the 60s or above, and have not reached the level of 70. Elves with the level of 70 or above are already regarded as senior heavenly kings. And the skills of this fire-breathing dragon are also good. If there are several other elves helping to drag belly drum plus sword dance, the power of the 2 skills combined is still quite scary. There are now a total of 12 king-level elves, and the flaming bird is a bit dangerous. Aoki is still hidden beside him, and there is no intention to participate. If only Rox was alone, Aoki still had some ideas, and now there is a brownies stronger than Rox. For the time being there are not many ideas. I don't know how long the flamingo can last. Although not participating, Aoki did not leave. The loud roar of battle sounded again. Now the flame bird has no chance even if he wants to escape. Even if the 12 elves are engaged in wheel battles, they can be killed a little bit. Another 2 hours passed. At this moment, the flame bird was panting, and there were scars all over its body. Obviously, it could not last long. However, God said that after all, it was a beast. Under the condition of 1 enemy and 12, Lox left 2 elves in the end. Although Brownies is still with 6 elves, the damage on his body is not small. Only the fire-breathing dragon is the best. The remaining elves are creating opportunities for him. Most of the injuries on the flame bird were also left by the Spitfire dragon. Fighting is in full swing on the volcano, but on the Thunder Mountain and iceberg in the distance, the sound of the fighting is small, and it can be seen that the fighting has reached the end. I don't know what the specific situation is. Aoki was still silently lurking. Brother, this flamingo is really powerful. But it won't last long. It will be the elf of our family, said Lox, with excitement and greed in his eyes. For this flaming bird, he is also salivating. Brownies nodded, his face a little solemn. The more this time, the more you need to be careful. The final dying struggle of this beast is the most dangerous. The injured beast is the most dangerous, not to mention a beast in front of it. Brother, the other 2 sides of the battle are almost over, and now they are estimated to have very little power left, or not. Speaking of half, Lox made a neck-cutting action. The meaning is obvious. I want to solve the problem of shadows and shadows together. If we can conquer the lightning bird and the frozen bird by the way, it would be better. At that time, his elder brother will conquer the flame bird. Maybe he can also conquer the frozen bird. I'm really excited when I think about it. When Brownies heard Lox's words, his eyes moved, apparently thinking about the feasibility of what he said. Dark and Shadow can also be regarded as Sakuga's 2 powerful men. If they can get rid of it, the resources obtained will not be said. At least it will weaken Sakaki. Solve the flaming bird first, and wait for a chance to see it again. I am about to explode, and your elf is ready. Now the most important thing is to solve the flame bird, and then think about other things. Okay, Lox said loudly, and the excitement was hard to hide. Spitfire dragon, use sword dance again. Then use Belly drum. Browns ordered. Roar. The Spitfire dragon roared in the air. Finally, the powerful elf in front of him was defeated, and the excitement of the fire-breathing dragon was difficult to hide. And hearing Aoki of Brownies was also uplifted. After waiting in the dark for so long, Aoki felt that his opportunity had come now. Several elves appeared in his hand. The other party is the most excited and feels that they have the greatest grasp and the task is about to be completed. Spitfire dragon, destroy the light. The remaining elves stopped the flaming bird and narrowed his range of action, so they wanted the fire-breathing dragon to end him. This is the time. Aoki in the dark caught this moment. Gengui, go to Lox to solve it. Crowhead, Dragon King Scorpion, Mauler, Star Festival Bluebird, go and save the flaming bird. Dream Demon, Fantasy Light, to help Gengui control Lox's two elves. When Aoki threw the elven ball, www.mentalnovel.com also issued an order. 6 elves come out. Who? Seeing the 6 elves suddenly appearing, Brownies immediately drank. At this point their battle was at a critical moment, and the attack by the opponent was not so easy to stop. Tanabata Bluebird and Crow fluttered their heads, and suddenly increased their speed to the extreme, rushing directly towards the flamingo. The crow's head temporarily drove the elves around the flame bird away, while the starburst bluebird grabbed the flame bird's wings, and it was worthy to escape it from the attack range that destroyed the light. The Dragon King Scorpion also rushed in, and flew across, blocking all the elves. On the other side, the fantasy light of the Dream Demon controlled the last 2 elves of Lox. Although the strength was above the Dream Demon, he suffered a lot of injuries and had little combat power. Now the Dream Demon appeared to control them, so there was not much resistance. Gengui quickly swiped on the ground and attacked towards Lox. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 975. This is forcibly set, Suddenly from the shadow of Lox, an elf appeared again, stopping the gang ghost in progress. Cursed doll. Lox is still hiding, but think about it as well. As a king-level trainer, it is normal to hide a little bit of the backhand for self-protection. In this way, Lox cannot solve it directly. Then you can only step back and deal with the remaining 2 elves first. Gengui didn't get too entangled with the cursed doll and turned towards the 2 elves. Under the command of Aoki, the Dream Demon also helped Gengui control the opponent. 2 shadow coupled with the fantasy light of the Dream Demon, the 2 elves at the end of the crossbow fell to the ground and lost their fighting ability. The final blow to defeat the flamingo was unsuccessful. At the same time, his own side also lost 2 elves. The expressions of Lock and Brownies were a bit ugly. Aoki slowly came out in a black robe. Seeing this familiar figure, Lock's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help exclaiming, "It's you." Yes, he recognized Aoki. This is what Aoki wants to show him. What a coincidence. Lord Locke, we met again. Aoki slowly walked out of the corner with a smile, and there were dream monsters floating around. After solving 2 opponents, Gengui also floated to the side of Dragon King Scorpion. The Tanabata Bluebird flew beside the panting Flame Bird, took out some of Aoki's prepared healing potions, and delivered it to the Flame Bird's mouth. The Flaming Bird gave a hesitant glance at the Kixie Bluebird, and then looked at the fire-breathing dragon opposite, with eyes full of anger. Brownies looked very ugly. Finally, the flaming bird was seriously injured. It's not so easy to deal with all of it at once. If you let the flamingo regain strength, then 2 of you will be in trouble. Who are you? This mission is not to capture the genes of the flamingo. Now you are preventing us from defeating him. Do you want to get out of the rockets? Rox screamed sharply. Aoki did not speak, and continued to move forward, not far from the flame bird. Gengui appeared next to the flaming bird, took out a test tube prepared in advance by Aoki, and under the watch of the flaming bird, he took a lot of blood from the wound on his body. Golden blood. Gengui delivered the test tube to Aoki. Aoki shook the test tube, and said with a smile, "Now that the genes are available, Lord Locke no longer needs to worry." Seeing Aoki's movements, Rock's face was gloomy. "It seems your job is to stop us, isn't it? Brownies next to him smiled suddenly. Aoki gave a slightly surprised look at Brownies. To be a patriarch, I still have some brains. It seems that my father was prepared with 2 hands in the beginning, and it is also correct, otherwise we might really plant here. Then, a fairy ball appeared in Brownies' hand. Aoki frowned. Still underestimates the Jinquan family? The elven ball was thrown and an electric dragon appeared. This electric dragon is not comparable to that of Regis, and it just shocked all the elves when it appeared. Just from the momentum, it can be seen that this electric dragon should be similar to the previous flaming bird's heyday. After scanning with the chip, I found that the power of this electric dragon is really strong. The level reached 74. Although he could not break the limit of the Heavenly King level, he was only close to the door. The most terrifying thing is that I don't know how long this electric dragon has maintained at this level, and its mastery of skills and energy is definitely quite strong. Really? Aoki couldn't help but look at the electric dragon. Brownies and Rox looked at Aoki, looking forward to his next change. It's really that the upper beam is not right and the lower beam is crooked. No wonder Regis always carries other people's elves as his card. It turns out that his father is the same, Aoki said with a chuckle, as if the appearance of the electric dragon was not eyes. The smile on Brownie's face was stagnant. Regis? Without knowing why, Brownies suddenly had another very bad hunch. Aoki lifted his superpowers from his face, and pulled the hood off his head, revealing his handsome face. Black hair, black pupil. No more. Showdown? Don't hide your identity. All flash away. I'm going to pretend. It's rare to be able to pretend once, and no one should stop me. It's you. Brownies recognized Aoki, but it was because he recognized Aoki that he was really shocked. If he could, he would rather not recognize Aoki. Not the little guy who walked out of Trial Island on Dream Island the last time, and let Regis eat it. It looks like Aoki has reached the rank of Heavenly King. Brownies could not believe it. No wonder it's someone who can make Regis eat. Thinking of Regis, you say Regis? Aoki smiled mysteriously without speaking, but the more disturbing Brownies was. You reveal your identity. It seems you want to share your life and death with us here. Who gives you such a big deal of confidence? Is this a flamingo? Brownies forced himself to calm down. Aoki didn't answer his question, but looked at the firebird, and said electrocardiogram. How is the recovery? Is there any problem with the electric dragon? The flaming bird looked at the electric dragon with a burning gaze, and nodded to indicate that it was okay. As a beast, of course, I can't say that I can't. Aoki laughed again. Then there is no problem, isn't it just a fight? Then fight a battle. With that said, there were 2 more elven in his hand. The Dull King and Mrs. Huiji appeared together. Since the identity is no longer concealed, Aoki no longer hides the elves. Anyway, he has made up his mind to leave the 2 of them, otherwise he is the one who is unlucky. Mainly, I didn't expect that the flamingo could persist for such a long time, otherwise Aoki might have come out. But now, the time is just right. Aoki is very energetic. He has his whole cards. Today is to leave these 2 dumb-minded guys. Today, I'm so pretentious. Let them see our strength. Aoki shouted. There were 8 elves in total, none of them looked timid. Even if the opponent has a level 70 Spitfire dragon, the remaining elves have reached level 60 or above, many of which have reached level 65 or above. But as long as Aoki is certain, they will not be afraid. What are you afraid of? Reckless is it? Super Evolution. Gengui. Aoki once again took out a keystone from his pocket and shouted at Gengui. Gengui nodded, and the smile on his face was no longer. His super evolutionary stone has been in his body. With the control of Aoki, the keystone in his hand and the super evolutionary stone in Geng's body came into contact. Genghis' whole body of superpowers surging www.mentalnovel.com wrapped it up. Genghis' shape is also changing at an extremely fast speed. Super Geng head-to-head battle. It has started. The Aoki heart grid started, and all the elves were connected by Aoki. It's just that an elf is super evolving, and it can be maintained for a long time. There are not many problems in half an hour. It depends on how long the flamingo can last. As long as he can hold on, Arceus' whole card will remain hidden. Gengui at level 62, after Super Evolution, reached level 66, crossing the threshold of entering the Heavenly King level. This is Arceus' whole card against the Spitfire Dragon. The opponent just finished using the abdominal drum skill, and at most only half of his physical strength was left. The remaining elves also had more or less injuries, and Rox had only a cursed baby. It's totally possible to fight. Fifth more, for the second leader of Meow 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 Meow, we will add 610. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 976 Flame Bird falling down again. Although Gengui completed Super Evolution, but in fact, the core of the tactics of these elves of Aoki is still Dull King. The Dull King suspended in midair. The eyes are the windows of the soul. Looking at the eyes of the Dull King, he knows that at this time he has spread all his superpowers. It is mainly attached to the Dragon King Scorpion, Madara, Madame Huiji. They are not as flexible as the head of a crow and the blue bird of the Star Festival. With the help of the Dumb King's super ability, it is easy to avoid unnecessary attacks in battle. Unfortunately, Boscadora and Shagira have not reached their current level. Otherwise, as long as Boscadoro is at the forefront, even if the other elf can break through his defense line, he will definitely suffer a lot of damage. Gengui got into the ground and rushed straight towards Browns. Attacking it will be the best and most appropriate way. Dragon King Scorpion, Madara and Crow's heads. The three elves worked together to suppress the three elves when the opponent was going to besiege the Firebird. Mrs. Huiji and Dream Demon are mainly guarding Aoki's side, and use skills to cause damage to each other. Kixie Bluebird is fighting with the other elf who is flying in the air. Gang Ghost, Ghost Face, Shadow Ball. Very few ghosts can find the trajectory of the Super Gang Ghost under the ground. However, Lox, the last life-saving elf, could find the cursed doll. Follow the energy of the ghost system. Curse the doll, the sneak attack. The ghost spirits restrain each other, and if you want to separate the results, you can quickly see the results. Super Genghis Shadow Ball directly hit the cursed doll, but he also attacked Gengui with his own shadow. The only difference is that Gengui suffered minor injuries, and the cursed doll was seriously injured. Gengui, play the head of the crow. Aoki ordered to Gengui. In most cases, Aoki will make Gengui play the Dragon King Scorpion and increase his explosive power. But in this case, the cursed doll is not Genghis' opponent, so it is better to increase the number of layers of overconfidence to make the subsequent battles smoother. The black light flashed in Genghis' eyes, and he played the crow's head's self-confidence too much. A shadow ball again. Cursing dolls. We also use shadow balls. Seeing that Gengui was about to launch another attack, Lox knew he was out of control but had to bite his head. The cursed doll wasn't an elf who specializes in special attacks. In the face of super special ghosts, it is very unwise to use a shadow ball to collide. Brownies was also slightly anxious at this time. He is not Aoki, and he is not a superpowered person. He cannot command by telepathy, which causes his elf battles to be somewhat smooth. It is said that when there is only one flaming bird, there will be no problem at that time. But now the enemies become more numerous and the fighting process is diversified. Sometimes I can think of a suitable response in my mind, but when I say it, it is too late. This is the advantage of the superpower. Although the strength of the opponent's self is obviously stronger than his own side, if it is only a short battle, Aoki still has the confidence to ensure that he does not fall, even gradually gain the upper hand. But if it is long, it is not necessarily. Aoki's superpowers will be exhausted. Genghis Super Evolution also has time constraints, and the opponent can gradually get used to Aoki's fighting methods. For example, now, Brownies has found that even if the elves are stronger, it is difficult to occupy too many advantages in a short time. He changed his strategy, letting his elves defend fully, and then commanded the strongest electric dragon to fight the flame bird. If you defeat that flaming bird first and participate with the power of the electric dragon, it will definitely defeat the other side. Although his own Spitfire dragon is also strong, after all, he used the abdominal drum skill before, and at this time the physical strength was not fully recovered, and it was a bit daunting. Moreover, the Dull King suspended in midair and Aoki was to focus most of his attention on the Spitfire dragon, and not to defeat the Spitfire dragon was to make him uncomfortable and uneasy to fight. Brownies wanted to take time to ensure that he defeated the flamingo before fighting Aoki. However, Aoki seems to be fighting for time. Except for the increasingly fierce battle of Gengui, the remaining elves are slowly grinding and slowly consuming the physical strength of the other elves. Boom! Genghis Shadow Ball collided with the Shadow Ball of the Cursed Doll. No accident. While the Cursed Doll Shadow Ball was blown away, he and the ghost once again threw two highly condensed Shadow Balls. On the skill, proficiency and cohesive power of the Shadow Ball, we have not yet encountered an elf that can compare with Gengui. The two Shadow did not follow their original trajectory, but with a special arc, with a special curve from both sides, smashed towards the Cursed Doll. Originally, the level was not very high, and it would reach the level of Heavenly King in the face of the super-evolved Ghost. The end is not very unexpected. Boom. The Cursed Doll lost its combat ability directly. As a result, Locks and Browns became more passive. Without the elves who protected them, Brownies could only call his side. The only fire-breathing dragon that could still move freely prevent sneak attacks from super Ghosts. However, Gengui was not entangled. After defeating the Cursed Doll, a layer of light flashed on his body, and he added an extra layer on his own. Then Gengui submerged into the ground again. Without the Cursed Doll, they would have no way to find him. As long as Gengui does not appear randomly, the fire-breathing dragons can only stay obediently beside them. Thinking of the embarrassing situation now, Brownies can only speed up the progress of the electric dragon's battle. Even if it is to replace the injury, you must quickly defeat the Firebird to resolve the embarrassing situation. Grumble. For 10 minutes, the scarred flame bird persisted for 10 minutes. In the end, due to the restraint of the property www.untilnovel.com, it fell under the strong current of the electric dragon. It really fell down this time and couldn't stand up again. However, defeating the flaming bird so quickly, the electric dragon also has many scars on its body. Browner's attention focused on the electric dragon, which led to his other elves, two of which fell under the joint attack of the Aoki elves. In the end, he was captured by the Super Ghost, and the layers of self-confidence overlaid with 2 layers again accumulate to 3 levels. The elves on both sides stood apart again, looking far away. Although he defeated Brownie's 2 elves, his own elves also suffered considerable injuries. The most important thing is that after the electric dragon defeated the flame bird, it was liberated, and the fire-breathing dragon also recovered most of its physical strength due to the 10-minute rest period. Electric dragon plus fire-breathing dragon, 2 senior Danwanga level elves, plus 3 remaining elves. Aoki had only a group of injured elves, and a super Ghost who would stack himself over 3 levels. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 977 Final Hole card. On the whole, Aoki has the number advantage of elves. But if you look at the quality, the gap is a little bit bigger. The 2 you just defeated are also below the level 65. And now the opponent does not have a level 65 below. It seems that we have the advantage in the end. At this time, Brownie's face looked a lot better. The flamingo was defeated, and the opponent is now at a disadvantage. That is, the ending now. Although there are some accidents in the middle, and some losses that you do not want to meet, the results at this time are the same as Brownie's thought. In front of this young man, he really can't stay anymore. Otherwise no one will be sure where he will grow in the future. At that time, the person who destroyed the Jinquin family may be the little guy in front of him. His son, Regis, is probably too fierce now. Thinking of this, A little contentment of the original Brownie's face gradually dissipated. Oka's face did not show the panic that Brownies wanted to see. Instead, he glanced down at the time displayed on the communicator. There was even a smile on his face. If it wasn't inherited by your family, you would bring an elf with you when you go out. Now you are probably kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, Oki said. Seeing a smile on Oka's face, Brownies frowned. What made Oki so calm, even as if it was himself who was at a disadvantage? Is it Dark and Shadow? Thinking of this, Brownies was a little surprised. The sound of fighting in the distance seems to have dissipated for a while. If Oki unites the two of them, it will be a little troublesome. However, the two of them have just fought against the three divine birds. There should not be too much fighting power left. And Brownies still has some understanding of the strength of the two of them, not much weaker than their younger brother, Rox, but at most it is barely to reach the senior Danwanga level trainer. Is not an opponent of Denon. Moreover, if they really have the strength to retain, it is estimated that the lightning bird and the frozen bird have already been resolved. Know that the flamingo is the strongest of these three elves. No, you don't want to be crooked. Dark and Shadow will not come. Oki seemed to see through Browner's thoughts and said with a smile, "Oh, who gave you the confidence? Not only did you dare to save the flamingo from me, but you also exposed your identity unscrupulously. Do you think there is room for you in the rockets even if you go back alive?" Brownie raised an eyebrow. "So, when I reveal my appearance, it means that the two must stay here, otherwise I'm not good at making a difference." Oki spread his hands and looked helpless. Interaction? So you are from Sakagi? Do you have Sakagi's hand? Browns's face gradually became harder to look. Although he didn't want to admit it, he still said that Sakagi's strength was indeed far above him. Their family conspired for the rockets, and it was only after the plot that Sakagi died or was defeated, or the rockets after the disappearance. In short, they will start to work with the rockets after Sakagi disappears. Even if they give them 100 guts now, they can only think about it. Oki said with a smile, "It seems that you are still very afraid of the leader. I don't know who established the mentality of your family's brain, but you want to start with the leader?" Shaking his head, pouting his mouth, saying endless ridicule. Asshole. Brownies and Rox looked pale and white. As the highest idea of the family, even if they knew he was wrong, they must carry it out as a family member. Moreover, in their opinion, this is not without operating space. At least so far, they have done a good job. It'll take you down sooner. Browner's patience ran out. He no longer wanted to know who sent Oki and who gave Oki the confidence to talk to himself. Beat him. Conquer the flamingo. The goal of the family must be stable. Although the death of his son Regis made him feel very angry. But who doesn't have 2 or 3 sons? Don't have too many heirs to the family. Regis is just a loser, and it's not worth regretting him too much. This is the face of those family members in this world. Oka's face was disdainful. Since you want to know my whole card so much, let you see it. The Dull King. Oki shouted at the Dull King. Yeah? The Dumb King nodded, and disappeared in place by using the instant movement directly. Just when Lox was about to ridicule again, the elves around Brownies, especially the electric dragon and fire-breathing dragon, had their muscles strained. You can even see the scales and hairs standing on them. The Dull King appeared next to Oki again, but he was not alone, and an elf stood beside him. An elf covered with crystals, who looks like ice cubes everywhere. Long time no see, Regis. Before Oki came down from the air fortress, he asked the Dull King to go to Regis. He knew that the task was not simple. The other party was a trainer who had the courage to resist the beast, not Oki alone. And to complete the task perfectly, of course, you need to be fully prepared. Although there is a certain distance from the island where Regis is located, it is not too difficult for the Dull King who has a teleportation. The superpower coordinates that Oki once left with the Dull King on the sea island came in handy. It took a while for the Dull King to bring Regis over, and he placed it on an island not far away. This is Oki's biggest hole card, and it is also the last resort. An ice column that surpassed the rank of Uranus. It is also a beast, but the strength of this ice pillar is definitely stronger than the flame bird that fell to the ground at this time. www.mentalnovel.com. The ice pillar appears, the temperature on the mountain suddenly drops, and the volcano has signs to extinguish. Aoki walked to Bingshanzu with a smile, patted his body, and felt the temperature from his hands. "I'm going to trouble you again this time." Several light yellow city beads on the top of Bingshan's head flickered a few times. This is his answer to Aoki. The second one. This was the second of 3 things that Aoki fled to do. As long as he completed 3, he no longer owed Aoki, but Aoki needed to help him find a dream. This is an equivalent exchange. Seeing the appearance of the ice god's pillar, Browns and rocks looked ugly. No one can imagine that Aoki's final hole card was actually an ice pillar, or his strength broke through the king of ice pillar. Bingshanzu and Aoki haven't seen each other for a long time, and the level has not changed at all. But the deterrence remains. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 978. Goose plucking. After understanding Aoki's meaning, Regis didn't stop for a moment, and rushed towards the electric dragon and fire-breathing dragon beside Brownies. The strength of these 2 elves is not weak, but compared to Regis, there is still a gap. Moreover, they have suffered a lot of injuries before, and of course they have less resistance. Without worries, Aoki directed his elf to launch a violent attack on the remaining Brownies. In fact, the strength of the electric dragon made Aoki a bit worried. Even if the fire-breathing dragon, Aoki had the confidence to grind him a little bit. Brownies and rocks looked as ugly as they looked. But Brownies didn't give up, still commanding his elves to make the final attack. Locke can only expect his brother to rescue himself in this crisis. Aoki directs the elf, with the dream monsters that have been with him, slowly walking towards the flame bird. The flaming bird, still in a coma at this time, totally lost self-awareness. When he attacked Denon before, he was ready for death. The dignity of the divine beast cannot be trampled. Even if you die, you must stand dead. Aoki looked at the huge flame bird, and the flame on his body was much smaller when he was unconscious. Some of the more serious wounds on the body were still flowing with golden blood. Well, it is indeed a beast. This self-healing ability is simply horrible. Aoki looked at some smaller wounds of the flaming bird and was recovering at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The wounded flesh tissue pulled out a little sprout and intertwined into pink fine meat. This can't be wasted. You know this is the blood of an adult flame bird? Aoki thought secretly, immediately took out an oversized glass bottle from his storage space. Dream? Question mark. The expression on the side of the dream demon was shocked and puzzled. Aoki, what is this going to do? Such a large glass bottle. No, this is a glass jar. Isn't it going to be filled with the flame bird's blood? Sure enough, Aoki put on gloves very professionally, as Dream Demon thought, and took out an oversized syringe. Now that you know that you want to extract the genes of the 3 divine birds, how can you not prepare? The needle of this syringe is specially treated. Creak. Directly inserted into the arteries of the flamingo. The dream demon covered his mouth and did not dare to make a sound, for fear that he would wake up the flaming bird. But I did not want to understand how loud the fighting sound was next to me. At this time, the flaming bird really lost its resistance and entered the body's self-protection. At this time, his body will automatically convert all the energy stored in his body into blood and various substances that are beneficial to the body's recovery. It can be said that at this time the blood on the flame bird is definitely the most nutritious and the most tonic. SHHHM also good for him. It's a pity that so much blood was wasted. I can't see anything in the soil. I help him collect it first, and then I can give him some blood supplements, Aoki said mysteriously to the dream demon. Dream? The dream demon pointed to the oversized glass bottle next to Aoki, and then pointed to the large syringe in his hand, as if asking, "Are you sure? Isn't it not enough to pretend? You see that he is so big, it's not a problem to go down in a tank of blood." Aoki patted the glass bottle and said, "1 cylinder. You also know it is a tank." The dream monster was speechless, but said nothing. I don't know why, This kind of goose-plucking behavior made her feel slightly ecstatic. No, it was broken. Aoki didn't say much, and he hurried up to start the action. The battle on the other side seemed as if it had nothing to do with him. With Regis in there, Aoki didn't believe that the two men could be sky high. Boom, boom. Regis doesn't show any affection. Catching the electric dragon is directly pressing on the ground and beating. Even if the fire-breathing dragon blocked it, it didn't affect him. When the electric dragon was lying on the ground with a dying breath, Reggie turned sharply and looked at the fire-breathing dragon. Grunt. Spitfire swallowed the throat. The dumb king and Gengui, after careful cooperation to bully the little, quickly subdued all the three remaining elves in brownies. And they also successfully controlled brownies and rocks. At this moment, the two knelt on the ground, looked unwilling, but did not dare to say anything. Everything is a foregone conclusion, and both brownies are afraid to imagine what they will experience when they wait. And over Aoki, one tube after another went down. The golden blood is almost full. But the syringe in Aoki's hand was still inserted into the flaming bird. At this time, the speed of drawing blood was significantly slower, and the wound on the flame bird had long stopped self-repair. Even the breath was much weaker, frowning like a nightmare. The dream demon looked at the flaming bird with a worried expression. Forget it. It's almost there. Next time I should take a bigger tank. I wasted a lot during the previous battle, but unfortunately Aoki took out the syringe and poured the last liquid in the glass jar. Just a full tank. It's okay. This amount is just right. If I can, I want to smoke a little more. This is a natural adult beast. I don't know how much good food I have absorbed in my life. You have to understand the truth. Sometimes a certain bloodletting is good for your health. Aoki saw the dream monster's expression and explained to her patiently. The dream demon is speechless. Appropriate? Good for your health? You are almost draining him. Well, you don't understand. The point is not the blood, but the energy in it. If you make an energy cube, you don't know how good the taste is. You can eat it so much that you can finish it in a few days. Of course, I need to prepare more. Aoki didn't blink when she spoke www.mentalnovel.com with a sincere face. I heard it to make energy blocks. The dream demon's complexion changed, and immediately picked up the syringe in Aoki's hand, and then pierced the flame bird. A look like you squeezed you out. Aoki immediately stopped the dream monster, his face full of shame. Pumping down again, but really dying. He has a chip and can know where the flaming bird's limit is. The dream demon's control continues to ensure that he cannot see the sun of tomorrow. After all, it calmed down the restless dream demon. Aoki sealed the cylinder-shaped glass bottle, and then took out some high-quality energy cubes and blood-enhancing agents from the storage space and fed them into the mouth of the flame bird. For a long time, the flamingo's face looked slightly better, and his blood color slowly recovered. It was almost drained. A new elven ball suddenly appeared in Aoki's hands. The opportunity is so good. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 979. Do you accept it? Think for a few seconds. Aoki made the decision. The elf ball slid straight down from his hand and fell on the flaming bird. The elven ball opened directly, and a red light told the flame bird to take it in. Because the flame bird was defeated by the electric dragon, and a lot of blood was stolen by Aoki, this time has already entered a deep hibernation, so there was nothing unexpected about the process. Boom! After a sound, the flaming bird quietly gathered into the elf ball. Aoki picked up the elf ball, and looking at the elf inside felt a little unreal. Once there was a fairy egg of a flaming bird in front of himself, but he did not cherish it carefully. If he was given a chance to come again, Aoki would say, still can't afford it. Now conquered is an adult, the king of the peak flame bird with the basic combat power. If you can cultivate a little, I believe that you can break through the heavenly king class soon. Aoki finally understood the thoughts and excitement of the two. He saw with his own eyes the flaming bird, which was regarded as something in his sack, was taken into the elven ball by Aoki. But brownies and rocks could only kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Now Regis, standing beside them like ice cubes, was just horrified by the horrific fighting outbreak ability. And all of his elves lost their fighting ability, and they were left with 2 people. In the face of the group of elves in Aoki, there was no chance of resistance. Aoki took a look at the flaming bird in the elven ball and hesitated to release it. Then he dealt with some injuries on him. Originally, his system was able to recover soon. Who asked Aoki to drain all the energy he had accumulated in his muscles and blood for so many years? No, it's even more extreme, because all the blood is drained. However, it must be said that the blood of the flaming bird is indeed a very top-grade material, and ordinary people cannot buy it at all. Even if someone has a flaming bird, they will not be willing to pump their own elf's blood as material. And there are so few wild flamingos, and there are even less energy in them. It's no exaggeration to say that this world has such a large tank in Aoki's hands. After all, don't survive the heat at most is a test tube, or a little more powerful is a vial. How could Aoki be so exaggerated? Simply deal with the wounds on the flamingo, and after breathing is completely stabilized, Aoki will have time to deal with the brownies. Aoki almost laughed, looking at the 2 men who looked miserable at this time, but still raised their heads proudly, proud to kneel. But look at them not far away. The electric dragon in the stone pit. Aoki's eyes smoked. I was killed by the pillar of ice god. I really can't see it. He is usually quiet and simple, and he is so heavy in one shot. The other Spitfire had a breath. However, it can be seen that there is more air and less air intake. If it is not treated in time, it is estimated that it will not last long. Aoki felt a pain in her heart. Originally, Brownies and Rocks saw Aoki coming and wanted to say something. A blink of an eye saw Aoki rushing towards the fire-breathing dragon in the pit. I was still thinking, lost. 10 minutes later, Aoki came out of the pit where the fire-breathing dragon was lying, rubbing the sweat from his forehead. Finally, this fire-breathing dragon was rescued. Otherwise it is really miserable. What a pity that electric dragon. These 2 elves are the 2 most valuable in the hands of Brownies and Rocks. Last time, Aoki still remembered how much money he had obtained by auctioning a death coffin that had just reached the level of the Heavenly King. This electric dragon and fire-breathing dragon were much more valuable than the death coffin. Now that the electric dragon is dead, Aoki lost almost half of it directly. What is not losing? Fortunately, the fire-breathing dragon was saved by himself. Then I finally had time to talk about Brownies and Rocks. The poor 2 were from aristocratic families, and they had never kneeled on the hard ground for such a long time, and now their knees were numb. If it weren't for the elves of Aoki, they stood on the side with serious expressions. They would have stood up. Well, it seems that the 2 family members are a little bit psychologically dissatisfied. Aoki Yin and Yang walked in front of the 2 strangely, watching their nostrils looking at the sky. Couldn't help but say. The loss of the electric dragon made Aoki not in a good mood. If you have any request, just ask it directly. It doesn't matter if you want money or you want an elf. The lives of my brother and I are quite valuable, said Brownies with a proud look. It's like knowing that civilians like Aoki are short of money. When Aoki went to rescue the fire-breathing dragon before, he saw through Aoki's intention. Well, do you seem to know that I am short of money? Aoki slowly walked in. The superpowers on his body permeated, completely fixing the body of Brownies and Rocks, and gave the dull king a look and made him double insurance. After speaking, Aoki squatted down, looking for something on the 2. The 2 wanted to talk, but found that neither their body nor their mouth could move. Can only make a whine sound. I found it. Aoki added 2 more medals. Rocket Carder's medal. With this thing, I will be able to make a difference. As for my identity, please ask me to keep it confidential, Aoki said with a smile. At the same time, the space equipment and the elven ball on them were all released by Aoki and placed in front of them. When doing this, Brownies felt that they were both more fierce. In the end, Aoki's sentence didn't seem to mean to kill them. Just when I was ready to breathe a sigh of relief, I saw my body. Why do you seem to be looking at your body from top to bottom? This is Brown's last thought. I only heard, Aoki said coldly. The best way to keep secret is to ask you to reunite with Regis. Space cutting separated the 2 ends directly. Then he opened up a different space and threw them together. I clapped my palms. Done. I didn't expect the process to be simpler than I thought. It is also because the flame bird's strength is stronger, which makes the loss of strength of these two people more serious, I thought. But the most important thing is Oku's backhand. The emergence of the ice column is the key. Turn the whole battle. Oki walked to Bing Shinzu and patted his hard arm. The ECG replied, "You can rest assured that I already have a dream, but according to our agreement, I will definitely take you to find a dream within 5 years." Regis didn't say much when he heard Oki, but just nodded silently. Just when Oki thought everything was over, the accident happened again. Boom, whoa. Suddenly, dark clouds began to appear on the clear sky and quickly gathered. A large number of waves appeared on the calm sea, surging, Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 980 Rage's Fury. Oki looked a little dignified. The appearance of Bing Shinzu for 10,000 years has also changed. The 2 rows of small yellow dots on the face began to flicker red light irregularly. Oki felt dread and fear from Bing Shinzu, and a touch of reverence, respect. Suddenly thought of something. Oki turned and looked at the other 2 peaks. I saw a scarred lightning bird and a wounded frozen bird appearing in the air, tweeting towards the sea. The flaming bird on this mountain alone was silent. The waves on the sea are getting rougher. A very strange tweet appeared from the sea. Hearing this voice, Oki had a positive result on his conjecture. I didn't expect to encounter this elf here. I don't know if his appearance will have some bad effects on a few of them. A huge black shadow over 5 meters long appeared in the sea. Then the color of this black shadow gradually faded, and slowly floated towards the sea until it became completely silvery white. The bright and full-bodied tweet sounded through the world. Lokia, Poseidon, Lokia. Looking at this elf who appeared in the sky, there was a huge wave rising as he flew into the air. While flapping the wings, the thunder in the sky became louder, and the rain did not let money fall like crazy. Lokia flapped his wings, and if he wanted to, he could keep a place in heavy rain for 40 days in a row. Completely an elf that can destroy ecology. An elf with this ability can really be called a beast. Level 1 God. It is believed that the darkened shadows on the lightning bird peak and the frozen bird peak at this time, their faces are also quite unsightly. Oki can see that the 3 birds on the 3 islands, although not real beasts, are covered by this Lokia. Someone on his side bullied his younger brother, and now the older brother is coming. How to do? Lokia looked at the injured lightning bird and frozen bird, frowning, and the momentum of the beast was getting stronger and stronger. Looked at the mountain where the flamingo lived. The strongest flaming bird did not appear. Gently fluttered his wings. In a blink of an eye, just fluttering his wings, the huge Losia appeared on the volcano. The huge body and the arrogance made it impossible to look directly into his eyes. Library. Bing Shinzu made a rare syllable. Be obedient to Lokia. Although he serves fantasy, Lokia is powerful. As a pillar of ice, he must show his respect. Lokia looked at the pillar of ice god, nodded slightly. His face looked slightly better. When he turned his head to look at the flaming bird next to him, his momentum suddenly burst out. The howling winds appeared, and the rain was all blowing towards Oki their side. Oki subconsciously stretched out his superpowers, and at the same time the Dull King and Gengui stood in front of Oki. Although Lokia was so powerful that they didn't even have the idea of resisting, their trainers were threatened. As his elves, they appeared next to Oki for the first time. Lokia looked at the elves beside Oki, and did not attack immediately. Human. Now explain this to me. A voice suddenly appeared in Oki's mind. Looking at Rocha in front, Oki knew it was his. The more afraid this time, the more passive you will be. Oki slowly got up. Her waist plate stopped, and she looked straight into the eyes of Rocha, making the most of her superpowers. At the same time, the sound of ECG sounded in the mind of Lokia. Liuochia. Look at the wound on the flame bird. Where does the remaining energy come from? Although he was bandaged by me now, if it is your words should still be visible. There was a hint of wonder in Rochaya's eyes. There are still few humans able to withstand the impermanence emanating from their age. But hearing Oki's words, Lokia's eyes were wrapped in a thin layer of superpowers, and he looked at the wound that fell on the side of the breathing flame bird. Can see the flesh and blood, with a trace of residual electrical energy. Along this strand of electrical energy, Lokia saw the electric dragon that had completely lost its life in a nearby pit. The energy remaining in the electric dragon body is exactly the same as the scar on the flame bird. However, Lokia also saw the damage caused by other elves from the flame bird. Corresponding to the past, they all fell to the ground. It was the brownies of the previous brownies, and a few of them were only rocks. It was just that rocks elves had already received the ball, and Rosha didn't investigate it in that detail. After all, locks did not cause much damage to the firebird. Locked up a few elves on the ground, Lokia suddenly appeared a bunch of superpower of different sizes, and hit the elves of brownies directly. Loki had a pain in his body. What a loss of hundreds of millions. Don't look at the appearance of the Lokia as a fairly gentle elf, but as a first-level god. Which one is just good for speaking? Why is there a rumor that, as long as Lokia is willing, he can make a place rainstorm for 40 days in a row by flapping his wings? Not yet, because someone has experienced it. It may be an exaggeration, but it also shows that when Lokia was angry, he was no longer a gentle elf. A few of Brownie's debilitating elves, before Loki had time to put them away, were all settled by Lokia, including the fire-breathing dragon. This is really painful. But we can't say more, so as not to catch fire. Human, tell me your purpose of coming to this island, otherwise. Rokia's voice sounded in Oka's mind again. Obviously, he didn't think he could resolve his anger by solving the fallen elves. But halfway through what he said, he was interrupted, because a figure appeared next to Lokia. One, little Rokia, or the one Loki knew. He followed Lokia to play together, but in the middle of it, Lokia rushed towards this side suddenly, and saw that his three younger brothers were two injured and one seriously injured. Furious, had forgotten the existence of little Rokia. Little Logia still remembers Oki, and didn't care about Big Logia's angry mood. He flew to Oki to say hello www.littlenovel.com and then looked for something beside Oki. He was looking for Larulas, Rosha's voice sounded. Hearing what he said, little Rokia thought about it, stuck her tongue out, and flew to his side. The two Rockies whispered something. Oka's heart stood a little relieved. Rosha's anger is halfway out, and if he knew that he had done a simple cure for the flamingo, he should not have put a heavy hand on himself. But dark and shadow are hard to say. Fifth more, for the second leader of Meow 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 Meow, we will add 710. Ask for a monthly pass. On the last day of October, Hibiscus has 380,000 code words this month. It can't be said to be too much, but it is definitely not that small. Every day, there are 10,000 words updated. There are 10 outbreaks in 7 days. Persist. Thank you for your support for so long. Then ask everyone for the guaranteed monthly ticket for next month. We can still trust you with our renewal amount. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 981. Lokia departs. Hearing the explanation of little Rokia, Rokia's view of Oki changed. Then I thought that this ice column actually obeyed Oka's command and helped him solve the electric dragon. Rokia hesitated a little, and a mass of energy gathered in front of her, projected onto the flame bird. In an instant, it melted into his body. The closed eyes trembled and opened slowly. Originally still in a coma, the flamingo actually woke up directly. Is the cell regenerating fast? It's a magical ability. Oki saw the flaming bird waking up and thought of one of Lokia's abilities. The king of the phoenix can resurrect even the dead elves, and also grant them their special priesthood to become a beast of God. Wouldn't there be any special ability in the same name as the king of the phoenix? The flamingo shook her head and slowly flew up. Seeing Lokia appear here, you roughly understand the process. He flew up to Locia's side. Compared with the size of Lokia, the flamingo still has a big gap. Lokia patted Flamingo's back in a bad mood, and patted him directly. Little Lokia shouted immediately, as if to say that the flamingo was a patient. The flame bird didn't dare to say anything, and obediently returned to Lokia's side again. The three elves communicated. I don't understand because there is no ECG induction. But that's okay. The dumb king can understand a little. He slowly translates to Aoki. After roughly understanding what they communicated, Aoki's hanging heart slowly let go. Although the flamingo didn't know what happened after he was unconscious and why he was so weak now, he knew that Aoki had saved himself with the elves before, and tried to help myself overcome your opponents and restore physical strength. This flamingo is clearly distinguished. Aoki quietly gave the elf ball in his hand to the dream demon behind him, and then the dream demon threw the elf ball into Aoki's shadow. Also made her look like nothing happened. That is, the three elves opposite at this time are not paying attention to her. Otherwise it is not that there are 320 silverless people here. Hiding the last embarrassment, Aoki's confidence was enough. Watching them communicate almost, Aoki took some potion and spray and walked to the flame bird. Expressed that he wanted to help him deal with the remaining injuries on his body. By the way, show yourself in front of Lokia. There was a hint of embarrassment on Rosha's face. But as a beast of God, will you admit your mistakes? Obviously not. It was a lot better for Aoki. Immediately, once again, an energy ball was thrown from between the wings and into the flame bird's body. The flaming bird's injury returned at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. Aoki embarrassedly put everything in his hand into the storage space. Suddenly, Lokia screamed at the other two elves. The injured lightning bird and frozen bird flew over immediately, but their teeth were grinning slightly funny. The three majestic birds with original majesty, after seeing Lokia, suddenly became a little fanboy, and at the same time, he also told his injured grievances. Hearing the words of the lightning bird and the frozen bird, Lokia's face became ugly again. This time the voice spread throughout the three gods' island. All the elves who heard Lokia's voice were violent. Fierce attacks were launched against all humans on the island. I believe that in addition to Dark and Shadow have the strength to resist, the rest of the people are more or less dangerous. Aoki didn't say anything. At this time, obviously he chose to protect himself. After issuing the order, Lokia looked at Aoki again. It was a little hesitant. After all, I was just talking about all the humans on the island, and Aoki was also in it. However, after all, Aoki can be regarded as a person who helped the flamingo. He had misunderstood him before, and the little Lucky's sense of Aoki was okay. As if making a decision, Lokia opened her mouth, and a blue ball condensed in it. Frowning, he threw it directly to Aoki after successfully condensing. The red and blue energy ball was directly integrated into Aoki's brain. Humans, this is a reward for your work. Blue energy has my breath. From now on, as long as you don't take the initiative to challenge, this island, and even many island spirits, will not take the initiative to you. Superpower. You are a rare superpower. But your talent is not enough. The 6 little guys on your hands are not enough. Let me help you a little. Having said that, Lokia winged for a while, taking the little Lokia and the 3 divine birds towards the distance. After Lokia left, the sea gradually calmed down. The rain stopped, and the clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. Strands of sunlight hit the island through the clouds. There are many rainbows of different sizes and shapes over the island, which is really beautiful. Aoki looked at the elves who had become a few dots in the air, and couldn't say anything in his heart. If Lokia doesn't show up, he will definitely make a profit this time. When Lokia appeared, not only did he kill all of Brownie's 7 celestial elves, he also took away the flamingo. Looking at the empty elf ball in his hand, Aoki couldn't say anything. It is this elf ball that is connected to the flame bird. When you have strength in the future, you will definitely take back the flaming bird. Aoki could only comfort himself in this way. Except for being able to comfort myself, it seems that the pain in my heart has no place to vent. Fortunately, a whole tank of flame bird blood was drawn in advance. I don't know what effect the blood of Lokia will have. Aoki's idea gradually deviated. But fortunately, there are also 7 kings level elves of Lox, which are also a great wealth. but it is a bit troublesome to handle. www.mtnovel.com Aoki murmured. The organization that can take over 7 heavenly king elves, except for the rockets, is only more reliable than the Hunters Guild. As for the strange red and blue energy ball that Loxia just condensed, Aoki closed her eyes and felt her mind with a superpower, and indeed there was that energy ball. The blue energy is the same, but the red energy is constantly overflowing with energy. There are no impurities, and no treatment is required. As soon as it spills out, it is directly integrated into the superpower of Aoki. Under Aoki's perception, he also found that his superpower was constantly improving. The magnitude of the improvement is not great, but judging from the speed of energy dissipation of this energy ball and its scale, when all the superpowers in this energy ball are absorbed, even if your own superpowers fail to reach the advanced superpowers, or it will be upgraded by a large level. It's not all of a sudden. The slow improvement can also give you a time to ease. Another new month, 10 more. Please find your guaranteed monthly pass. This is the first change and I love you 3. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 982 mission completed. However, half of this energy ball is superpowers, and the remaining half is blue. Aoki doesn't believe that it is just the role that Rosia said. There must be other functions, but Rosia didn't say, Aoki didn't ask, and he could only explore by himself. Lokia left with the Tribird, and the whole world returned to peace. Sure enough, it is Lokia, Aoki thought secretly. However, as Lokia left, the wild elves on the island were furious. Those rocket members who are still on the ground at the moment are going to suffer. Aoki cleared the ground, and threw all the corpses of the elves into a different space. Although the bodies of these elves still have a lot of usefulness, Aoki is not very interested. If this kind of thing is not collected immediately, it will quickly lose its effectiveness. However, if it is not necessary to solve the elves, Aoki does not want to do it, especially in front of his elves. It's just a pity that the electric dragon and fire-breathing dragon, the senior elf-level elves, are still quite scary. Let the Dull King send the ice column back. There is a distance from the place where he lives. For the Dumb King's momentary movement, it is only half an hour at most. The Dull King left with Blinkshan, and Aoki was about to leave the volcano. But after a little hesitation, he summoned the desert dragonfly and flew towards the other 2 peaks. If there are no accidents on the mountain where the lightning bird lives, the shadow should still be there. As he approached, Aoki saw the mountain top where the lightning bird lived, and by this time it had been destroyed. It seems that the strength of the movie is not only restored, it has even improved to a certain extent. Aoki roughly guessed the strength of some movies when he saw the environment. The Elven Catalyst helped him recover most of his strength. The harvest on Neverland has not only restored the full strength of the film, but has even improved slightly. This dangerous move was counted on by him. Aoki thought to himself, great loss of power in exchange for most of their assets, in exchange for the Wizard Catalyst. Forcibly restore their strength, and then waited for the opportunity. I did not expect that after repeated missions, the current strength is not only not stopped by the catalyst, but also a lot of improvement. I have to say that Dark and Shadow are indeed the people that Sakagi fancy, and their ability is still very strong. Jumping from the back of the desert dragonfly, Aoki saw the shadow of a lonely standing on the top of the mountain. There are a lot of scars on his body, but the spirit of spirit looks quite adequate. Aoki walked slowly. It seems that the task is completed, Aoki said with a smile. Ying nodded and looked at Aoki. The elf was just. From the shadow's face, there was still a trace of shock, and a trace of eagerness. Aoki nodded his head in affirmation and walked to his side. It's rockier. Really? It didn't take long for Dark to come to this mountain. Seeing Aoki and Cage standing here, asking, where is Lox? Hearing the Dark question, Ying reacted, what about Lox? And Aoki flew over from the volcano, and before that, Lokia landed on the volcano. Dead, Aoki said lightly, as if it was not a big deal. Dark and Shadow glanced at each other without much surprise. Not only Locke, but his brother, brownies died together. Oki said, brownies. Dark and Shadow still knew the name. Brownies are not weak, and maybe even stronger for them. Oki then gave a rough overview of what had happened before. Part of the process was modified. In the end, it turned out that Locke fought the flamingo and followed brownies in advance. The two brothers wanted not only to get the flamingo's genes, but also to conquer the flamingo and become the elves of their family. After scoring the flame bird into a serious wound, it provoked the sea Lokia living in the sea. Lokia appeared, turning brownies and Locks directly into ashes, and their elves were also killed by Lokia. Finally, the flaming bird was rescued and left with the injured lightning and frozen birds. Ocus things are 7 points true and 3 points false, so the credibility is very high. But why do Dark and Shadow feel strange? Why was Oki hiding in the dark? Not found by Rosha. But it doesn't matter. So, has the flamingo's gene been obtained? Asked secretly. Oki took out the test tube containing the flame bird blood from the beginning and shook them. Now that the genes have been obtained, there is no need to tangle those. Anyway, no matter how dead Rocks and Browns are, for them, as long as they die, it is good. Then let's go. The elves have been hurt a lot, and the wild elves on the island seem to be violent because of the appearance of Lokia. Secretly suggested. Ying and Oki nodded. This is indeed not the time to stay long. As for other Rockets members, how much they can survive depends on their own capabilities. In order to get a bit of blood from the frozen bird and the lightning bird, Dark and Shadow took all of their elves up. There are not many elves who can still have a certain combat power. In the case that self-protection is a problem, they will not care too much about those men. After finishing speaking, he secretly threw an elven ball, summoned a fork-shaped bat, and Shadow summoned a bivalve big bird. The two elves had a lot of injuries, which can be seen in the Battle of the Three Gods, and the shadows were really exhausted. The three flew towards the sky with the help of their elves. At this time, the air fortress was still in stealth, and because of the appearance of Lokia, the air fortress quietly flew a little farther. As the three took the lead to fly to the fortress in the air, www.mentalnovel.com, many people also summoned their flying elves and rushed to the sky together. But at the same time, many people lost their lives under the chase of wild elves. After reaching the fortress in the air, the three Oki went directly to the top control room. There were originally 4 people in this room, but at this time only 3 of them were left. In addition, Oki originally hid his identity. Now there are only 3 of them, but there is no need to hide anything. At this moment there was a test tube rack on a small table in the middle of the room, and there were 3 test tubes on the rack. Inside are gold red liquid with a trace of hot gas, gold white liquid with flashes of fine current, and finally blue-white liquid with cold air. In these 3 test tubes, the blood of the 3 divine birds is contained, and their genes can be completely extracted. Their task this time was perfect. The 3 stood in the middle, ready to call Sakige's correspondence number, -. 10 more second more. Guaranteed monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 983 Return from 3 Kamishima Moment. Images of Sakagi appeared in front of the 3. Boss, the 3 of Oki said in unison. Now that Oki is a Kada, with Sakige's permission, he no longer needs to bow down as before. Sakagi looked at the 3, touching the soft fur of the cat boss next to him, without speaking directly. There were 3 test tubes in front of the 3 Oki, and Sakagi saw it the first time, knowing that they had the genes of the 3 birds. He was silent only because there were only 3 people in front of him. Good. Sakagi nodded slightly. Hearing his words, the 3 were also slightly relaxed. Where is Locks? Sakagi asked. The 3 eyes of Oki, Dark and Shadow exchanged a little, and finally Oki came to the front and explained. It's the same as he just said to them. The purpose of brownies and rocks, the appearance of Rokia, the death of the 2, and so on. Oki witnessed the whole process. After hearing this, Sakagi nodded, and took a meaningful look at Oki, just like the shadows, without much investigation. That being the case, then you should bring something back. Don't say anything about Brown's whereabouts, Sakagi urged. Yes, boss. There is a request from his subordinates. Finally, Aoki stood up and said, say it. My subordinates want to practice for a while on this island. Some of the elves here are more suitable for me, so my subordinates hope that after a period of training, the rockets will report. Aoki said respectfully. Sakagi looked at Aoki, and nodded slightly. It's enough to decide small things by yourself, without having to report everything. After that, the video disappeared. Aoki turned to look at the shadows, and said with a smile, then I have to trouble the two to bring the genes back. I need to stay on the island for a while. Ying smiled and shook her head, saying nothing. Sakagi's attitude says it all. This time their mission is well done, but Aoki's hidden mission is also better. Now the Jinkun family directly loses the two highest end combat power, then the sense of existence of this family will be infinitely reduced. The faction of the Jinkun family will be severely hit. At this moment, the Dark and Shadows are ready to go back and organize a counterattack. Just look at the old guy in the Jinkun family. If the people in the rockets and the Jinkun family come closer, at this critical moment, they will reveal something, and I believe that they will be uprooted directly by Sakagi's means. Now what they do, the most correct thing is to keep a low profile and show their value and usefulness, otherwise Sakagi may not keep his hand. The leader of the rockets is vegetarian. Having said that, Aoki left the control room directly without hesitation and returned to Sanshin Island again. Now all the wild elves on the island are still violent, but even if Aoki does not have an elf around them, those wild elves will not actively attack when they see Aoki. It's really effective. Loki's order is really powerful. Aoki thought secretly. Throwing the elven ball, summoned 4 elves, Shake-Era, Boskadora, Flaming Chicken, and Mosquito Frog King. The level of the wild elves is good here, it is more suitable for them. Aoki found that if they provoked wild elves themselves, they would still fight back. After all, they have to do something to others. Have they been beaten all the time? This island is able to let the 3 gods live. And there is also Lokia, which is obviously not a simple island. Aoki stayed not only to train the elves, but also wanted to explore this island, which was only known a little. On this day, I saw a lot of people rising from the ground and flying towards the Sky Fortress. At the same time, some people in the Sky Fortress took some small planes to pick up the surviving rocket members. The whole island boils for a whole day. It wasn't until the middle of the night that the wild elves stopped beating. I don't know if all the rockets ran away or they were all settled by them. In short, the island was silent. The air fortress left silently. Only Aoki remained in the end. After 2 weeks, Aoki returned to the rocket's base of Chinpan City again. A full 2 weeks. He explored the island of Misami for 2 weeks, but did not get what he thought. But the elves got a lot of exercise opportunities. It's not just Shake-Era them. In the back, after Shake-Era and Boskadoro exercised for a while, Aoki summoned the baby dragon. They cultivated baby dragon, La Rulers, Mohair, and Broken Diamond. The 4 little guys got a big boost in strength. Baby Dragon and Mohair levels reached level 24, Lalulas reached level 19, and Small Broken Diamonds reached level 32. There are not many level improvements, but it means that Aoki has begun to train the little ones in a planned way. Except for the 4 little guys fighting occasionally, the main promotion was Shake-Era them. Now Shake-Era and Boskadora have reached the level of 49 and are stuck at the peak of the elite level. The Flame Chicken and the Mosquito Coil Frog Emperor have broken the elite level and reached level 52, catching up with the giant marsh monster. In the later battles, the monsters also joined in. The 3 Quasar level elves, plus Shake-Era and Boskadora, 2 elite level elves, are already considered to be overlords on the island. After Shake-Era reached level 49, Aoki chose to leave Sanshin Island. Soon, Shake-Era will evolve. Still 6 levels behind. For the final evolution of the first Quasar God in his own hands, Aoki is still very enthusiastic, and he must definitely make sufficient preparations. It is not the time for Shake-Era to evolve. Aoki still has something to prepare for him. Once Shake-Era completes the evolution, plus the super evolutionary stone, it may become the most exaggerated existence of these 5 elves at once. The more critical time www.untilnovel.com, the less anxious. Shake-Era's form is a cocoon-like form. Its main purpose is not to enable the elves to fight better, but to let the elves accumulate strength. Generally, the wild Shake-Era will bury himself deep in the ground, mudly absorb the energy in the soil, and adjust his state to the best. Let yourself reach the best state after evolution. And Shake-Era of Aoki, through constant battles, reduced this time of energy accumulation. But this does not mean that these energy need not be saved. The more accumulated, the more terrified the strength after evolution. Aoki's high hopes for Shake-Era do not allow him to rush through evolution. So after 2 weeks, Aoki returned. He also has a 100 million share, and he will exchange all of this share into materials that can help Shake-Era, and then give him the conditions and time to accumulate energy. But after returning to the rockets, the first thing to do is to see Sakagi. 10 more and third more. Guaranteed monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 984. Is it really a man? Seeing Sakagi this time, there is not much to do. Because of what Aoki did, neither Sakagi nor Aoki himself said clearly. The two just realized it. The benefits that Aoki will receive will be given to Aoki from various aspects by Sakagi in the future. Substantial things are not possible at once. After all, Sakagi could not let people know that he wanted to do something with the Jinquen family. However, after this incident, there was another 2 weeks of precipitation, and the Jinquen family had been completely honest. Aoki felt that, with their mentally impaired character, maybe they would play to death one day. Anyway, no one knows that they did it by themselves, and there is no evidence. Even 3 people know that Aoki participated in this task. In fact, Sakagi did not give Aoki benefits. After ordinary members were promoted to cadres, they only had a share of 200 million at most. Sakagi doubled Aoki directly as an advance. The latter is even more worry-free. Taking Sakagi as a means of life, he will not betray his men. The premise is not to betray the rockets. In previous lives, Aoki knew a man named Musashi, who still had some talents, but his brain was not very good. But it is said that it was the descendant of one of Zenjin's most powerful men, who died in the execution of the task, and Sakagi took care of her children with all his efforts. Even if this man named Musashi was a bit silly, Sakagi still did not give up on her and still tolerated her. It was because her mother had done great things for the rockets. That's why so many people are willing to kill Sakagi. No worries, no need to worry about your success. After seeing Sakagi, I got compliments from the other party. Aoki came to the exchange to spend all of the remaining 100 million shares, and all bought what Shake-Era could use in the final settlement. This is really a big deal. Shake-Era was the same as Kodola before. Suppression, suppression and suppression, frantically suppressed to the limit that they can bear, and then complete evolution at this level. The time and energy accumulated by these suppressions will not be wasted. They will erupt suddenly after evolution, and at the same time will make Shake-Era's foundation more stable. Leave the city of Chengpan. Aoki originally wanted to go to the Dark Grey City, but thinking about the appearance of Dagang Xiaogang, he subconsciously shifted his goal to Yuhong City. And Yuhong City is more in line with the requirements of this operation. Yuhong City is the largest city in the Kanto region other than the Golden City. If Aoki wants to sell those elves in his hands here, it is more appropriate. Moreover, Yuhong City is Chengpan City on the left and Golden City on the right. It is sandwiched between the 2 major bases of the rockets. On the surface, it looks like the city under the control of the Alliance. Take root. The base of the rockets of Yuhong City is relatively large. Similarly, the underground black market in Yuhong City is also quite prosperous. In addition to the Yuhong Road Museum, there are some other famous buildings in Yuhong City. For example, Yuhong Department Store Building, or Yuhong Building, Yuhong Game City and so on. Therefore, Yuhong City is not just close to Golden City, it has its own industry. Aoki entered Yuhong City without attracting Anon's attention. I didn't wander around elsewhere and went straight to the black market. Find the Hunter Guild. To be honest, Aoki hasn't been to the Hunters Guild for a long time. Mainly because I don't have much money in my life. I don't need to capture the elves everywhere in exchange for resources. Except when I returned from Trial Island in the early stage, I made some money through the Hunters Guild to subsidize the cultivation of elves, and later gradually gave up the profession of hunter. Still coming slowly. Now Aoki's hunt rank is lower than the previous life, but his strength is more than double. The elves sold this time cannot be handled by the Hunters Guild. If you really want to sell them, you still have to find a responsible person. As usual, Aoki in a black robe entered the Hunters Guild. Did not wear his own hunter rank medal. Only 4 stars, a bit shameful. Find the staff directly. Find the management of Yuhong City, Aoki said to the staff. The attitude of the staff is still very good, and they are not angry because Aoki did not even have the hunter medal. After all, not everyone is a hunter. Sir, are you? The staff member asked with a smile. Aoki directly took out the Rocket's Carter's medal, not his own, but Brownie's medal. However, the Carter's medal cannot be identified without being scanned, so it does not matter if you take out your own medal. The Hunters Guild has a very close relationship with the Rockets. Although they do not know what the Rockets Carter's medal is, they are told to see it and report it as soon as possible. With a sincere and horrified expression from the staff, Aoki entered the VIP room of the Yuhong City Hunters Association, waiting silently for the person in charge. The entire VIP room looks quite well decorated, and has the usual style of the Hunters Guild. Did not let Aoki wait long. After a few minutes, the door to the VIP room opened. There was a woman who walked in, and her face was full of makeup, and she could not see the true appearance, and her figure was quite good. Aoki's eyes narrowed gradually when he saw the people coming in. Unexpectedly, old acquaintances could be encountered in Yuhong City. The person who came in Aoki happened to know. I used to bring myself some trouble, but at that time the opponent was too much stronger than Aoki, and there was no chance of resistance. Now the two of them have changed their identities. The strength of the opponent has the meaning of standing still, but Aoki is no longer Uxiaman of the day. The people who walked in were exactly the staff of the Hunter Guild named Rose when they met the Golden Hunter Guild for the first time more than a year ago. This person knew Aoki in previous lives, so Aoki's attitude was good. I just don't know why she came to Yuhong from Golden City. When Rose came in, she saw Aoki sitting in a position www.mplnovel.com, his body hidden under the black robe. Aoki was not recognized at all. With a smile on his face, he said, I don't know if this Rocket Carder, come to our Hunters Guild in Yuhong. Can I help you? Then he sat on the sofa beside Aoki. At such a close distance, the thick perfume smell made Aoki frown subconsciously. The gooch smell of this prickly rose is really getting worse. But this is her disguise, and disguise. The heavier the perfume, the worse her situation. Miss Rose, the perfume on your body is too heavy. Please stay away from me, Aoki said politely. Hearing this man in black robes shouting his name directly, Rose took a moment's notice, and immediately smiled and sat on the opposite side of Aoki. Her treated and tested makeup was actually disgusted, and she was still a man, which made Rose a little embarrassed. At the same time, she also labeled Aoki as not real man. 10 more and 4th more. Guaranteed monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 985. Meet Rose again. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. When he saw Rose, Aoki thought of the sun dog who had killed him today. I should have no problem facing him now, and I don't know if the opponent's strength has improved. I don't know, Miss King. Why did you come to work in Yuhong City? I remember that you were supposed to be in Golden City before. Aoki didn't mention what he was going to do, but asked again. Hearing Aoki's question, Rosa rose again. The expression on his face was a bit ugly, but a fake smile soon appeared. The natural smile that was able to hold on now is a bit stretched. I don't know who this lord is, exactly. Why do you know so clearly about my affairs? Genghis asked. She hasn't worked long in Golden City. Knowing that she has worked in Golden City and there are not many strong people. As for why I came to work in Yuhong City, it was helpless. Who makes the Sun Dog the real connection between the Hunters Guild? For those who joined halfway, let alone the true core of the Hunters Guild is absolutely out of reach. This fat position in Golden City was stung by a member of the Hunters Guild. It's not bad to see Yuhong City, but in terms of the oil and water of the Hunters Association, Yuhong City and Golden City are completely incomparable. People will only remember the largest city. As for the second largest city, who will pay attention? Just as others know that the highest mountain in the Kanto region is Beiyin Mountain, which is the second highest mountain. And who cares? Aoki still didn't answer. Leaning directly on the back of the sofa, a Geng ghost emerged from the shadow, nodded to Aoki, and submerged directly into the ground. Seeing the appearance of Genghis had a creepy feeling, and the goosebumps of the whole body suddenly rose. Just a glance, as a senior hunter, he knew that his elf was not this Genghis' opponent. The man in front of you is terrifying. This was the first reaction in Rose's heart. Although we know that the Kadas of the Rockets are all masters of the Heavenly King class, seeing and personal experience are two different things. This time Rose didn't dare to chase after him. Soon, Genghis poked his head from the ceiling and nodded at Aoki. Make sure this room is a safer room. Seeing Genghis' actions, Rose also understood that Aoki wanted to determine the safety of the room. But I don't know why, it made her feel more uneasy. Aoki ignored him, but just took out an elf ball from under the black robe and pushed it directly in front of Rose. Seeing the hand holding the elf ball, Rose saw at a glance that the man in black robe in front of her was not very old, at least not more than 25 years old. Can you deal with this elf? Aoki no longer covered his hands. A string of beads emerged from Aoki's black robe and circled between his fingers. Mind beads and superpowers. Frowned slightly. Still a superpower. In my impression, I really don't know such a strong man. Resisting the anxiety and curiosity in his heart, he picked up the elf ball on the table. Then she took a small one out of her storage space, put the elf ball on it, and pressed the detection key. This is a portable sprite detector. What it detects is not very detailed, but roughly everything can still be scanned. Aoki took out this elven ball, which is one of the last 7 elves left by Loch an Emperor Kairos. This is the tamed king elf. Rosa looked at the test results in her hands, a little at a loss. As the head of a hunters guild, it is really the first time that I have seen someone trying to tame a king of heaven level elves. Generally, this kind of business is handled by the internal staff of the Hunters Association. The person in charge said that she is a good person in charge, but in fact, more of them are the ones who deal with chores. The members of the guild who do not want to do or are too lazy to do it are all handled by them. Today is mainly rare. All members of the guild went out to attend the meeting, so she came to receive Aoki. I didn't expect that the first customer today would come up with such a big deal. The Hunter Guild respects wild elves. All hunter missions are tamed wild elves. But this does not mean that the Hunter Guild ignores the tamed elves, mainly because the conditions were not met. The Hunters Guild claims to only deal with tamed elves of Quasi King level and above, because such elves are more valuable. For tame wild elves, they are more malleable and have a certain training value. For the tamed elves, the basic fighting style has been finalized. It is more troublesome to correct the fighting style that suits them. Many people prefer to train the elves from scratch, but when the tamed elves reach the level of Quasi King or even Uranus, then it is different. At this level, even if the elves do not fit their fighting style, they can still have a certain fighting power. And the elves that can reach this level have almost realized their talents. As long as you buy them, you can become a timely combat force. It may not be possible to reach the extreme of these elves, but it is also a good combat force. Still, many people are willing to buy these elves to supplement their combat effectiveness. So the last Oki coffin could reach this price. Uranus level elves, wild and tamed, are not much different. Can you handle it? Oki asked again. Rose recovered from the of sorrow. The laughing flower branch fluttered, and her previous embarrassment was left behind. Having a Uranus level Geng ghost, the identity of the rocket Skada, and an elven ball taken out of hand is also a Uranus level elf, which shows that the person in front of himself is not an ordinary Uranus level trainer. There may be some existence of the same level already in his hands. Yes, such a big customer, but we must hold it tightly. At the same time that I can earn a lot of commissions www.mentalnovel.com, I can also have a very valuable customer. So this thing must be done well and done beautifully and simply. Oki nodded with satisfaction. This elf is the weakest one in Locke's hands. If the Hunters Guild can give itself a satisfactory price, he won't mind selling it directly here. Wait a minute, he'll be back soon. After that, Rose left in a hurry. Although she is now in charge of the guild, she does not have the right to directly acquire the Heavenly King elves, and requires instructions. Oki looked at the leaving Rouse, closed her eyes, and fell into thought. 10 more and 5th more. Seek the bottom. For the second leader of Meow 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 Meow, I will add 910. The day before yesterday was wrong and came 6 twice, so today is chapter 9, chapter 986. I have a bold idea, Gengui. Take a look at it. After thinking about it, Oki still said to Gengui. Hearing that, Gengui nodded and submerged into the ground again. 5 minutes later, Rose returned ugly. Oki sat in position and looked at the incoming roses, but did not speak. Before he told Gengui to follow him, he was only to prevent accidents, but he did not expect to hear something interesting. Gengui looked at Oki sitting on the sofa, and barely smiled, saying, "Sir, you may have to wait for a while, and the head of Yuhong City will be back soon." It's because of her ugly face. Originally, the head of the Hunter Association of the Hunters Association went out, and Oki, a big customer of the king class, could take it. Regardless of the commission she can get from this transaction, as long as she has a good relationship with Oki, she will have a stable high-quality customer in the future. However, her highest authority is only the acquisition of Quasar-King-level elves, which involves the elves of the king, and must be authorized by someone. But when the man learned that a king-level customer was there, he immediately put down his affairs and said that he would rush back. Then, when the customer of Oki was the same person, what he did, that is, the bamboo basket, was drunk. This made her laugh. She didn't know that Oki knew all this. Rose is a potential person. Others don't know, but Oki knows it, because in the future, she will indeed improve her strength to the level of Heavenly King. What exactly is the opportunity? Oki is not clear. Not an ordinary Uranus. Just because too much time was wasted in the early stage, the final limit may be the peak of the Uranus level. If more resources are invested in the previous period, it will not be impossible in the future. A year was wasted so much, and Oki felt that it was a pity that his strength was lagging behind. All of this had nothing to do with him. The strength of the rose in front of him was not related to himself. But there is one person's news that he really must know, that is, the Dipper that once threatened Oki. Oki admits that he is a cautious person and a man who must pay attention. If you are bullied, you will either kill yourself at once, or you will be paid back 100 times when you become stronger. Oki thinks that he is just a small person, without the broad minds of the so-called big men. Now that he has ended, he will not relent when he can avenge himself. So after knowing the news, Oki suddenly had an idea. An immature, but also a good idea. Miss Rose is in trouble. I wonder if I can help, Oki said lightly. Hearing Oki's words, Rose rose for a moment. At first sight of the man in black robe, he shouted his name directly. Obviously know yourself. What does the question mean now? Obviously not close to women, but Oki looked at her expression and smiled. I may be able to help you, but only if you also help me solve a problem that has troubled me for a long time. If so, Rose's vigilance slowly let go. People in such an underground society are nothing social, and everything is based on interests. Since the other party has requirements, the credibility is high. You talk about it. Qianhui calmed her mood in front of him and sat on the opposite sofa. The director of the guild is at least half an hour away, and he still has a little time. It's a simple thing. I believe Miss Rose will be able to help me. Aoki continued, tell me where someone is. That person's name seems to be Yangdu, the Sun medalist of the Hunters Guild. Yangdu. Rose heard the name again for a long time. There are really many accidents today. People who know Yangdu appear to be customers in Golden City. But once again she tried hard to remember and still couldn't think of such a person. It's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Yangdu was the former head of the Golden City Hunters Association, but he was transferred away after not staying in Golden City for a long time. He should now be working in Fenyuan, Rose said with a hint of memory. I still remember that Yangdu was still one of her suitors, but later he was transferred and he was transferred from Golden City. The two did not communicate much, although he did not look down on him. However, I have to say that as a member of the Hunters Association, Yang Dao's future will be much better than him. Fenyuan? Aoki murmured. I really didn't expect that the Sun Dog once was in Fenyuan area. I don't know what happened to this gentleman looking for Yangdu. I can convey it for you, said Qian hesitatingly. Although I really don't want to go to Yangdu, it is worthwhile if I can get the favor of a rocket carder. Aoki smiled. It's easy to get in touch. Without saying much about this, Aoki asked again. Isn't Miss Rose a member of the Hunters Guild? There is nothing to hide. The hunters of the Hunters Guild are judged by the Golden Stars, and the members of the Siege are based on the Medal of the Sun. Her existence, which is not inferior, is said to be a member of the Hunters Guild, but in fact it is more like an outsider. The members are identified by the Moon Medal. She is not a member of the guild, and anyone who knows her knows it. Yes, Rose nodded. Hidden well, but Aoki caught a reluctance and regret from her eyes. Joining an organization is easy, but if you want to quit, it is almost impossible. Unless you are strong enough to ignore the existence of this organization directly. When she was just promoted to the rank of Quasiking, she chose to give up her hunter status and join the Hunters Guild. I originally thought it would be a flying opportunity, but I didn't expect this to be a quagmire. The deeper and deeper it was, the almost impossible to break through the quagmire. Upon hearing her answer, Aoki nodded. Then you should know that as a non-family member of an organization, its status in this organization is very awkward. I believe you have not been able to improve your elf strength for a long time. Aoki continued. What do you want to say? Qianhui felt something vaguely. www.mtlnovel.com gives you a chance, in the future, the opportunity to soar into the sky, but also gives you a regret medicine. See if you want to eat. Speaking of half, Aoki stopped and waited for a moment. Seeing that there wasn't much anger on Rose's face, he continued to say, get out of the Hunters Guild. Sure enough, after hearing this sentence, Rose was faintly prepared, but her face was still very complicated. After leaving the Hunters Guild, why didn't she want to do it? Are you going to join the Rockets? It is estimated that the Rockets will be the first to push me back in exchange for the benefits of the Hunters Guild. Rose smiled at herself. The Rockets are indeed a larger organization than the Hunters Guild. But the two organizations have long been intertwined, and will not turn her face for her as an ordinary Quasiski trainer. She doesn't have that value yet. Aoki shook her head, and the beads in her hand kept on saying, yes or no, dash. 10 more and 6th more. Seek the bottom. For the second leader of Meow 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 Meow, I will add 1010. Partially finished, comfortable. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 987 Secret Seed. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. What do you mean? Rose asked. At this moment she seemed to have caught the last straw for life. If I had the chance, I really wanted to jump out of the Hunter Guild that squeezed her. Simple, join the Rockets in Fenyuan area, change identity, make a new face. Although there is a Hunters Guild in Feniyun area, but without the support of the rockets, it is very difficult to find someone in Feniyun area, Aoki said. Then he took an elf ball out of his pocket and placed it directly on the table. Here is another Heavenly King level elf. If you agree, this elf is yours. After that, Aoki lifted Erlang's legs, and the speed of reading beads in his hand accelerated again. Rose looked at the elf ball on the table fierily. This is the king of the king class, said to send. But soon, she woke up and stared at Aoki tightly. Who the are you? Knowing my name and identity, I don't think him a Quasar 10 level trainer, worthy of such a 10 level elf. Aoki was dumb, shook her head with a smile, hesitated a little, took off the hood on his head, and lifted the superpower film on his face, revealing his handsome face. Black hair and black pupils, eyebrows like swords, towering bridges of nose. Long absence of sunlight made him look a little white and excessive, lips red and white. What a handsome skin. Rosa looked at the real expression on Aoki and froze. So handsome. No, this person doesn't know himself. But really handsome. Rose's face was so brightly colored that she saw a hint of redness. At this moment, Aoki remembered that the other party didn't seem to have seen her real, and suddenly felt a little dumb. Big Milk Tank, Golden City, Yangdu. Who did you think of? Aoki said with a smile. Hearing Aoki's words, Rose narrowed her eyes and tried to suppress the idiot idea that hadn't appeared in her heart for a long time, remembering what Aoki said. Suddenly what seemed to come to mind. The pupils suddenly contracted. Fingers shook at Aoki, trying to say something, but didn't know how to speak. It looks like you remembered it, Aoki said. The shock in Rose's eyes finally suppressed, and she turned to a complex look. She was unable to imagine that the little guy who had only one facet at the time was now a cadre of the Rockets and a trainer who was able to take out the heavenly elf. But thinking of it, Rose's heart was alive. It's not that she hasn't seen a soaring trainer from a regular trainer to a Uranus trainer for a year, but she hasn't seen it. Aoki's current strength shows one thing. That is his potential to break through the sky. Maybe his chance to break the Hunters Guild really lies in him. I didn't expect that you have grown to this level. The complex look on Rose's face could not be suppressed. I'm bullish on you. You can reach this level as long as you leave the Hunters Guild. Are you out of the Hunters Guild? Rose mumbled. Talking, Rose's eyes gradually brightened, looking at Aoki again and asking, what do I need to pay? It's simple, loyal, and loyal, Aoki said with a smile. Loyalty. Many people talk about this word, but how many people can really do it? Hearing that, Rose smiled, and the bitterness in her smile was not concealed. A person with a brain thinking about leaving the family. I said loyalty. How many people are willing to believe it? Is she really trying to get out of the Hunters Guild? Not necessarily. There are opportunities. But what after leaving? Where else is her place? How can we progress again without resources in the future? This is an endless loop, I believe. But for your peace of mind and for my peace of mind, I need to put a backhand in your mind. As for the role, I don't need to say more. After speaking, Aoki looked at the time on the communicator in his hand, and then continued, you should have 10 minutes to consider. After 10 minutes, that member of the Hunters Guild will return. Rose no longer thought about how Aoki knew about it. Heaven and man are fighting. Aoki's potential is her most important. But the current Hunters Guild is not something he can compete with. After a long time, Aoki still calmly sat on the sofa, and the beads in his hands kept on being blocked. Suddenly, as if trying to understand something, Rose looked at Aoki's face and said helplessly, when you show your face, I have no chance to choose, right? She finally wanted to understand. It looks like Aoki gave a multiple choice question, but it is actually a multiple choice question. If she refuses, it is estimated that there will be an unknown body in the black market. Aoki smiled without refuting. This is for sure. Now he cannot stand on the opposite side of a huge organization like the Hunters Guild for one person. Not worth it. Doing it today is just a whim. It works best. And it doesn't work. It's just a little bit more troublesome. After all, it will become a subordinate in the future. Although Aoki's current potential is also good, but the gap between their growth rate and Aoki's growth rate is too large, cannot keep up with Oku's pace. Maybe the pirate brigade is a little better, but there are still some gaps. Okay, I agree. You set it up. After making up her mind, she showed a different spirit and closed her eyes. Oki was pleased with his unexpected imagination today. Summoned the dream demon, pulled Rose directly into the dream, and then Oki put her right hand on top of her head. This is the method he researched after his superpower control ability improved during this time. Plant your own superpowers in other people's minds and turn them into a seed. When you want it, you can detonate it. However, the superpower seed of the average person cannot be maintained for a long time, so this method will not work. But Oki is different. He still has the secret power of this unknown totem. Take the secret power as the core, and then wrap your own superpowers and plant them in other people's minds. Generally, they will not disappear within 3 years, and you can add superpowers again after 3 years. Otherwise, the secret force will explode without restriction. You are reading books www.yuukanzu.com. This method, even if Nazi cannot be lifted, she can only lift the superpower, but not the secret power. Oki calls this method the secret seed. It cannot be used normally, and it can only be planted if the other party fully accepts it. The effect of the explosion will not be very strong. At most it will smash the whole body. This mysterious seed is good for controlling people. As for the dream demon, her dreams can hypnotize those who dream into it, a bit like what Oki did in Vladari's mind. But they also need to relax their vigilance completely. Combining the two methods, the subordinates who subscribe will only become more and more loyal. 10 more and 7th more. Seek the bottom. Chapter 988. Vote after 3 minutes. It's over. Waking up from her dream, Rose felt she had a long dream. When I saw Oki again, I didn't know why, and I felt a sense of inexplicable worship rising from my heart. Master, Rose screamed respectfully. She directly accepted the fact that she became someone else's. Oki nodded, pointing at the elf ball on the table and said, "This elf is yours." Although not your own elf may be a bit frustrated, but as long as you conquer and train for a period of time, I believe that it is still better than the average Kwasiski king. The elves are tall. This elf is still from Alox. Previously, Oki was selling arrows, and this one was a Haruga. Both elves are at level 61. The weakest two in Locke's hands is now more suitable for Rose's elf level. After all, she is just a Kwasiking class trainer. If she is too strong, she may not be able to conquer. Yes. Rose took the elf ball excitedly. If anyone knows, as long as they are loyal to Oki, they will be able to get a king level elf. I believe they will be absolutely crazy. How many people are stuck at the level of Zun Tanwang, can't break through in a lifetime? How many people are willing to do it? It is also obvious to them that they have grown up after being exposed to the Uranus level elves. Originally, Oki was thinking of selling these elves in exchange for resources, but now it seems that even if these elves remain in their hands, they will not depreciate. It can also be distributed to other subordinates in the future. In the elven world, one person can still do it if he wants to be strong, but if he wants to be the strongest, that person is not realistic. A person as strong as Sakagi must control a powerful organization such as the Rockets in order to take his strength one step further. Call out, "I will help you take the first step," Oki said. After hearing the word, Rose showed joy again, immediately opened the elf ball, summoned the Black Luga inside. When Heluga was on Sanshin Island, he was already scared by Oki. Apart from that, the elves of Hylugia, Okus elves, are still very familiar with him. Knowing where they hit will be the most painful, and knowing where to hit is only painful, but not hurt. Wow ow. When Haruga had just come out, she was still gaunt, but when she saw Okus' voice, she sobbed. With his tail clipped, he lowered his head and climbed to Oki's side. Gengui got out of the ground and gave a cold glance at Hylugia. He was suddenly agitated. and stood obediently afraid to speak. Rose witnessed the whole process. Is this really a king-level elf? Are you kidding me? Haruga, she will be your new trainer in the future. You should know the consequences of disobedience, Aoki said to Haruga. At the same time, Gengui and Dream Demon also looked at him. Haruga, immediately obedient, ran to Rose's legs, and gently held her. How easy is it to tame the Uranus elves? Rose has the best preparation for a long-term battle. Before she could say anything, the door was pushed open. A woman wearing the costume of a hunter's guild and wearing a sun medal on her chest came in and saw something inside, and suddenly didn't understand the situation. Aoki frowned. This adult is the Kada of the Rockets. I am. Before she finished, she found that she could not speak again. The superpower energy flickered in the eyes of the Dream Demon, and the fantasy light directly controlled it. Aoki looked at her coldly on the sofa and said to Gyenwei, is this one of the people who are squeezing you crazy? Rose hesitated and nodded. The man's eyes were full of shock and he had no idea what was going on. She's yours. Just take your vote. You know how to do it. 10 minutes later, I'll wait for you at the entrance of the black market. After that, Aoki stood up and took Gengui and the dream monster out. Leave the Hunters Guild. This was his last test for Rose. If the members of the Hunters Guild are solved, then Rose is really out of the organization of the Hunters Guild, and then she can only obey Aoki. At least for Aoki. Aoki will give her the reward. Rose obviously knew what to do. The ghosts and dream monsters of Aoki come and go. The ghosts know that they are still here. As a surviving woman in the basement, she is still a good-looking woman, and the adjective soft-hearted has nothing to do with her. Since you chose to rebel from the Hunters Guild, the best way is of course to kill a member of the family to Mingzi. Aoki pulled the hood and left the guild. The later events have nothing to do with him. The rocket Kada medal displayed when he came in is not his own, and no one can find Aoki's head. 10 minutes later, leaning on Aoki at the entrance to the black market, waited for the savage Rose. Sir. Rose walked to Aoki and shouted respectfully. Then, she took out a sun medal from her pocket and showed it in front of Aoki. Aoki nodded and took her out of the black market in New Hong. Now Rose is really unable to return. I have to say that this woman is still a bit aggressive at the critical moment, and she can directly and decisively solve the members of the Hunters Guild, showing her determination. Yes. There is one more thing. Your makeup is too thick. Don't paint such a thick makeup in the future, Aoki mentioned when he left. Hearing Aoki's words, Rose nodded with a smile. Applying heavy makeup is not only to make yourself more beautiful, but also to attract those men who pay attention to appearance, but also that few people have really seen Rose's true look. It's easier than changing your face. Just waiting for Rose, Aoki gave the Rockets working group an order to register Rose with an alliance status. Later in Feniyuan area, it will be more conducive to work for Aoki. Although the level of confidentiality will not be as high as Aoki's identity www.mtlnovel.com, but it is still pretty good, as long as it is not mixed within the alliance. This status level is sufficient. After leaving New Hong City, Aoki took the Rose directly to Golden City. Fly in the plane towards Feniyuan area. During this period, Aoki once again confirmed the identity of Yang Du and what he did in Feniyuan area with Qianwei. Feniyuan, Kana's city. Aoki walked out of Kana's airport and dialed Ogo's communication number, but was told that he could not connect. It seems that Ogo is not in Kana's, maybe he went out to practice. As for the Rose, after leaving the airport, she went directly to Aoki City in accordance with Ogo's order. At present, the Sky Team of Zijing City has no one to sit in town, so the development is limited. Now Aoki will send Roses to sit in Zijing City, which is beneficial to the development of the Sky Team. At the same time, they also put pressure on the brigades and Alec. If they don't work harder, they will not be able to keep up with Aoki. 10 more 8th more. Seek the bottom. For the leader of the Cold Ink Big Brothers, I added 112. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 989. Inventory originally promised Ogo. After he returned to Feniyuan, he went to fight with him. Now it seems that he not only went out, but also Brout Hibiscus. I don't know where to go. But fortunately, Aoki still has some important things to deal with. From Rose, he got detailed information about Yangdu. Yangdu is a member of the Hunter Guild because his grandfather is one of the founders of the Hunter Guild and one of the 6 elders of the Hunter Guild. He was transferred to Fenyun area in order to train him, and in the future will be able to become the head of the Hunters Association in Fenyun area. The Hunters Guild does not participate in the fighting, but has contacts with various organizations. Of course, it mainly depends on the rockets. But the rockets didn't provide much deterrence in other areas, so in the rich area, the Hunters Guild had to make other powerful organizations. Lava Team is one of them. And Yangdu, now the Hunters Guild Fenyun area and the Lava Team. The Lava Team is very close. These are all messages from Rose. At the same time, there is a less certain message that the strength of Yangdu at this time may have reached the level of the Heavenly King. After all, there is a strong elder, and there is strong support from the regional city forces. Even if it does not reach the level of the Heavenly King, it is estimated that it is not far away. After leaving the airport, Aoki took a taxi. During the trip to Kanto, the genes of the 3 birds were obtained, and at the same time, a hidden danger Regis was solved, including 2 celebrity masters, including Rox and Browns, including their family. Also solved most of the ordinary members who participated in this mission. Although these things were not immediately received by Sakagi, I believe the benefits will come a little bit soon. However, Aoki felt a pity that he did not have access to the research team studying fantasy genes. But at least now he has become more rocket cadre. At the same time, through this mission, he has been exposed to a little research project of fantasy genes. When the next call of Sakagi calls, Aoki thinks it is almost the same. The study of fantasy genes is important for both the rockets and Sakagi. What Aoki needs is just a huge amount of information. These are the things Aoki did this time in the Kanto area. Then there was this harvest. The simplest material harvest. The rockets exchange share of 400 million alliance coins, that is, the 40 million exchange points in the rockets, were all replaced with substantial items, includes various materials, a large number of skill CDs. It ensured that Lalialas qualification medicine after evolving into Trillion, the waveguide material for Leo Selvn egg repair, and various precious materials required for Shake era precipitation. I won't talk about the skill CDs. They are all skills that are hard to buy. There is also the biggest one, Locus 7 Heavenly level elves, of which the weaker Heluga gave Rose as a whole card, are also counted as joining rewards. There are still 6 left. Aoki himself will definitely not use it, whether it is sold or given to a good man. It is a good choice. Even Aoki has thought about whether to send a few of Ladley and Carlos to make the Flash Flames develop faster. The current team of Flash Flames said that half of Oka's credit cannot be overstated. In addition, it is the blood of a large tank of flame birds that Aoki finally attached importance to. This is a very precious material used to make energy blocks, and the effect is a lever. Except the material harvest is the improvement of the power of the elves. Finally, Aoki stayed on Misami Island for 2 weeks. It was originally thought that there should be some secrets on Sanshin Island, but after searching for 2 weeks, nothing was found. But the power of the elves has improved a bit. In short, all the elves of Aoki now show a very virtuous circle, and all the elves of the first, second and even third echelons all present a perfect ladder. Uranus and Quasar Kings are no longer intangible to Aoki now. When all the elf's strengths are improved, Aoki's Rainy Team and Sandstorm Team will instantly take shape. Another thing that makes Aoki more concerned is the abnormal change of small broken diamonds. You should know that the diamonds of the small broken diamonds are now almost eaten, and it is estimated that they can last up to 2 weeks. Now it is unrealistic to want to speed up the production of diamonds. However, the abnormality of the small broken diamond is still very much concerned by Aoki. After all, whether it is Shake era now, in the future class, or Boss Kadora, which has been evolved now, The consumption of diamonds is an astronomical figure. Just such a small ethnic group is not enough to fully supply them. However, the small broken diamond at this time is the horn of the carrier Zelnias, which is the same every day. Although he still looks like a small broken diamond, the diamond on his head has completely turned pink, and even the original blue eyes have turned red at this time. Those diamonds on her body are also changing towards pink. The time it takes the chip to complete the mutation of the small broken diamond also changes every day. It seems that with the increasing number of Dean's characteristics in him, the speed of his transformation is getting faster and faster. Originally guessed that it would take at least a year, but now it has been predicted for less than a year. Aoki is more pleased with this. The car headed north of Kanas. According to Kyungwai's information, the specific city where Yangdu is located is not fixed. Aoki guessed that since they want to maintain a little contact with the lava team, it is estimated that they are in some cities to the north. The most likely is Puyan Town, which is located under Chimney Mountain. Others don't know where the lava team's secret base is. Aoki knows a little about it. So Puyan Town is the most likely city. As for how to deal with Yangdu, wait until you encounter it. Aoki is also curious not only about Yangdu, but also about the relationship between the lava team and the Hunters Guild. Whether for the Rockets or the League, Aoki and Lava are always on the opposite side. After leaving Kanas City, summoned Boss Ghidorah and the Flaming Chicken and walked directly towards Chimney Hill. His goal is to go straight through Chimney Hill www.untilnovel.com and then reach Puyan Town. Maybe he can meet some members of the lava team on Chimney Hill. Now the lava team is getting more and more restless. Obviously there is no sign of birth, but it seems that they can be seen everywhere. Aoki feels that he may be incompatible with the lava team. When on the mountain, the level of the wild elves is relatively low, which is more suitable for a few little guys in Larulas to fight. As soon as he was summoned, Larulas went straight into Aoki's arms. If it wasn't for the electrocardiogram that shouted "Dad" all the time, making Aoki feel a little uncomfortable, everything else was excellent. There are Baby Dragon and Mohair. The Baby Dragon's strong character is different from other elves. Even if the other elves are stronger, they will stop after reaching the limit. But the Baby Dragon is different. He knows that he has reached the limit and will still persist. So if Aoki is not present when fighting or training, the Baby Dragon will not be allowed to do it alone. 10 more 9th more. Seek the bottom. Reward for the leader of the Cold Ink Gangster by adding 212. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 994 Days King Resigns. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Did not fight for too long. Night falls. Aoki led the elves to camp not far from the foot of Chimney Hill. Many elves were temporarily transported back to their island by Aoki. Now that the island has been consciously controlled and developed by Aoki, it has begun to take shape. Living in it is like living in an unknown paradise. At this time, the elves that followed him were Shakira, Boss Ghidorah, Flaming Chicken, Giant Marsh Monster, Larulas, Baby Dragon, and Mohair. There were a total of 7 elves. Except for Gengui as the last self-protection in the shadow, only the desert dragonfly is left as a flying mount. Now Shakira is completely silent, and after being summoned by Aoki, he stands still with his eyes closed, motionless. The original active character now seems to be forcibly restrained. However, this forced meditation method can still exercise Shakira's mentality and mood. As long as you can come over, the future Bangala will be smooth. The 49 level Shakira is not far away from the evolution, and there are still 6 levels left. Aoki hopes that Shakira will cross in a very stable manner. As for Boss Ghidorah, it was completely 2 states with Shakira at this time. He eats and moves every day. This was what Aoki let him do. Boss Ghidorah's ability to move is still his uncle. After all, it is impossible to completely change it, and it can only be adjusted through ordinary training and habit adjustment. But Boss Ghidorah's most powerful weapon was his body. If you want to afford such a heavy metal armor, Every muscle in your body should be exercised. This is why Aoki makes him eat more and move more. The flaming chicken has completely changed its cultivation status. Originally a fighting elf, he also focused on physical exercise. But recently he has always been able to see him sitting on a tree trunk with his eyes closed as if thinking about something. This is under the guidance of Aoki. Sometimes power is not all, especially sped-type elves like the flaming chicken. In order to exercise strength, increase your own strength and lose your strongest speed advantage. It is even more important to unleash the most effective skills if the biggest blow is done with limited power. Therefore, now the flame chicken spends 1 to 2 hours every day thinking about how to make his attack more threatening, if he can do 2 damages with 1 force. Aoki knew something about Tai Chi, Rukigang, 4 or 2 pounds, etc. But he only heard about it and didn't understand it in depth, so he just gave those things he knew, theoretical things, to the flaming chicken. As much as he could learn from it, whether or not things can create his own fighting style depends on his own efforts and talents. The giant marsh monster was among the elves of the second echelon of Aoki. It first broke through to the Quasar level, but was hidden by Aoki for a long time. It's not because the monster's strength is not good, but because his level upgrade speed is too fast. It must be pressed. In addition to the giant monsters in the water diving fish period, with the era and settled for a while, the subsequent levels soared all the way, mainly because Aoki wants to participate in the Shenian Olympics. Under the circumstances, he did not stop the giant marsh monster from improving. That's why for a long time afterwards, the giant marsh monster was unable to appear in the battle. After such a long time, the current giant marsh monster has completely recovered, so Aoki brought it to his body again. This time without the mosquito coil frog emperor, Aoki was preparing for a small-scale exercise sandstorm team, so the mosquito coil frog emperor, which is the core of the rainy team, was temporarily released. Not to mention that the giant marsh monster, which is a water system plus a ground system, is not unable to be integrated into the sandstorm team. In addition, as a water monster, the giant marsh monster can resist the water monster of the sandstorm team, and can be a co-defender. Of course, if you encounter grass elves, you don't think of Aoki as that. In addition to the 4 elves of the second echelon, Baby Dragon, Mohama and Larulas are the protagonists at the foot of Chimney Hill. At this point Larulas was at level 19, in fact, according to her growth and fighting, she should have reached level 20 and evolved into Chilulian. However, Aoki still suppress the elves that are about to complete evolution in accordance with the usual practice. This will allow them to develop their bodies better. If there is one in Aoki's current elves who is most likely to try to attack the purple class qualification, it is Larulas. It's 1 point more than Shakira. After all, when she was born from an egg, it was light blue. Talented. It was Larulas. So suppressing the rank of Larulas, in Aoki's view, it is absolutely necessary. This is accumulating for her, and at the same time giving her momentum. The growth of the baby dragon does not have to worry about Aoki. The only thing he could not rest assured was that baby dragon worked so hard that it affected his own foundation. However, I have to say that Aoki still underestimates the physical fitness of pure dragon spirits, as well as Genji Tanwang's research on baby elves. That is, now Aoki has not found a suitable super material for the baby dragon, otherwise the future level of the baby dragon will definitely not be low. Baby dragon and Larulas, the comparison between the 2 elves is actually a comparison of hardworking genius and talented genius. Aoki believes that baby dragon's achievements will not be lower than Larulas in the future, at least in terms of combat effectiveness. There should be a hierarchy. The last remaining mohair, it was just to make up for the elves subdued by the rainy team. But now Mohama is very well integrated into the Aoki team. Growth rate is also fast, catching up with the pace of the baby dragon. May also be stimulated by baby dragon. Aoki also enjoyed it. After arranging all the elves around him for training, Aoki sat directly on the ground and took out a lot of materials from the storage space. Now that the materials are in order, The qualified elixir of Chilulian can be made first. There is also a collection of repair materials for Leo's wizard. According to the calculation of the chip, it should now be possible to hatch Leo Road at any time. It was only in a short time that Aoki really didn't have much energy to take care of the elves that he'd just hatched. It may not be until this time that everything is done before Aoki has time to calm down and take care of Leolu. Such elves must be treated from the very beginning. Aoki just made both things, but the Alliance's communicator rang loudly. I took out the communicator, and saw a prominent sentence above www.mtlnovel.com. Let Aoki stare deadly for a moment and never left. The Department of Electrical Engineering Tanwang Taixuan resigned from the position of 4 Heavenly Kings in Fenyuan area. It's going to be lively. 10 more burst out. For the leader of the Cold Ink Big Brothers, I will pay more 312. Thanks for the rewards of the important targets of reform, innovation and development. Does Hibiscus think that he belongs to the most sincere author of that kind of guarantee? I beg you for a wave. Just give it or not! Exclamation mark. Don't mention these pieces of water. I have already jumped the excessive plot in the middle at the fastest speed, and then it will become a fine outline. O_O. All I can say is to show the later plot as soon as possible. As I have been saying, reaching the level of Uranus almost really started. Chapter 991. There are ghosts. Terminate the transaction. For Heavenly King Taixuan to step down. Seeing this news, Oka's mind suddenly had a lot of ideas. At present, in Fenyuan, the only one who is likely to step down from the position of the 4 Heavenly Kings is the aged Iron Spin. His strength is indeed somewhat behind the overall strength of the 4 Heavenly Kings. Another old source, Yuanzai, is the older and the more demon, the more powerful he is. So from here you can see the importance of choosing a sprite. In addition to Iron Twist and Genji, the other two are the Evil King Uranus and the Ice King Uboni. These two people belonged to the newly appointed 4 Heavenly Kings. The strength is not as strong as Genji, but it is different from Taixuan and Genji. While serving as the 4 Heavenly Kings, they are also mainly responsible for the management of some alliance affairs. Their strength is very strong, but not so strong. It feels like a helpless move by Adams, pushing them to the front desk too early. But from now on, the effect is good. Taixuan's resignation as the 4 Heavenly Kings must have caused a stir in Fenyuan Alliance. But what made Aoki more puzzled was that when Adams was looking for a conversation with himself, the meaning inside and outside the words was to hope that Iron Twist could serve for a few more years, until the people of their generation could grow up. The situation is indeed somewhat unexpected. According to the original trend, it should be Furong to take over the position of the 4 Heavenly Kings of Iron Spin, but now it seems that the timeline is obviously a few years earlier. Not to mention Hibiscus, even Ogo and Oki can no longer take over the duties of the 4 Heavenly Kings. It is precisely because there is no clear candidate that it will lead to turmoil in Fenyuan. Anyone with strength and heritage will want to try to impact the 4 Heavenly Kings' position. Oki directly called his teacher Liu Shengen, because this message was sent by Liu Shengen to Aoki. Soon, the phone went through. Hey, Aoki, wait a minute. Liu Shengen's tired voice came from the other side, and there were many messy voices. As if arguing about something, it seems to be talking about something. Later, Liu Sheng just walked to a relatively quiet place, and then Aoki was able to hear Liu Shengen's voice. Teacher, what is the situation? Why did Iron Spiral suddenly announce his retirement? Aoki quickly asked. Although his strength now reaches the level of Heavenly King, obviously the position of 4 Heavenly Kings has nothing to do with him for the time being. However, there are a lot of links with Oka's future plans. The sudden changes made him unable to react. Hearing Aoki's question, Liu Shengen was silent. Aoki frowned when she noticed that her teacher was abnormal. It seems that this time things are more complicated than I thought. The old Iron Man did not announce his retirement, but had to resign. Originally, the old Iron Man promised Adams to support it for a few more years. but now it is a last resort. Liu Shengang said with a long sigh. Forced to step down? Is there a problem with King of Iron Spin? What happened? Aoki suddenly asked 3 questions. Liu Shengang explained it now. You know that although the old man is a 4-day king, he is very old, and he basically does not participate in the affairs of the 4-day king. But just before, the League's search team found a secret place. Suddenly I couldn't find anyone, so the troublesome old man in the Iron team led the team to take a look, but didn't expect. Liu Shengang said halfway, and then stopped suddenly. Is the King of Iron Spiral wounded? Aoki felt unbelievable. Severely injured, so far unconscious, and lost most of the elves, so I announced the news overnight. Not many people know it now, but I don't think it can be kept for a long time. Liu Shengang's voice was a little heavy. The 4 heavenly kings in any area were actually severely wounded, and even their own elves lost several. This is a very big reputational blow for the alliance in this area. Even the 4 heavenly kings cannot guarantee their own safety. Who else in this area can guarantee their own personal safety? This will be the first thought of the residents of this area. Severe and even turbulent throughout the region. So Iron Spin can step down, but it cannot be forced to step down. The alliance should now be discussing what to do. Seriously injured. Aoki was silent again. Although Taixuan's position of the 4 heavenly kings at this time was somewhat misrepresented, but he was able to hold the position of 4 heavenly kings in Fenyuan district, which shows that no one is more suitable than him. Who did it? Aoki asked again after a moment of silence. I don't know, but from the point of view of the old man's injury, it should be caused by a sneak attack. After reluctantly returning to the city, he just uttered a word and was unconscious. He has not yet woke up. Liu Shengang said. Iron King said. The alliance has inner ghosts. Liu Shengang said these words very struggling. But this sentence was directly attacked on Oka's heart. Are the ghosts in the League? Terminate the transaction? Are the ghosts in the League? The outsider launched a sneak attack on the King of Iron Spinner, causing him to suffer heavy losses without even waking up. So, who is the biggest beneficiary of Iron Spin? If you think in this direction, there will be some clues, but it may also be a shot from the other side. The 4 heavenly kings were severely wounded and forced to step down as the 4 heavenly kings. They also learned that the alliance has internal ghosts. So many things add up. No wonder Liu Shengang is so messy now. But the League has inner ghosts, which is very bad news for Aoki. Once someone starts to search this inner ghost, then Aoki will definitely be investigated. My family understands their own family affairs. At this critical moment, the identity of Aoki's rockets cannot resist. It is really a question. Faced with this situation, there is only one way. Teacher, where are you now? I'll be right here, Aoki said. We are in Kana City. www.mentalnovel.com. You can come here now. The top of the alliance are coming here. You may be able to do something. Liu Shengang said. I'll be right here. After that, Aoki hung up the phone, put away everything on the ground, and put away all the elves in training. Although it is not yet known what caused the Iron Spin to be injured, and what is so important about the so-called newly discovered secret cave, these have nothing to do with Aoki for the time being. He just hopes that the Alliance's investigation into the inner ghost still didn't start. However, it should not be done so quickly, and things must be stabilized first, otherwise the entire Fenyuan area, not only ordinary residents, but even the senior members of the Alliance, will be disturbed. Regardless of whether it is done or not, normal regional operation will definitely be affected. After picking up the elves, Aoki took out the elven ball of the desert dragonfly, hesitated a little, and stowed it back. With a portable transfer device, he replaced an elf ball in his hand. Kink's eye jade bird, I'm going to trouble you this time, dash. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 992. Ogo and Hibiscus are missing. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Desert dragonflies can't meet the requirements of Aoki, or the Kixi Festival Bluebird is faster. As for what Aoki was going to do, he had to put it down temporarily. After all, this emergency event involves the entire Feniyun area. One day and one night of crazy rush finally arrived in Kana City before night fell. I didn't care about the prohibition of flying in the city, and flew directly towards the base set up by the Center Alliance in the backyard of the Pokemon Center. Ignored the no-flying issue from the time of the senior search officer, and now Aoki has to be willful. At this time, Aoki had changed back to her chief search officer's costume. The whole body was dark like a tunic, a cloak flying in the wind, and the chief search officer's medal on her chest was shining. Standing coldly on the back of the Tanabata Bluebird, someone who was still busy outside the venue behind the Elf Center suddenly felt a gust of wind. I knew for a second that someone was sitting on a flying mount. This is not the first time today. Very skilled to put down the things in his hand, walked aside, silently waiting for the coming of people. Tanabata Bluebird landed directly under the command of Aoki. Without any stops, use the elf ball to put away the Kixi Jade Bird and take a big step towards it. The person who stood at the door and saw the chief search officer's medal on Aoki's chest revealed a glowing and worshipped look. His posture was quite standard when saluting. When Aoki was in the square, the people behind him continued to do their own thing, while whispering about the Star Festival of Aoki, Aoki's identity and his age. Not to mention, there are many people who know Aoki. Some met during the League's promotion of Feniyun Gemini, while others met on television during the Olympic Games. In short, in a word, the current Aoki is almost half of the Feniyun Alliance. All the way up and down, without any obstruction, went directly to the door of the temporary meeting room. After confirming his identity, Aoki pushed in the door and walked in. I saw it as if it were a vegetable market. All of them were alliance leaders, but none of them sat and talked. They all stood though with red ears and red necks. However, Aoki found that Adams had not yet come. It should be on his way. Otherwise this would not be the case in the conference room. I saw Liu Shengen looking tired in the corner. Walked over immediately. "Teacher," Aoki shouted. Hearing Aoki's voice, Liu Sheng just opened his eyes slowly. Here, Liu Shengen's voice was a little hoarse. May have been arguing for some time before. "Teacher, please drink some water. What about President Adams?" Aoki took out a bottle of water from the storage space and handed it to Liu Shengen. Liu Shengen didn't hesitate, opened it and drank nearly half a bottle. Adams should be approaching. This time it was a little sudden. He didn't respond. Liu Shengen said, "Why are they arguing like this?" Aoki asked. "Because the Iron Spin came back. Some people didn't come back. Among them was your good brother Dou and Furong who went together. Now the most urgent person is from the Zvuchi family." One side requested immediate rescue, while the other wanted to wait for the Iron Spin. After waking up and making a decision, Adam's evolution has changed to what he is now. Ogo, Hibiscus. They went together. Oka's face became hard to look. No wonder the call didn't work at the beginning. Moreover, Hibiscus is obviously the person to be taken care of by Aoki. But now he is missing with Ogo. Aoki didn't know how to face Adams. Sometimes you don't want to see, but just let you see. When Aoki and Yanagi talked, the door of the meeting room was pushed open again. This time, Adams, who was wearing a formal suit, was very serious. Aoki has never seen such Adams. This is the momentum that the regional champion should have. Those who walked in behind him were also big brothers. The Dragon King Nuja, the Ice King Uboni, the Evil King Uranus, and the patriarchs of various large families, including Dou's father, the current head of the Zvuch family, Zvuch Hibiscus, Junshaw family, Joey family, etc. Start a meeting now. Those who are not high enough will go out for me. Noisy, is there a bit of an alliance? Adams slammed the table directly after he came in, shouting with vigor. No one dared to look at him across the audience. The people who were still arguing either sat down or they walked out of the conference room. At this point, the entire meeting room was completely quiet. Adams sat directly in the middle of the conference room, and the rest also took their seats. Adams' right-hand side sat down one after another, namely, the Dragon King Nuja, the Ice King Uboni, and the evil King Kawanuki, leaving a space, originally belonging to the position of the iron spin. On the right-hand side is Liu Shengen, a prince of Zvolch, a patriarch of the Joy family, a patriarch of the Junshaw family, the chairman of the Coordinator Association, and Aoki's teacher. This is the first time Aoki has seen all the big brothers of Feniyuan Alliance in one conference room. From the seats on both sides, you can see the identity and status of each person, including the combatants on the right and the factions on the left. The people who can sit at this conference table are the true leaders of the Alliance at this time, and some older and older seniors are sitting on chairs on both sides of the conference room. Although these people are no longer in charge of the affairs of the Alliance, the former Feniyuan Alliance construction has a great deal of their credit, so to a certain extent, they still have to listen. As for Aoki, he sat directly under the position of the iron spin. The first is because Aoki is also a member of the Alliance combatants, and the Chief Search Officer is already qualified to sit in position. Another point is that today, the Search Officer organization came to a Chief Search Officer in Aoki. The rest of them, Aoki, didn't know what they were doing, so Aoki now not only represents herself, but also organizes on behalf of the Alliance Search Officer. He sat in that position, no one said much, and even took it for granted. So www.untilnovel.com opposite Aoki is his teacher, Liu Shengen, representing the Breeders' Guild in Feniyuan area at this time. For the first time, Aoki sat at such a large conference table and sat directly in the first seat after the four heavenly kings. I have to say that this is a great honor. There are still a lot of league leaders behind, and many of them can represent a family or power. But Aoki was not happy at this time. Organizing a search officer is not just an honor, it's pressure. At the same time today, Adams glanced at everyone, and his indescribable sharpness, Aoki did not take good care of Furong, making him a little afraid to look directly at Adams. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 993 Task Assignment. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Just one thing happened in the Alliance yesterday. Since the establishment of the Feniyuan Alliance, no such thing has happened. I believe everyone here knows, Adams said after he was completely quiet in the conference room. For the current situation, the Alliance can't let him pass by this way. We must let the other party see our strength, otherwise what is the prestige of the Alliance in the future? So, now, I announce a few things. First, due to physical reasons, the King of the Iron Spinner cannot hold the position of the four heavenly kings. For the sake of stability in the Feniyuan area, Liu Shengen temporarily assumed the position of the four heavenly kings. Xiaogang, you work hard, Adams said to Liu Shengen. At this time, Liu Shengen was stunned. Is there anything wrong? Push yourself out as a shield. Now Feniyuan Alliance coins don't know how many people are following this position. No one can sit up 100%, and now Adams pushes himself up. Hasn't he become the target of criticism? However, seeing Adams' expression, Liu Shengen knew that he could not refuse. No way, at this critical moment, Adams has also demonstrated his courage. Skip voting, selection, battle tests, and more, and appoint Liu Shengen directly. The strength of Liu Shengen is still known to everyone here. Although it did not reach the level that the four heavenly kings should have, there is no problem for the time being, and his identity does not have any ripple effects. In fact, many people do not really want to compete for the position of the four heavenly kings. I just saw that other families were vying for it. My own family couldn't fall behind and just follow suit. Now the last position of the four heavenly kings is directly set by Adams, and there is no need to argue. Adams motioned towards Liu Shengen, and then Liu Shengen's tired face walked with helplessness to the other side, which originally belonged to the iron spin. Really shot while lying down. Originally Liu Shengen had no pursuit of power. For my apprentice, came to Feniyuan area. I don't know what's going on. The status of Feniyuan Alliance is getting higher and higher, and now they are all four heavenly kings. Unhappy. Deng glanced at Aoki and sat beside him with a butt. Aoki narrowed her head. Second, before the election of King Iron Spinner, what was the last sentence that I spoke? I believe you should have heard it. Adams glanced at all of you again. To be honest, in addition to the fact that some people can be directly ruled out by Adams, there are still many people who cannot get Adams' trust. During this glance at Adams, everyone chose to look at him to avoid being suspected of his identity. Although Adams' eyes were very sharp now, everyone who looked at him felt uncomfortable. But you can only do this bit by bit and keep your calm. Something is okay in my heart, but my heart is a little vacant. Someone who is afraid of what he does is found out, and everything who is okay is afraid of being wronged. Only Aoki, when looking at Adams, didn't know how to face it, so he chose to avoid it. The only one in the audience who avoided Adams. Everyone turned their attention to Aoki. Aoki. Adams sang suddenly. Aoki smiled and looked at Adams. Be aware of who you are now, Adams said. After hearing Adams' words, Aoki froze slightly and immediately shouted, yes, that's right. He now represents the organization of the search officer. Even if he didn't know how to face Adams because he didn't take good care of him, he would not fall into the face of the search officer organization in such a formal occasion. So, Aoki, now your search officer is responsible for this matter and investigate. In a month, I want you to give me a satisfactory answer in a month. Everyone will cooperate with you within this month. Who tell me if you don't cooperate? Adams said in front of so many people that no one would dare to touch his mold at this time. However, Adams said that he can still see that he still trusts the organization of the search officer. After all the chief search officers were appointed by Adams himself. Aoki was also one of the people he could trust with confidence. Received. Aoki responded. For a month. It is not long or short. Aoki thinks that if there is a good clue, it should be able to come out. Third, and the last one. Many people entered the mysterious cave with Iron Twist, but in the end only he came back alone. We can't be sure what the people who went with him are now, but since we are not sure there is still a chance, so someone must be sent for rescue immediately. This is the third and last thing. The mysterious cave has the direct descendants of the Zvich family, and may still be the only descendant, as well as Furong, the president of Adams, as his granddaughter. This matter must be taken seriously. That is, Adams himself cannot leave. He has to control the overall situation, otherwise he has to go in and look for himself. Genji, this thing can only bother you, Adams said to King Genji. Dragon ruler Yuanzai is also a person that Adams can trust 100%. Genji and Adams have known each other since they were very young. They grew up to the present level. They devoted their lives to the alliance, and trust in Genji is higher than everyone on the field. And Yuanzai's strength is also quite tyrannical. Except for Adams, there should be no one present, knowing the true strength of Yuanzai. Although there is now a fairy-based dragon attribute, the dragon spirit is still very strong. The dominance of the dragon spirit has been slightly reduced, but it is still the hegemon. Okay. Yuanzai didn't make nonsense, and took the task directly. Although Taixuan is also the four heavenly kings, his strength is not a little bit worse than that of Genji. With the consent of King Haruka, Aoki reached out and stood up. This time only represents my own personal identity, and I want to ask to participate in this mission together. Aoki said. Adams looked at Aoki. Ogo and Furong are my good friends. I think they are absolutely safe now, and I hope to be able to find them back. Aoki's eyes were firm and he looked directly at Adams, without any dodging meaning this time. And if you want to know who made the investigation, I think they may know that this is also conducive to the investigation of the search officer. Aoki said again. After hearing Aoki's words, Adams groaned for a moment, still nodded and said, okay. In fact, someone next to him wanted to remind Adams to stop Aoki. After all, the four young people with the most potential in the Fenyuan area. www.mentalnovel.com. Aoki, Ogo, Furong, and Mikli. Ogo and Furong are trapped in mysterious caves, and their lives are unknown. Now Aoki and Mikli represent the future of Fenyuan. For stable development in the future, Aoki should stay in a safer place. Adams understood what they meant, but agreed. No seedlings can grow into towering trees in the greenhouse, and it is more beneficial for them to grow through some wind and rain. Therefore, Adams was very angry at the beginning about Furong's disappearance and complained about Aoki, but gradually, he accepted it. As long as she returned safely this time, Adams decided not to forcibly restrict Furong and let her develop by herself. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 994 Genji's Strength. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. The meeting ended quickly. What was originally quarreled by others, after Adams appeared, he directly clapped to inform the results, but did not give them the opportunity to participate in the discussion. From this we can see that his prestige is still very sufficient. Being able to achieve the position of champion and president now depends not only on his dedication to Feniyun League, but also on his overbearing strength and decisive decision-making ability. At the critical moment, what is said is what. Aoki's teacher, Liu Shengen, temporarily assumed the role of the four heavenly kings, something that Aoki did not expect. However, when I think about it, I find that this is a coup, which has directly resolved half of the contradictions within the Feniyun alliance. First of all, Liu Shengen's strength is sufficient. In fact, it is similar to Iron Spin. The difference is not very large, and it is also enough persuasive. Secondly, Liu Shengen has not been in the Feniyun alliance for a long time. Although he is familiar with Chairman Adams, he has not joined any party in the Feniyun alliance, nor is he a family member. It will not have much impact on those families. In the end, Liu Shengen was not too young. He would definitely resign after a maximum of 3 or 5 years. By then, Aoki and others had grown up. One of them was chosen to be the four heavenly king. Much less, after all, no one else can compare with them. Therefore, from this decision, we can see that Adams was very determined to pave the way for the four little guys in Aoki, which is why he chose to believe Aoki unconditionally. There are many things that can be revealed from this meeting, some of which require careful taste to fully understand. As for the last, investigating the inner ghost is only a month's time. Whether or not the inner ghost can be found at that time, this matter will be directly exposed, and it will not be a stumbling block in the high-level alliance of Feniyun. Inner ghosts will do this secretly. Maybe when Taixuan wakes up, or when Orwu and Furong return, they can find the inner ghost directly. An internal crisis in the alliance was directly resolved by Adams. Now everyone in the Feniyun alliance is ready to fight fiercely with their opponents, and raise the power of the Feniyun alliance. After leaving the meeting room, Adams kept the four heavenly kings and the patriarchs of the big family. These people's interests have a direct connection with the Feniyun alliance. If they are even betrayed, it is estimated that all their current interests will be lost more than half. Only Genji Heavenly King did not participate, because he had gone to the mysterious cave with Aoki. Most of the people are relieved that Dragon King Danzai Anzai shot. At this point, Aoki and Genji were flying in the air. In order to hurry, they both ride on the back of Tyrannosaurus Rex. Aoki is still familiar with Tyrannosaurus. General Tyrannosaurus does not allow people other than their trainers to sit on their backs. However, Yuanza's understanding of the elves like Tyrannosaurus was not comparable to Aoki, so after he calmed down a little, Tyrannosaurus accepted Aoki's existence. So they flew together towards the sea. Genji Uranus, so where is the mysterious cave? What's so important? Actually, he wants to lead the team to investigate in person. Aoki asked behind Genji. Genji stands directly on the back of Tyrannosaurus, looking at the distant sea. Actually, I am not very clear about the specific situation. I just heard that this mysterious cave is very important and may be related to the future development of Feniyun. Therefore, Adams sent a relatively empty iron spin to investigate what should have been at sea. I went, but the day before yesterday really did not pull away. Genji flashed a little regret on his face when he spoke. If it were his shot, things like Iron Spin would not happen. Don't worry about it. Maybe this time is also a good thing for King of the Iron Spins. After all, he thinks that retirement is not a day or two. Aoki comforted when Yan said that the sorrow between Yuan's eyebrows was also slightly resolved, and a smile appeared in the corner of his mouth. Yeah, this old man. There was a fearless existence in the past, thinking about retirement all day long. From now on, I can really retire well. But Dou and Furong who are on the mission with him must be found. They are the future of the alliance. For our generation, such hard work is not a waste of prosperity in the future. With that said, Genji's expression gradually became serious. One of the key reasons why Adams sent Yuanzai to this action is that Yuanzai took care of the younger generation of the alliance. Especially for Aoki, he once even imparted his own experience in training dragon spirits. Genji stretched out his hand and patted Tyrannosaurus on the neck, whispering softly, "Hold on, old man. Our mission is a bit urgent." Roar. Hearing Yuanzai's words, Tyrannosaurus roared in the air. The frequency of fanning of the two wings accelerated again, and the speed of flying also increased by 30%. Tyrannosaurus is really flying at full strength. Difficulties caused Genki to let Aoki sit with him on the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and his elf, whether it is a desert dragonfly or a Star Festival bluebird, is still far from Tyrannosaurus. Aoki put his hand on the back of Tyrannosaurus, feeling the hard dense scales, and let the chip scan the information of the Tyrannosaurus. This is one of the main elves of Fenny Yuan's first king. I just don't know if it's the strongest Tyrannosaurus from Yuanzai. There are a lot of quasi-god elf Tyrannosaurus that others can't ask for. Yuanzai. Pokemon, Tyrannosaurus Blue. Gender, male. Level, 82. Attribute, Dragon plus Flight. Feature, Intimidation. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, Water Cannon, Dragon's Wrath, Dragon Dance, Dragon Dive. Basic skills, Fly, Hold, Dragon Tail, Flame Teeth, Lightning Teeth, Anger, Sparks, Stare, Bite, Dragon Breath, Head Hammer, Gathering, Bite, Dragon Claw, Mind Head Hammer, Ghost Face, Jet Flame, Shame Bump. Teaching skills, Meteor Swarm, Dragon Wave, Water Tail, Inverse Scale, Magic, SF, Giant Sound, Clear Dense Fog. Skill Learner, Destroy Light, Feather, Earthquake, Shadow Avatar, Big Letters, Rock Block, Swallow Return, Rigid Wing, Ultimate Impact, Spike Attack, Rockfall. Seeing the data of Tyrannosaurus, Aoki knew why those people were so relieved about Genji. Whether this Tyrannosaurus Rex is the strongest Genji www.mentalnovel.com is powerful enough. The 82 level represents the strength division of the championship level. Strictly speaking, having more than 3 champion level elves is a championship level master. If conditions permit, they can serve as regional champions. Of course, only in theory. With the development of the alliance, the strength of the 4 heavenly kings is not enough, but the real strength of the 4 heavenly kings in the region should be the breakthrough of the heavenly kings. As for whether it has reached the championship level, it depends on the overall strength of the region. To become a champion, it is not enough to enter the championship. Just to reach this level, there are no too many clear requirements for what position to sit on. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 995 Incarnation welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Heavenly King, I have a few questions I would like to ask. After Aoki scanned the data of Tyrannosaurus, there were a few questions about the cultivation of elves in his mind, and they were directly raised. It's mainly about baby dragon training. Hearing Aoki's questions, anyway, now there is nothing to do, Yuanji carefully answered Aoki. Until the third question was over, Genji looked at Aoki in amazement. Aoki, do you have a baby dragon? People who can ask questions like Aoki are definitely people who know baby dragon well, and who they may have cultivated. So Genji asked Aoki himself about this doubt. Aoki didn't mean to hide. They all have the strength of the Heavenly King, and the chief search officer of the Alliance, the carders of the rockets, and a quasi-god spirit are not unacceptable. I admitted frankly, yes, deep in the meteor waterfall, I met a baby dragon. Then Oki gave a brief description of the baby dragon he encountered, but omitted the fact that he knew that the baby dragon was there. It's no wonder that you will encounter such a problem, but it's really a poor little guy. A look of emotion appeared on Genji's face, as if remembering what happened when he met his Tyrannosaurus things. After this mission is completed, take this little guy from you to play on my boat for a while, and I will see how hard he works, Genji said with a smile. When Yan, Oki looked at Yuan's eye with a little surprise, said to go to his boat to play, but the fool understands that, in fact, Genji wants to teach Oki from baby to Tyrannosaurus. There is such a real Dragon King teaching that I believe that the baby dragon will take a lot less detours in the future. Maybe it's time to bring 2 little green birds. You know, in addition to Tyrannosaurus Rex, Genji is also most familiar with the Kixi bluebird and desert dragonfly. Coincidentally, these elves have Oki. When he visits Yuan's eye, he will definitely get a lot of unexpected gains. The two started research and discussion on the back of Tyrannosaurus on the training of baby dragons. Time passes quickly. Arrived at that mysterious cave at sea. Standing on the back of Tyrannosaurus and looking down, it is a very small island. It is much smaller than the island owned by Oki. There is almost no vegetation on the island. A bare hill stands in the sea, and there is only a little ground around it. A deep, dark cave is just above the hill bag. Here it is. It should be here, Genji said. Tyrannosaurus fly toward the island. Oki and Genji jump off the back of Tyrannosaurus. Stepping on the ground, I feel the ground here is soft or muddy. Oki squatted and rubbed the dirt on the floor with her fingers, then placed it on her nose and sniffed. It may seem like a professional, but in fact I am letting the chip scan. How? Did you find anything? Genji asked beside Oki. In his opinion, Oki, the search officer, is more reliable in terms of the expertise of the investigation. The reason was that the two of them came directly. One is that it is easier for two people to act, whether they are fighting or fleeing. Another point is that, because Genji represents force and Oki represents investigators, both of them have reached the limit. It is enough to have both of them. Hearing the question from Genji, Oki did not answer directly, but stood up and looked around. Suddenly, Oki became an elementary school student, dragging his chin and analyzing carefully. Frowning, said, "This mysterious cave has risen abruptly from the sea. The Iron Spiral King may not have even entered the cave, and was attacked outside." Oki continued to analyze. "When I was in the air before, I could see that there was not too much vegetation on this island, and there was no obstruction of sight. Then there were only two places for the sneak attack on the Iron Spiral King. Either someone coming out of a mysterious hole, or just on the ocean floor." Genji looked at Oki and waited for his analysis. He felt that it was about to reach the key point. The first sentence that the King of Iron Spin said after returning to the Alliance was that the Alliance had internal ghosts, but Ogo and Furong did not return, and there was no news. Then it is likely that they ran into the hole to avoid the attack of the powerful enemy. An inner ghost explained that the other party knew better about this operation. The reason for the action was that the King of Iron Spins threatened their purpose. If it comes out of the hole, it may be that the purpose has been completed. Therefore, the probability is that the attack from the bottom of the sea suddenly hit the Iron Spin King unexpectedly, or it may be that the people around him also attacked him. The caves that are not cluttered from the mouth of the cave indicate that the opponent who entered later has certain discipline. Genji Heavenly King, who is the person who has this kind of strength at sea? Oki analyzed each detail little by little, and finally came to the result, and asked a very obvious answer. Ocean Team. Yuan's eye frowned, and saw a trace of killing in the vicissitude's eyes. "Is this done by the Ocean's team?" Genji asked again, but from his expression, he could see that he had already believed this answer. But Oki did not give a positive answer. "The Ocean team is the most likely, but I believe they also know to do this, and they must be the first to be suspected." When the Ocean team was not ready to be born, Was it really good to hit a League's 4 kings so seriously? Or is there a reason why they have to do it? Or, in other words, it is another organization that is blaming the Marines. In short, everything is possible, and no conclusion can be reached for the time being. But if we go in now, we will definitely be able to meet. Oki said. There is no need to analyze it anyway. We must go in anyway. After all, they may be inside. After entering, you must pay close attention to me, and be careful of possible sneak attacks around you. Genji waved his hands and made a decision. Put away the Tyrannosaurus. Although Tyrannosaurus is powerful, this cave looks relatively small and is not suitable for him to fight. However, Genji soon summoned an elf again, a double-axe battle dragon. Oki also nodded. www.mtlnovel.com summoned the Dull King, leaving a superpower coordinate at the entrance of the island. Then they walked towards the mysterious hole. No matter what enemies you will encounter, this mysterious cave will be explored. Oki was curious about this place. I don't know what's in it, but I was able to let one party choose to do something with the 4 heavenly kings of the Alliance. Just don't know if this force is ready to accept the rage of the Alliance. Fifth more. Ask for a monthly pass. For the leader of the Cold Ink Big Brothers, we will add 412. Thank you Joker7Z for your 5 rewards. Thanks for your support. Dark Rise of the Elves. Dark Rise of the Elves. Chapter 996. Double Axe Dragon. Double Axe Battle Dragon. It is a dragon spirit registered in the United District. This kind of elf, as a pure dragon elf, has all the characteristics of a typical dragon elf. Dominant physique, physical fitness, flexible speed, explosive physical output. Many of Genji's dragon spirits are flying spirits, which are difficult to deploy in small caves, while the double-axe dragons are not limited by this terrain. The internal terrain of the cave may change, but this is the most suitable for this double-axe dragon. Oki first started the chip to scan the information of this double-axe battle dragon. Pokemon, double-axe dragon light blue. Gender, male. Level, 80. Attribute, dragon. Features, breaking. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, resurrection, key to assault, cruelty, iron tail. Basic skills, inverse scale, grasp, stare, malicious pursuit, dragon's wrath, second cleavage, ghost face, cleavage, until the end, dragon claw, dragon dance, provocation, dragon wave, sword dance, guillotine, ultimate shock. Teaching skills, meteor swarm, kicks down, dragon wave, water tail, electromagnetic wave. Skill learner, hold, dragon claw, destroy light, earthquake, shadow clone, rock block, shadow claw, rock fall, cross shear, stand in. Another champion level elf, although also a first-time champion, may even have just broken through. However, the championship level is still the championship level, which is not comparable to the Uranus level. Moreover, although the total value of the race value of the Tox Battle Dragon is not very high, his race value is added to a very reasonable place. So even if the total value is not high, it is not more than the average dragon spirit. How much weaker? The racial value of 540 is not weak, and it is much higher than that of the general use and GU elves. The most important thing is that, as a pure breed dragon elf, the double-axe dragon can normally learn most of the high-powered dragon skills. More than half of them can be learned as you grow up. For example, Dragon Dance and Inverse Scale are 2 very powerful skills. In addition to dragon skills, the double-axe fighting dragon can also learn sword dance skills. It took Oki a lot of money to get this skill from the Rocket's Trade Conference, but he could learn it automatically. In addition to the martial arts race value of 147 points and the speed race value of 97 points, it can only be said that this elf is a very good dragon elf. The characteristics of this Tox Battle Dragon of Genji are still out of the ordinary, which makes his output ability reduce the possibility of being controlled. The Dull King of Oki is beside this double-axed battle dragon. Although he looks similar in shape, he can obviously feel the difference in momentum. However, Genji is very interested in the doll king of Oki. Is this your idiot king? I saw it on TV before. This is the first time I saw it up close, Genji said with a smile. Oki patted the dumb king's back and said, I am one of my most trusted companions, and have experienced many lives together. When Yan said, Yuan's eyes lightened slightly. Are you companions? The two of them had one to the other and each held a torch and walked towards the inside of this mysterious cave. In fact, if you don't observe it carefully, the difference between the different color doll king and normal doll king is not very big. It's just that the different color doll kings are slightly darker, while the ordinary doll kings are more pink. The whole hole was very wet, and the sound of walking on the ground was very obvious. In order to prevent people from being found ambushing, Oki proposed to let the doll king's superpowers cover their feet with superpower films. This way, no sound will appear, lest anyone hear footsteps and prepare for sneak attacks in it. Although the idiot king at this time has completely transformed into a large meat radar, covering superpowers around. Beware of sudden attacks. However, I don't know what the reason is. The two walked for a long time, let alone a human, even a wild elf didn't meet. Gradually, Oki was the first to notice anomalies while walking. Wait a minute. Oki shouted quickly. What's wrong? Genji stopped short after hearing Oki's words. Although the two were headed by Genji this time, Genji still trusted Oki. Looking at Oki every time is like seeing his junior. After all, Genji imparts most of his knowledge about Eastern and Western spirits. Oki. If you really want to say, Genji may be more like Oka's teacher than Liu Shengen. Heavenly King, take out the communicator to see if there is no signal, Oki said with a serious expression. Hearing Oki's words, Genji took out his communicator and glanced for the first time. There was indeed no signal. Nod. It seems that Ogo and Furong's communicator cannot get through. Because of this, Oki said. What's the reason? As Oki, a superpower, Genji didn't find anything abnormal, but Oki found it, so he felt that it was right to bring Oki. This mysterious cave is actually a look. We are walking towards a space that does not exist in the elf world. Now it is almost at the junction of this mysterious space and the elf world space, so the signal of the elf world appears disordered. Oki explained. In fact, he didn't find anything at first. It was only in the brain of Oki that the chip reminded that the connection with the island's multilateral beast was weakening, so Oki said so. Genji frowned. It seems that this place really has something to look at. There are still some mysterious spaces in the elven world, but these spaces are all passed down from ancient times and even longer. These spaces are either created by powerful legends, or they already exist. The ancients may know some of the means to create these spaces, but now that technology is so advanced, the Alliance still can't find a way to open up space. Knowing that to enter the mysterious space, while the chip is still connected to the multilateral beast, Oki immediately used a portable transmission device to bring all his elves on his body. www.mtnovel.com. Entering this space, the chip and the multilateral beast disconnect. And I don't know how long I will stay in this space, or bring all the elves on my body. Oki is more at ease. Even if they are trapped, everyone is trapped together. Not only here is the powerful Dragon King Yuji, but there are also 6 little guys on Oka's wrist, which are much better than others. These little guys are also a guarantee for Oki to break into the unknown space. Oki, it seems that you know these mysterious spaces exist, so when you enter the space, you don't know what will happen. It may even happen that the two of us are directly transmitted to different locations, so now we are unified. Check the mark. This will help us to quickly gather at that time. Also, if there is an accident, use our current communicator time as a limit. After 1 week, if you can leave this space, leave as soon as possible. Genji made a final order to Oki. First, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves. Dark Rise of the Elves. https. Chapter 997 Mysterious Space. Subsequently, the two continued to walk inside. After deepening, the chip completely broke contact with the multilateral beast. Then at this time, The multilateral beast on the island should be in a down state. When the next time Aoki walks out of this place, the chip and the multilateral beast can establish contact again, and he can continue to operate. But now the fighting elves of Aoki have all been driven to their side. As for the elves that are farmed on the island, they have enough food reserves, and there will be no problems in 3 months. If after 3 months, maybe there will once again be an island surrounded by wild elves. Therefore, the polygon can't be down for 3 months. However, Aoki didn't feel that it would be a waste of 3 months just to explore a different space. As we walked, the unknown totems on Oka's wrist glowed subtle light. Genji didn't feel it, but after the development of superpowers, Oka's sense of space was no longer completely white. Heavenly King, soon, maybe we will pass this corner and we will enter this space. Aoki reminded. Genji nodded, be careful. Then, as an elder, Yuanzai walked directly with his double-eaxed battle dragon. Aoki stood in place and did not act immediately, but watched Genji and his Toxed battle dragons walk around the corner, and a wave of space appeared. One person and one elf disappeared directly into this channel. After making sure he didn't ask, Aoki took the Dull King into it. Aoki is very experienced with films that pass through this space. In a blink of an eye, without feeling any obstacles, Aoki directly came to another world, appeared directly in a dense jungle. The first time he threw 2 elven balls, summoned the flaming chicken and Bosco Doral. Then you have time to carefully observe the surrounding environment and situation. At this time, Aoki was standing in the middle of a large group of towering ancient trees. The trunks of the surrounding trees must be surrounded by 3 or more people, and the woods were very dense, and the end could not be seen from any direction. Behind Aoki is an ancient tree, but when I put my hand on the tree again, I did not feel any spatial fluctuations, which means that the exit is not here. And Yuanz and his double-eaxed battle dragon were not seen around. If the two were in one place, Genji would definitely wait for Aoki to arrive. And now there is only one explanation for this situation. Trouble. I really encountered the most troublesome situation. The space film randomly transmitted. Aoki frowned. The worst of this situation is not that the people entering are not in the same place, and the most troublesome situation is that the exit is difficult to find. Teleports come in randomly, but exits are fixed. If you are unlucky, you may have to search the entire space to find the exit. Even if some people have searched the entire space, it is difficult to find it without the spirit or ability sensitive to space induction. Can only come a little bit. Aoki also felt a little helpless. However, according to Genji's method, at the bottom of the trunk, an exclusive mark for both of them was left. Only they could understand the mark. Then he took the 3 elves to investigate the surroundings first. It is irrational to walk around in an unknown space, or this forest-dense space. The best way is to first find a relatively safe place, take this place as the center, and then spread around to explore. For the exploration of the wild, Aoki feels that he should be completely invincible, and may even be a little better. Aoki reached out and waved gently on the tree behind him, and a passageway in a different space was opened directly. It seems that this is not a different space. The secret power of the unknown totem can be used, so it is relatively safe. Aoki thought silently, changed into a convenient wild survival equipment, and led the 3 elves to go in one direction. In such a hazy sky, where there is no clear sense of direction, it is very difficult to just identify the direction. Fortunately, there is a superpower of the Dumb King. Set a superpower left directly in the place where you come in, and then discern the direction by sensing your superpower coordinates. Every time you walk, you set different coordinates on the road according to Oka's order. In this way, not only can you avoid danger by instantaneous movement, but you can also determine the direction by 2 superpower coordinates. After all, 2 points are not a straight line. Finding a direction that seemed more eye-catching, Aoki walked with the elves. However, they did not go far before, and they were quickly attacked by wild elves. A wild ancient giant fly. And it is not an ordinary giant, it has actually reached level 50. Pokemon, ancient giant fly. Green. Gender, Male. Level, 50. Attribute, insect plus flight. Features, tinted glasses. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, light steel, signal light, silver whirlwind, chase. Basic skills, insect scream, air chop, dark attack key, insect bite, impact, piercing, flash of light, shadow clone, sonic boom, see-through, ultrasonic, noisy, chasing, primitive power, attack, split, harsh acoustic, rapid return. Teaching skills, noisy, bug bites, ultimate absorption, snoring, sharpening. Skill learner, none. Just entered this place, and the first wild elf encountered was actually an ancient giant fly that had reached the strength of the Quasiski king. Are all the wild elves here so strong? Oki felt a little headache. There is a Quasiski king, a level wild elf. If there is only one, there is no problem at all. But if you are afraid that there will be a wild elven group at the level of Quasiking, then it is really troublesome. However, I still have to solve this ancient giant fly first, and then consider the later things. Boss Ghidorah, the rock is blocked, keep him under control. Flame chicken, flame kick. Oki said to the two elves around him. Although the Quasiking level elves group will be troublesome, it is also a very good training place for the flaming chicken and Boss Ghidorah. Include. Boss Kotola's hands spread out, and they sturdily collided with each other on his chest, making a crisp sound of metal. 3 rock chains were bound from 3 directions towards the ancient giant rushing over. Scared. And the flame chicken leapt high at this time, kicked directly towards, anticipating that the ancient giant fly would be fixed. www.mentalnovel.com. This is absolute trust in the companion. Sure enough, when the flame on the flaming chicken leg was fully formed, the ancient giant fly was also dragged to that position by Boss Ghidorah, click. A kick on the head of the ancient giant fly directly broke the rock chain of Boss Ghidorah, and at the same time hit the big tree at the back, almost directly inlaid. Burnt black appears around the mosaic. With just one kick, he defeated this Quasiking level ancient giant directly. The flaming chicken is more and more capable of controlling its own power. During this time, it was clear that his own power had not increased too much, but the skills used had risen stepwise. Oki had a great effect on his inspiration. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a monthly pass. Thank you for your support. Dark Rise of the Elves. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 998 Group of 2. After defeating this ancient giant fly, Oki almost knew something about this space. I don't know how long there is no space to contact the elven world, and it is completely a pure natural ecological environment. Because there is no human intervention in the elves, there may be some very high-level elves. Of course, there will be lower levels. It's just that compared to the outside world of elves, in this space, high-level powerful elves appear more frequently. With the survival of the fittest, what can survive to this day is either that it has strong strength or that it has a stable and strong ethnic group. After solving this ancient giant fly, Oki didn't stay at all, and led the elves to continue walking into the forest. If you are ready, then there will be some more powerful spirits, and you will not feel any surprise. The specific scope of this space is unknown. Even Oki knows how many people are in it. However, this random teleportation method adds a lot of chances for survival for Dorou and Furong. With the growth rate of Ogo and Hibiscus, it should now have at least the strength of the Uranus level or close to the Uranus level, and at least the Uranus level elves should have 1 or 2. But what worries Oki more is that Ogo and Furong lack the survival experience in the wild. Ogo may be better, although the number of outings is not large, but it is not small, and basic wild survivability should be available. Only Hibiscus is really a simple little wight. If you hit the trap or ambush set by the opponent at the critical moment, it is easy to fall into danger. Thinking of this, Oki accelerated his speed again. Don't seek to find them right away. At least explore a little more and learn more about this space. In other words, I met a few people from each other, so that Oki would be able to know which side's power was on the iron spin. and he would be able to make some basic preparations. What disappointed Oki was that after walking all day, he did not see any traces of human beings. There are wild elves everywhere. It defeated countless wild elves. Later, Oki summoned the mosquito coil frog emperor and giant marsh monster. The 4 elves participated in the battle, and then they reluctantly repelled all those wild elves. However, the effects of high-intensity battles are still obvious. Boss Ghidorah, who had always been stuck at the elite level, finally broke through to the level of the Quasar King after a day of fighting. Although it may seem that there is only one level of improvement, it is a huge improvement in strength. At this point, all the elves of the second echelon have entered the level of the Quasar King except Oki, ordered to settle down to settle his own Shake era. This shows that Oki's previous plans have also been perfectly realized. As night falls, the first day into the forest, you still have to choose a relatively safe place to camp. However, since the secret power of unknown totems can be used in this mysterious space, it is sufficient to simply create a different space on the big tree. Now there are a lot of elves on Oki, and dinner is not so easy to solve. Except for some emergency foods that can be eaten directly on the body, dinner can only be prepared locally and slowly cooked and prepared. Not to mention, the elves of Oki haven't all gathered for a long time to start dinner time. From the head of the crow, the Dull King, and the ghost of the first echelon, to the baby dragon, Mohama, and Lalulas that joined last. All the elves are rarely gathered together. Because of this, when you explore an unknown place, you will not feel lonely, and you have the confidence in your heart. There was no training after a full meal. The first day into this mysterious space, of course, is to choose to save physical strength. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? So whether it is the crowheads who have reached the level of the Heavenly King, or the elves such as Lalulas who have just started, Oki requires them to train upright. Take the elves directly into the alien space created by the unknown totems and live in it. Close the entrance to the space, so it's impossible to find Oki where they are, unless they have the same mystical power. But after Oki disappeared into the tree with the elves, it didn't take long before the 2 men appeared at the place where the elves ate before Oki. 1 man and 1 woman, one of them went to the bonfire buried before Oki and plunged their fingers directly into the dirt. Feel the temperature of the ashes under the dirt. At the same time, there is also a taste of roasted meat that has not completely dissipated for 4 weeks. The man said, "It looks like the fireworks I saw before are real, and there are others here, but I don't know who it is, ours, theirs, or ours." Another woman was standing beside the man with a serious expression and glancing around. Her tone was a little deep. "I didn't expect that entering this space was all scattered. It took me a lot of time to find you. And now even to this space there is no clue about the size. This space involves too many things, and it is normal to not know how many years have not been born. We also had to enter this place in order to get the thing in the hands of the other party," said the man. "It's just iron spin. It's estimated that Feniyuan Alliance is completely crazy now, and I don't know if it's worth it for one thing." A regret flashed across the woman's face. The 2 of us didn't have the right to make decisions. In the end, no matter what, the people above stood up. What we have to do now is to gather people as soon as possible, and at the same time find out all the Alliance rats who have escaped into the space. If it is not resolved, www.mentalnovel.com. It is still very troublesome. I don't know if the Alliance has sent anyone in now. If they block the exit, we would really become savages. Don't think about those who are useless, just go and look around. Who actually gave birth to the bonfire? According to the temperature of the bonfire and the smell around it, it should not have left for a long time. The man scanned the surrounding, again after confirming that there are no abnormalities. The woman nodded. They disappeared again. At this time, Oki in a different space did not know much about the situation outside. In order to hurry to Kana City, I didn't sleep all night. It's been 2 days and 1 night now. Even super powerful people can feel a little tired in participating in such a big thing. So at this time he had brought his elves into Dreamland. The absolute safety of the alien space also allows Oki and the elves to completely relax and rest. Third, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 999 Ancient Tree of Life. The next day morning, Oki took the elves out of the alien space. No, a glance at it only made Oki see the difference. I buried the campfire yesterday, but now there is a small hole in the campfire. According to the size of this hole, it is likely to be a human finger. Several undisguised human footprints were found on the ground. I feel like I've left, so don't cover it up. Oki's eyes narrowed gradually, exuding a dangerous light. Squat down and look closely at the size and depth of these two footprints. Interesting, actually two people, a man and a woman. Happened by chance? Or did they have special means to gather quickly? Oki thought secretly. It is not impossible. He and Genji are not very familiar with this space. Since the opponent was able to launch a sneak attack before seizing the iron spin into the space, and the attack was still so firm, maybe he knew more about this space. Oki slowly stood up. I won't go very far in the evening. Maybe I can still meet. Oki determined the direction of the two of them, and the grass and the elves resolved for breakfast and immediately chased them. It doesn't matter if you meet your own person or your opponent here, this will help you understand this space more. Huh? It wasn't long before starting in Oki, the ground began to tremble. It seems that not only is space tremor, but the entire space is trembling. Then came the shocking scene. A tree of unknown species suddenly rose from the horizon, and the longer and taller it was, there was no sign of stopping. Oki stood there watching the big tree that was still growing up. Originally, this piece of virgin forest did not know how big. Oki also climbed to the air to observe the situation. The endless forest was completely invisible, and these ancient big trees are growing quite well. So Oki thought it was a forest space. This suddenly appearing tree, a large tree that kept growing, stood in the position of Oki, and had a very distant feeling. It's like standing on a chimney in Fui Town, but it's beyond sight. What kind of tree is this? At this point, the height is completely over 3 kilometers. Has it grown in just half an hour? And it seems that the child does not mean to stop at all now, murmured the tree. Ancient trees of life. The appearance of this big tree is a signal. No matter what secrets are in this space, everyone in the space must be rushing towards the big tree now. But Oki couldn't. According to the situation of Dou and Furong, the two obviously knew their situation and would not rush towards the big tree in a hurry. They would definitely get closer. If you rush forward, you may fall into the encirclement of the other party. Leave the big tree still growing for the time being. The growth is a bit slower, but I don't know where the limit is. Oki went on to find two people who had visited his camp. I hope the other party has not deviated. Somewhere in the mysterious space, the white-bearded old man who was standing on the tree holding jerky and wine in his hands looked at the big tree from a distance. A light blue elf fluttered his scarlet wings beside him. It was Genji who separated from Oki after entering the space. I ate all the jerky in one hand, took a sip of spirits, and wiped the stains on my beard. This tree is the main secret in this space. Although I don't know if the little guys such as Ogo and Oki will rush towards this tree, they still have to pass first. If there is a secret, they cannot be let people grab it first. If there is no secret, it may be better to stay by the tree than to go looking for them blindly. Yuanzai had his own plan in mind. Put away the jug. I don't know how long I want to stay in this space. Drink a little less, or save a little. After that, Genji jumped to the tyrannical dragon around him. He is a daring artist, and rides a Tyrannosaurus to fly directly towards that tree. Although there are many wild and powerful elves in this space, there are really not many threats to him, or even none. The wild elves who can break through to the Uranus level are already very rare. As for breaking through the Uranus level to reach the championship level, it cannot be said that there is no, but most people may not see it once in a lifetime. In addition to Yuanzai, people wandering in this space, even if they came out of this big tree, even if they found the backbone, They rushed towards the big tree. With or without a secret, the emergence of this big tree gave everyone directions. Perhaps Aoki is an exception. He is still looking for the traces of the previous two. Only halfway through, they seemed to have disappeared. It was as if Aoki had entered a different space, either heaven. Aoki looked up fiercely and looked at the sky. Sure enough, I saw a Biao on it, a woman standing on it, and looked coldly at the Aoki below. Only one person? Aoki frowned when she saw the woman. Doesn't make sense. What about another person? Hiding? Or rushed towards the big tree in the middle? According to this situation, now that we have found a companion, it must be safer to act together. But soon, Aoki turned her attention to the woman. The red clothes, the Ohm's mark on the clothes, can't be more obvious. Lava Team. Aoki stared tightly at this woman, a member of the Lava Team, flying in the sky at this time. I really made myself right. Someone was going to blame the Marines. And it's the Lava Team that knows the Marines best. Fire and water are incompatible. The woman also stared closely at Aoki. www.mtlnovel.com, directing the Biao under his feet to slowly fall from the air. Lava Team. What about your other companion? Aoki asked, looking at her lightly. Just say that it feels like someone is following us. It turns out that there really are younger brothers in the league. Don't you know it's dangerous to follow an older sister casually? So the woman of the Lava Team jumped from Biao, standing directly opposite Aoki. Are you being teased, right? Aoki frowned. It would be okay to say that the person who disappeared was rushing towards the big tree, but if it was hiding and he didn't notice it, it would be more troublesome. I have a few questions to ask, so I can only keep up, Aoki said, without any fear. Oh, tell me, maybe my sister can help you answer it. Upon hearing Aoki's words, the women of the Lava Team laughed, showing off. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 999 is up. This number is auspicious. Dark Rise of the Elves. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 1003 Axe your Lava Team shot against Iron Spinner. Aren't you afraid that you will never be born again? Aoki said. Hearing Aoki's problems, the Lava Woman's expression was slightly stagnant. Forget it. I'll take you first, and then ask carefully. Aoki gave up waiting and chose to go straight. As for her other companion, whether it was left or hidden, it was impossible to change Aoki's determination at this time. This woman may also be delaying time, so Aoki is not ready to wait. Throw 4 Elven directly. Boscadora, Flaming Chicken, Mosquito Frog King, and Giant Numa are coming together. Include Chamo Dash. After playing, the most excited are Boscadora and the Monster. There was no rainfall. The mosquito-repellent Frog Emperor is becoming more and more capable of controlling rainfall. Seeing the elf summoned by Aoki, the other person's expression also became serious. Throw 3 elven balls, including the eagle under her feet. There are a total of 4 elves. Then Vulture, Lava Worm, Spitfire, and Great Wolf Dog. The chip scanned the data of the 4 elves. Pokemon, Spitfire Camel Light Cyan. Gender, male. Level, 56. Attribute, Fire plus Ground. Feature, Lava Armor. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, Mount Tarzan. Primal Force, Hot Air. Basic skills, Rock Fall, Ground Fissure, Spitfire, Scream, Impact, Spark, Gathering, Magnitude, Flame Sputtering, Instant Amnesia, Smog, Force of the Earth, Curse, Rampage, Yawn, Earthquake, Spitfire. Teaching skills, Iron Head, Power of the Earth, Lame, Snoring. Skill Learner, Hold, Spitfire, Rock Block, Spike Attack. This Spitfire Camel is the strongest elf in the hands of this Lava Team woman. A Spitfire Camel with Quasiski strength. The strength of the remaining elves is also in the Quasiski level, but it is slightly worse than this fire-breathing camel. Aoki narrowed her eyes slowly. The members of Zuntanwang's strength are second only to the Cardas in the Lava Team. Then this should be clearer about this incident. Stay alive. The opponent is just a trainer with the strength of Zuntanwang. And now Aoki does not have any pressure on this level of trainers. They even regarded the other party as Bosco's Jura. After all, Boscadora was relatively weak when facing the fire spirits. Boscadora, double-edged hammer, flame chicken, sword dance, then kick with flying knees, the mosquito repellent frog king, the waves of water, mononuma, earth blast hammer. Aoki directs the four elves to use their best skills. Boscadora took the lead first, rushing towards the runaway and lava snails, without any fear of the other being a fire elf. Although the steel department is familiar with being restrained by the fire department's skills, taking diamonds for a long time is not just talking. His surface is even covered with a thin layer of non-metallic cluster, and it is not a diamond. This layer of material has very strong resistance to fire skills. Boscotola put one of his hands diagonally in front, staring at the flame-spraying skills of the Spitfire camel, only to see a reddish metallic color on his arm before changing to the other hand. The mosquito-repellent frog emperor followed behind Boscadora, and the wave of water was thrown in the direction of the flame, alleviating the fire attack on Boscadora. The giant monster's legs kicked on the ground with full strength, which directly caused the ground to crack and crack. Folding your hands together, you smashed directly at the lava snail. The fire chicken that completed the sword dance increase is the latest, but the skill is the first to arrive, showing its speed. Boom! The wave of water collided with the jet flame, creating an explosion and huge smoke. Immediately, a huge roar again. Boom! Exclamation mark. The Spitfire camel felt the unevenness and tilt of the ground when it spewed the flames, and the ground not far from him directly sunk. But obviously this is just the beginning. The flaming chicken flew into the air, both feet were completely bent, and the body also showed an arc. The whole body was like a large bow pulled to the extreme. It seemed like there was no feeling but hidden unlimited explosive power. When fast enough, it leaves a trail in the smoke. Dash. Immediately kicked on the face of the Spitfire camel, who was breathing flames. What seemed to be a very firm and stable body at this time seemed to have turned into a giant cannonball, ejected from the smoke. Wheeled his sleeves without taking a cloud. Ha! Exclamation mark. Click. After bursting out of the smoke, he did not stop, but hit the tree surrounded by three people, but still couldn't stop the body. The big tree was slammed directly into the tree, and it stopped barely until it hit another tree again. The Spitfire came down on the ground and tried several times, but failed to stand up. Without the flames of the Spitfire camel, Boscadora directly became a fearless tank. The mosquito-repellent frog emperor used the body of Boscadora to treat it as several successors, 3 steps and 2, making the frog's jumping advantage to the extreme. The huge fist trapped with ice cubes hit the fly in the air fiercely, and was flapping its wings to disperse the smoke. Click. The ice cubes on Frozen Fist shattered, and Tiao Viao fell straight from the sky vertically. At this time, the mosquito-repellent frog emperor still in the air did not forget to spray a water gun at the lava snail that was hammered on the ground by the giant marsh monster, so that it would not be too fast when it landed on the ground. The fallen by Diao seems to have become a football. The fully charged Boscadora was the big foot that had gone all out. Pump and shoot. The double-edged blades condensed and formed on Bosdola's head in an instant, and the impact of running completely, plus his original tonnage. When the fallen by Diao reacted, it was too late. Boom. Kaka. The sound of broken bones was very pronounced, with a swipe across the sight, Biao blasted out smoke faster than the Spitfire camel ejected. After dropping dozens of laps on the ground, it completely turned into a ball. Hit the door. Goal. Nice shot. The skeleton of the whole body seems to be completely shattered. The frozen fist of the ice system, coupled with the rock system, a double-edged hammer with a power of up to 150 points, hit the eagle that did not make any defensive preparations, and the result can be imagined. Wait until the round of battle is over. The effect of fanning wings before blowing off the smoke was gradually revealed. There was no flat place in the sight at this time. The giant marsh monster pressed the lava snail to the ground, and the whole circle was cracked and scattered rocks. In the course of running, Boss Ghidorah was like a bulldozer, and its own depressions appeared on the ground. Extreme 3-board axe. The effect is very obvious. Grunt. The only wolf dog that has not been attacked. www.untilnovel.com at this time standing in the middle of the 4 elves of Oki, drooling along. And now he can only stand. And he is the only one. It's just pitiful just to look at it. The 4 elves that have fully burst out of combat power have the power to crush the elves of the same level. The Spitfire camel at this time did not know how many times it had fallen before it really struggled to stand up. But when the smoke dissipated, I saw the scene at this time. After the Spitfire camel humped, it lay down on its side and gave the wolf a look of blessing. Fifth more. Ask for a monthly pass. 512 for the leader of the Cold Ink Big Brothers. Hibiscus has been writing a book for 212 days, with a total word count of nearly 2.2 million words and 1,000 chapters. When I first started writing a book, I didn't expect to write so much. Every day more than 4D updates have become a habit for me. My heart is full of emotions, but I don't know how to say it. Thank you again for your continued support. Dark Rise of the Elves. Dark Rise of the Elves https